That music and performance was extraordinary. That's Les Amazons d'Afrique, and you can see them as well on the trailer on our website. And do go to our website. If you're not watching that from that place already, you might be on YouTube, but go to the website. Please press the button that says join in. We want you to be part of the WOW movement. We want you to get our newsletter. We want you to hear what we're doing, and we want to hear your voice. So make sure that you give us your information so that we can contact you. The previous session on violence was in partnership with Care International and the Disaster Emergency Committee. And I want to alert you to the fact that we're doing 2 more sessions on violence as we travel the 24 hours with WOW Global. And the next session on violence is led by Angela Davis. It's midnight UK, but who needs to go to bed if Angela Davis is going to speak to us? It's 7 p.m. in the US, and it's at 11 a.m. in New Zealand. And that's the thing, this 24-hour festival, we want to bring together girls and women from right across the world to share their stories, their experiences, and their ways of creating a better world in the future. We're a very small charity, the WOW Foundation, and like you, we've been in lockdown. So between the 8 people, we've worked out how to do this in a very small number of weeks to respond to the COVID crisis. And we want to do the same for girls. We haven't been able to have as many girls on our panel as we would normally have because of safeguarding. We've done some pre-records of girls that you've seen. There's more to come, but we believe that girls are an essential part of this conversation too. But by October, we're going to be doing Day of the Girl. And if you think you can help us by donating, please donate. Please press the donate button, because we did this completely for free because we want everybody to be able to access it. And girls and women right around the world need to feel they can be part of these conversations, whatever their financial circumstances. So do help. Please donate. That will help. And of course, thanks to our festival partners for this particular project, Bloomberg, Moody's and the Arts Council, as well as all the WOW Hours partners, and MasterCard and Esme Fairburn, all absolutely fantastic supporters. Thank you for helping. The local channel, by the way, now is moving to Africa, where you can see the culture of sexual and gender-based violence, followed by a poetry session. If you don't want to switch channel at this point, you can capture it all later. You can enjoy everything that this 24 hours has to offer on both channels. When you sign back in, it will be there for you, catching up. Share us on socials, please do that. Obviously, Twitter at WOW is Global, Instagram at WOW Global, find us on Facebook. I'm sure you all know this by now, but if you're not digital natives, and not everybody is, then just make sure that you have to learn, I'm afraid. Ask somebody younger or older to teach you. We need to break all the assumptions that it's not necessarily the case that older people know nothing about technology. We all have a lot to learn from each other, intergenerationally. So after this session, we're going to hear from the WOW Sounds Commission's Rasha Nahaz. But this point brings us to the end of the 6 themes that WOW Global 24 is exploring. Again, for those of you who've just joined, I'm Jude Kelly, founder of the WOW movement, and we decided in response to COVID and Black Lives Matter that we would create these big conversations right around the world 3 times, and if you like, take the pulse and take the heartbeat of what we're thinking and what we need to do in order to change the whole way that injustice happens across the world in such a systemic way and in such a frightening and intersectional way. COVID reveals that in a way that perhaps we've never had quite such a clarity before. Maybe that's what's producing this level of solidarity. So we asked if we could review now the 6 themes and think about, well, what is the world thinking about, particularly at this point in time? And we asked from Zili Mambo Nakoka, for the United Nations Under Secretary General and the Executive Director of UN Women, to give us a kind of overview. Obviously, UN Women are thinking about this all the time. She herself, as somebody who's been in politics and in grassroots activism, and now in this pivotal place in UN Women, She has a lot to do to make change happen culturally and to make change happen at the highest level. So we're going to go to her now for an interview that she did with me earlier in the week. I hope you enjoy it. She's a terrific, terrific woman. We're now joined by the Executive Director of UN Women, Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who has spent her whole life framing the arguments for why we need to take action on behalf of girls and women to change the levels of equity that they experience in all kinds of ways. She served as Deputy President of South Africa, and before that she was Minister of Minerals and Energy. She has a huge experience of law, governance, but she also has a passionate heart. And I think that's what we draw on when we meet her, because we know how much she cares. Phumzile, you were a teacher when you started out in life. And I know that one of the things you'll be constantly thinking about with UN Women is how to educate the world about the plight that girls and women find themselves in, but also the courage and resilience they have to make change happen. And I'm wondering what you think this current spate of protest, outcry, and vivacious demand that's happening at the moment around racial justice, specifically around girls and women, do you think that is making an impact? Do you think it's going to make a difference?
Thank you so much for having me. You know, what we are seeing now is radical impatience of people who are affected by racism, but also people who are also affected by discrimination because of their gender. The intensity of impatience at this moment is making people decide to actually go out in the street to protest, notwithstanding the risk of being infected. This is just how much angry and impatient people are. And for women of color, girls of color, it's obviously protesting for both reasons.
Do you think this radical impatience is awakening people to that fact? And are there enough people around the world, white women like myself, who are going to stand up alongside and say, this is not a society we're prepared to live in anymore? Do you see optimism here?
Yes, firstly, I think for women who are parts of Black Lives Matter, it's also saying in that message, Black women's lives matter. So we need to also emphasize that. Other campaign that supports Black Lives Matter, which we in UN Women also strongly support, is Say Her Name, so that we don't forget that women are also affected. I am hopeful that these protests are demonstrating to everybody, to people who are bystanders, that there is no time for bystanders. We actually require everyone to be in the fight. Solidarity is important in times like this, because just like the coronavirus has shown us, a virus anywhere is a virus everywhere. And brutal racism that kills people brings the message very close, but we also live with subtle structural race, everyday racism that is in our offices, that is in our communities, that is in our churches, which also needs to be called out.
Mm-hmm. Now that we've had to all be isolated and reach out online, it's very clear who gets left behind. And this particular WOW Global, 24 hours across the world, which is an amazing thing to be able to do. However, you know, we know that there are plenty of people who still just don't have access to a machine, or only one machine in their household, or none at all in their communities. And so this is another huge change. I love the idea of you saying we have to understand this is as important as water in terms of something that will help you live a life. Beijing plus 25. I mean, we've come a long way. Girls and women have come a long way, and men and women together have had many good conversations about the equity issue of, you know, where girls and women stand within a society that's never made us equal yet. Do you think that the anniversary in 25 years of Beijing makes us able to say, look, we'll measure the distance we've come from, but we can now say these are the imperatives of the next few years?
As you know, you and me are in that generation that has fought for girls' education. And this is one area where we were making progress, not quite fully there yet, but there was a roadmap. We were going somewhere with girls' education. Now, because of COVID, so many girls are at home. And we know that when schools close, we've seen it during Ebola, then girls don't go back to school. Girls get married off during the time where they're at school. And we have so much teenage pregnancy during that time, and that erodes the gains that we've made in education. That has been quite a serious concern. That is why also access to online learning also is very important, because it's those girls who are really idle, who are at the highest risk. So for the 25 years and all the investment that has been made in education to be just wiped out in a matter of a few months is truly tragic. So we do need to be paying attention to that. And then maternal health. This is also another area where progress was being made. Again, not there yet, but we had seen the deaths were decreasing. Now hospitals are full. Women are unable to have access to hospitals for safe deliveries because, you know, children will be born in the midst of a pandemic. And we need to make sure that we do not make those needs less important than the needs that COVID patients have. And I know that for many governments, this is a really difficult situation. You also need to make sure that you protect these mothers from people who are COVID positive, because you also don't want them to be infected. But again, like say her name, we have to call these things out. Otherwise, women will be left to fend for themselves, and we cannot afford that. There was a time when women could give birth with the safety of a trained midwives. We don't have those. This is also part of the collapse of the primary healthcare system that we're saying when we are building back better, we need to restore.
Women's bold leadership, impatience for justice, impatience for change has got to play a part. And that requires us, I think, to be more outspoken and not in any way complacent. You know, what would you like people who are not in official positions like yourself to bring to the table to make change happen?
During and after COVID, we have to call for a sustained provision of services. We have to be interested to know what happens to the cases, what happens when women have plucked the courage to go and report. We also have to look at what is happening in those countries, and this is like more than 100 countries, 128 countries that have fiscal stimulus to respond to COVID. We need to engage with the relevant authorities about who is benefiting from these many different programs. Women are in the informal sectors, they are in small business, they are also in businesses where they do not have enforceable contracts, so they cannot make demands. We need you, ordinary concerned citizens, you write your op-eds, send your tweets, be loud in the social media and ask questions, and make sure that these women who may be falling between the cracks, who have lost their livelihoods, are able to benefit. We have seen the statistics in the US that women and women of color especially are not benefiting as you would have expected from the biggest ever stimulus package that has been announced by government. The process is complex and difficult. So these are all the things. Let's make noise about this. Let's go to the media. Let's make sure that we highlight and let's write to our elected representative and ask questions about these things.
Okay, so I'm going to end on your quote: radical impatience. We need radical impatience, and it's a call out for that. So everybody watching at this point, Phumzile, thank you so much. Thank you for all the work that you do with UN Women, and that you do as a sister. You're just a great person, and anybody who's met Phumzile will know that. So you carry on, because I know your day is full of Zooms and meetings and this after the other. But thanks for joining WOW Global 24. Yeah. Great to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for doing what you do. You really are the sail, the wind behind our sail, whatever the saying is. Thank you for doing it.
Thanks, Phumzile. Bye. Bye-bye. So you heard Phumzile say the danger to the girl child, the advances on the girl child's education, all being rolled back there. Please donate as we think about planning our Global Day of the Girl in October. It's an opportunity for us to reach those girl childs and spread the message and have them speak to us about how they see the future. We're going to go straight now to another conversation that we had earlier in the week with people who are talking about domestic abuse very specifically, the Duchess of Cornwall, Gina Miller, and Suzanne Jacobs. I pass over to myself, as it were, doing that pre-record. The COVID crisis has brought us many frightening and unexpected things, but it's also brought something completely predictable, and that's a rise in domestic abuse. As soon as lockdown happened, the United Nations called immediately for urgent action to combat the worldwide surge in domestic violence. This is what the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, wrote on Twitter. I urge all governments to put women's safety first as they respond to the pandemic. But did they? Did they have the capability? Did they have the planning? Did they have the cultural attitude necessary to protect women, girls, and families from this surge in domestic violence? I think not. We're going to talk now to three women who've given a considerable amount of their time, their thinking, their energy, and their life commitment to the issue around domestic abuse. The first is Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cornwall, who is the president of WOW. Then we have Suzanne Jacobs, the CEO of Safe Lives. She was 10 years with the Indian charity Breakthrough. She was 10 years with the Home Office, but her real concern now is how we give safety to women, girls, and any people who are surviving domestic abuse. And the third is Gina Miller, a well-known activist committed to trying to bring transparency to the public stage and accountability. She spent 30 years campaigning against modern-day slavery, but she also has been prepared to speak on behalf of survivors like herself about domestic abuse. So I'm going to come first to you, Ma'am. You have given a lot of time, not only to being president of WOW, for which we're very grateful, but also to learning about the issues surrounding sexual violence, domestic violence, and speaking out on behalf of people who have less of a voice, who have a marginalised voice, or who indeed are invisible. And I'm interested to know, when did it happen to you, this realisation that you wanted to give your commitment, you wanted to lend your power and your voice to women who needed it, who needed to be heard, and that standing shoulder to shoulder with other women was a way that we could find of speaking together and making change together?
Jude, well, I can't actually pinpoint it because I'm in my 70s now, so I grew up in a time in the 50s and 60s when the landscape and the attitudes were very different. A huge amount has changed since then, particularly for women. So I think then I didn't really notice it so much because it was just part of the lifestyle. And I think it was a long time after that, after I got married, for the second time. And I started going around the country and doing official trips abroad, that I had the opportunities to listen and to talk to countless women all over the place. Many of them, Jude, while thinkings with you, we listened to the most incredible women and their stories. And it made me see at first hand the inequalities that disproportionately still affect women and girls. And this was particularly apparent in the areas of domestic abuse and sexual assault, two issues which I care very deeply about. And I think that's when my interest was really sparked. Of course, WOW is a catalyst. It brings people together from every walk of life to discuss these issues and many more, while celebrating the myriads of achievements of women and girls. And of course, as we all know, having a lot of fun. So I think it was the combination of my new role, probably meeting you, Jude, and getting involved with WOW, that I actually started to think about it a lot more and to talk to these women from all over the world. I mean, as you know, we've met the most amazing women in different parts of the continent who've told us these incredible stories. And of course, the more you listen to them, the more you think and the more you get interested. And I think that was really what started me off.
I recognise a lot of those attitudes from when I was growing up. It was okay, right up until I was a young woman, really, to say things like, well, I gave her a bit of a slapping, or, you know, I put her in her place, or you want to shut her mouth up. I mean, all these sorts of violent images around the idea of a partner owning their wife, including a physical ownership. And in fact, there were even cartoons, Andy Capp, I remember, where the punchline was the wife had a black eye, and that was sort of funny. Punch and Judy shows where Judy, if she was a nag, would get beaten up finally and put in her place. Really very violent images that we were all supposed to laugh at. So in theory, we've changed, but actually have we? Do you think we have? I mean, one of the things that I know you've put your mind to do is get rid of this idea of the taboo around speaking out, not just about violence, but about sexual violence, rape, sexual harassment, which used to always be perceived as something where the women had to keep silent. It was a shame. It was a taboo. You couldn't discuss these things. But, you know, we're creating a different environment now, aren't we? We need to speak out.
As you know, it's not a nice subject to talk about. And I think that's been one of its problems. It's been a taboo subject for so long that people just haven't talked about it. So I just thought to myself, if only we could get more people recognising this and, you know, stand up and gather together who know a lot more about it than I do and get them all talking together, we might be able to get somewhere. I have known people who've suffered from it, both men and women. And I think I when I sort of talked to them, I wanted to know more. I think I became more and more shocked by what was going on. But I think my interest was really fired when I went to visit the Rape and Sexual Assault Centre in Croydon. I think it was 13 or 14 years ago. And I'd never been to one of these places before. And I sat down at a table with a group of women, and you know, I wanted to talk to them and ask them about their experiences. And I could see the majority of these women were very, very frightened. They couldn't actually talk about it. I got one or two to tell their horrendous stories. But that was it, really. The others stayed stum. They didn't talk. And I think they just remained silent. And I think, as I said before, silence is corrosive because it leaves the victims feeling both shame and blame. I think I wanted to lift the shroud of the silence and get more women, children and men to talk about their experiences. And it is happening in a slow way, but it's such a traumatic experience that I think it becomes sort of locked into a compartment inside them, and it's very difficult to find the key to unlock it. But I think the more people, the more brave women I see getting up and speaking about their experiences, it inspires others. I think once they've heard some people talk about it, they think, well, maybe I could do that too. And I, in these centres, I've talked to, a lot of women and girls, and I said to them, would you be prepared to get up and say a few words? And they said, well, a few years ago, we wouldn't have thought about it, but now, I think we could. And I think if we could tap into some of these women to get them, on the radio, on the television to talk about it, I don't know, the whole taboo, I think, would be lifted. But it is happening. I mean, we were surrounded by wonderful people like Suzanne and Refuge and Women's Aid who are doing so much to help this. And the other thing, it can affect anybody. I don't think people realise, from any strata of society. It doesn't matter who you are. And I just want all these people to know that they're not alone and that there is help there. There's help out there, and let's train them to go and get this help. I think that's why I launched it at WOW this spring. Probably the last time we all saw each other before we were locked down. Hashtag everyone's problem, because it is everybody's problem. And I think now we have to go on and find a solution.
Ma'am, you're very committed to supporting Safe Lives, and you've travelled all over the world with WOW and with other international events looking at women and girls' situations. But I think I'm going to bring in Suzanne Jacobs, the CEO of Safe Lives, at this point, because if I'm right, you've been plotting something together and you're going to use WOW 24 Global to make an announcement.
Thank you, Jude. It has been the very best kind of plotting. I've enjoyed it hugely. I am fiercely proud and hugely honoured to say that the Duchess of Cornwall, Her Royal Highness, has agreed to become our patron at Safe Lives. We made that invitation after a number of events that we've held together over the last 4 years. So we extended that invitation earlier this year, and I'm absolutely delighted to say that she has accepted, which is a huge and exciting moment for us, and really a powerful moment for all of the survivors that we work with, both those who've had chance to meet the Duchess and those who have seen the pictures or read the newspaper articles that have followed. And the candour with which Her Royal Highness just spoke about this issue, and the way that she speaks to people directly and really listens, unravels some of the harm, the terrible harm that abusive people do to the people they're supposed to love the most. They tell them that they don't matter, that nobody cares about them, that nobody will believe them. And Her Royal Highness is making it absolutely clear that that is not true, that anybody who lives with an experience of domestic abuse is valuable, is going to be listened to. And I am so proud that we're going to have an ongoing relationship between Safe Lives and Her Royal Highness.
Ma'am, it's marvellous news that you're going to use your voice strengthening this space even further. I know that Suzanne and the charity are immensely grateful, and it's going to mean that you can carry on being a beacon of hope for people who really can't find visibility and aren't allowed to come out from the margins.
Well, firstly, I want to say how proud I am to have become patron of Safe Lives. And Safe Lives will always stick in my memory from the first visit I paid there. Diana Barron, who was the founder of Safe Lives, asked a friend of hers if she'd ask me to come to one of their meetings with, I think, half a dozen women who were talking about their experiences. And I arrived not quite knowing what to expect, and we all sat down in a circle, police, journalists, people with me, and we started to listen to the First Lady speaking very candidly, very bravely, and I promise you there wasn't a dry eye in the place. I mean, even the toughest men I could see with tears. We were all pretending that we got a cold and blowing our noses, but the experience was so moving. I mean, they had these incredibly eloquent young women telling their stories, the horrendous things that had happened to them. You know, we just couldn't believe it. And I think, again, that was the moment when I thought, goodness, I've got to do something to help these people. And I remember talking to one of the mothers who'd lost her daughter in the most horrific circumstances. And I said, look, I don't know what I can do to help, but I promise I'm going to do everything I can to try and bring this out into the open. So I'm incredibly, honoured to be part of it now. And I hope, when we're all released again, I'll be able to go out and meet a lot more people, especially after COVID, because I fear, and I know Suzanne's going to tell us a bit more, I fear that the numbers are going to be horrific.
Well, I know that in Hackney, which is one of the boroughs in London, they reported a 60% increase in the calls to emergency lines around domestic abuse when lockdown happened. Suzanne, can you tell us a little bit more about what's been happening during COVID from your point of view?
Well, I think the full picture is probably not going to emerge for quite some time to come. We know that people have slipped out of view even more than usual during lockdown, and that's children as well as adults, which is a really frightening prospect. And so we know that while there have been very large rises in calls to national helplines and local helplines, that probably even so isn't the full picture. We also know that there has been a very strong exaggerating effect on pre-existing inequalities between different women as well. So layered on top of lockdown and COVID and an abusive situation for some women, obviously they're also having to worry about things like their immigration status, or for some women worrying about either being in a caring role or themselves being looked after by a carer, and that carer situation may not always be a safe one. COVID has really exaggerated some of those underlying inequalities between different women within our society. And so we're fully expecting that now, as lockdown's starting to lift all around the world, that there will be a surge of girls and women coming forward and we hope being able to express their experiences and get the help that they need. But there will need to be a lot of attention to both those experiences and also some of those pre-existing inequalities as well.
So I'm interested in government response. When COVID hit, all the homeless were moved from the streets into accommodation immediately. And so it was clear we could do something when we needed to. Have we taken the same urgent action to protect survivors, to seek out families? What are we doing to make sure that we really are doing wholesale support at a time when we know this situation is so frightening?
We believe really strongly at Safe Lives, and so many of the survivors we speak to just cannot comprehend, why is it me who's being asked to leave my home? I have done nothing wrong. My children have done nothing wrong. Why is it me who's being asked to leave, to disrupt all of my networks, all of the things that are safe around me? And that person who's been abusive is staying in the home, staying in the property, and just living and carrying on as if nothing ever happened. So it is absolutely imperative that the government starts to take systemic action against those people who are using abusive behaviours against their partners and other people that they're supposed to care about. And that where somebody's going to be removed from the home, the default position should always be that it's the person causing harm who is removed, and that there are systems in place to make it safe and sustainable for that to happen. We're also really going to be encouraging the government to think about the role of the health service. We know, of course, the health service is under a great deal of pressure, but we also know that many people would much prefer to disclose their experience in a health setting than anywhere else. They don't want to go anywhere near the criminal justice system for many, many reasons. So we need all of our frontline health professionals to have that role. We need a really strong parity of esteem for frontline specialists and the organisations where they work, so they can always get around the table and make the case for the people that they're supporting. And we need equity for all of the different survivors who are facing abuse from many different backgrounds and situations, so that all of them can access the help that they need as fast as possible.
Something that disturbed me enormously was hearing that women were calling lines saying, I realise that we're not allowed to meet our relatives now, we're not allowed to meet our friends, we're only allowed to go out for 5 minutes a day. This is what it's like for me all the time, because my partner won't let me do those things. So am I an abused woman? And I realised that so many people don't understand that they're in these coercive and frightening relationships. And that's part of community education. We need to find a different way, don't we, of educating communities. Also, there's been some terrifying stories for disabled women, disabled partners who are doubly subject to isolation because carers can't visit, the normal services aren't available, and we know that disabled women suffer disproportionately in terms of violence. But I think we need to get a different attitude in communities. People need to call things out. They need to phone if there's suspicion going on. They need to be more involved. We need to understand more that this isn't about dysfunctional private relationships that have to be kept in a box, but this is about an epidemic in itself of attitudes that allow violence to happen, not just to individuals, but to entire families.
I think this is such an important part of how we change as a society, and you and Her Royal Highness have talked in the earlier part of this conversation about how things have changed over the years. But this is very much one of the next big shifts that we need, is that all of us feel really confident and entitled to act on our instincts about what's going on, either for ourselves or for other people. Because sometimes those instincts are very good, even if we don't know all the facts and figures, even if we don't know particular terms for the situation that we or somebody else might be in. There's just maybe an instinct. And, you know, many survivors will say that if somebody, they can't reach out in all situations for all of the reasons that we've been talking about. So we all, the rest of us, need to kind of hold on to the burden of reaching in to people who are experiencing harm, because they can't always reach out. And, you know, that might not immediately result in somebody disclosing, you know, this is happening to me and I need change. But if we reach in to people and say, I'm just a bit worried about you, or I haven't seen you so much recently, or do you feel okay at home? Do you feel safe at home? Just these really simple questions. Even if somebody can't act on them or doesn't want to act on them immediately, will lodge in their minds, somebody cared about me, somebody asked me, there was an open space for me to answer a question that maybe I couldn't broach for myself. And it may take a few weeks or months or even years, but that will, you know, resonate for somebody as the opportunity to change things. So all of us can take part in that, whether it's the DPD delivery driver or the chemist or the, you know, the person in the bank. Every single one of us can play a part in that, and we can all change these societal norms that we have to get rid of to make people safe.
So I think we know that this is about education and not just personal responsibility. We travel around the world, all of us. I go regularly with the Duchess to different areas who are amazed when they find out that so-called advanced countries, a terrible term in my opinion, but they never expect that we also will have huge levels of domestic abuse, because it's assumed that a country that is sort of tidy around the edges will have solved these problems, but not true at all. There's an enormous amount of cultural change that we have to make in order to give women proper safety. And I'm wondering again, really, whether we think that attitudes around this go very deep inside educational systems, the kind of idea that boys will be boys and girls have to put up with that. Gina, you're somebody who's spoken up about your own circumstances, and you said, I'm prepared to break myths. I want to bust open this idea that domestic abuse only happens to certain kinds of women in certain kinds of contexts. You know, that strong women, confident women, women who are educated, women who have a place in society, that somehow they're not affected by this issue. And I know that you're prepared to say, well, that's just a lie.
Oh, hello, Jude. And I have to say, I'm so moved by listening to the other two, speaking to the Duchess and to Suzanne, because it's brought back so many memories. Because there are taboos, and it's still, I use the word taboos, especially when it comes to violence as being thought of as being physical. Actually, the emotional, it's not just your body that somebody tries to break, it's your mind and your spirit. And if you have a broken mind and you have no idea who you are, how can you possibly reach out to help? And it's that systematic, day on day, trying to bring you down. And there seems to be a myth that it doesn't, as you say, happen to women of a certain educational class, whatever. And behind closed doors, whatever the facade, there can be violence. It is not about what your home looks like or what your living standard looks like. Coercive behavior sometimes can be even more destructive in those situations, because the violence comes later. The breaking of the spirit and the heart and every part of you comes first. And it's being played with, so that one day you're told you're beautiful and loved, and the next day being told you're ugly and alone and nobody loves you, nobody cares for you. And you end up in a place where you just feel as though you're drowning, and that all you want to do, literally all you want to do, is go to sleep and get some peace and not wake up. And and when you then speak out, to not be believed, to be told you're making it up, not just by friends and family, because mostly you can't reach out to them because they've already been manipulated into believing that you don't care about them, but the authorities, whoever it is, there is no one. So that's not only are you broken, but you're alone. And to not be believed is another burden on you. And so I wanted to speak out to say to women three things. One is, life can get better. You can survive, and there is a brighter day, because it's very difficult to remember that, or to even think that, when you're feeling so alone and so broken. And the other thing was to break the myth that it just happens to women who of a certain educational level. It is nonsense. And that you have a certain lifestyle, certain men who are successful couldn't possibly be perpetrators. There's those myths. And then the third thing I wanted to talk about is the signs. It's spotting the signs before it gets to the state where you don't know how to escape. And in lockdown, I think that's one of the things that people have started realizing, is that there are signs, and that there is a community responsibility. There is a collective responsibility, because coercive behavior doesn't just affect the woman, it affects the children, the generations at home. It creates a dysfunctional family life, which then has echoes and ripples through generations. So it is not just one person that it affects. And for me, my daughter, I have a special needs daughter, and I say, in an odd way, she saved me, because I thought I was going mad. I honestly thought I was insane, and that of course I didn't fall down the stairs, or I was somehow incapable of being a normal human being, because that's what I was being told. Until she just one day sort of very casually said to me, when I said my back was hurting, and she said, "Oh no, mummy, you're bleeding because he pushed you down the stairs." And that was a light bulb moment for me, because if she hadn't had said that, I would have thought it was all in my head. I would have thought he had spent years, and this is not something that happens overnight or every day. It can take years. It can build. And I tell you, when you're broken, it is so difficult to reach out and ask for help. So Suzanne's idea, can I say, is so amazing, to talk about people who trust. And I know that GPs, medics, the medical profession, who I turn to, and many women like myself would turn to, because we trust them, because we feel nobody else will believe us. But also the idea that I had to put one suitcase for me, one suitcase for my daughter, in the back of the car, and sneak away in the middle of the night and leave every part of my life when I did nothing wrong. So the idea again, why should the perpetrators be able to carry on their lives as normal, and to then blame you? Because the other thing is, when the woman leaves, societal norms are weighed with the fact that you must have done something wrong. You must have been in the wrong because you're the one who had to leave, rather than them leaving. It sends a very strong negative sense to those around you that you are the wrong, you were wrong, so you had to leave. You were not the one who was protected and could be kept in a safe home. So all of these things I want to talk about because I know how difficult it is. And women tell me all the time, we can't speak out because people will look at us differently. People will see me as weak. Actually, it takes real strength to speak out when you're so frightened and to try and rebuild your life for you and your loved ones. That takes the most brave, I mean, nothing else, in my view, takes such bravery.
Gina, I noticed that trauma came very near to you when you were recounting your personal circumstances. How could it not? And I'm also aware at this point when Black Lives Matter is speaking out that we ask survivors, we ask people who have had the repeated experience of humiliation, of violence, of lack of inclusion. We ask them to be the spokesperson for their survival and also to educate society. And it's such a lot to ask. Shouldn't we be taking more responsibility ourselves to say, we need more imagination, we need more empathy, and we need more clarity about how we personally get involved. This is not an individual issue. This is about a society attitude, and there's so much more to change. And of course, boys and men are at the core of this. Not that boys and men aren't affected by violence themselves. Of course, they absolutely are. But the issue becomes, why is it always women standing up to talk about domestic violence? Where are the men? What are we going to do about that? How do we change the optics of who takes responsibility for this conversation?
I was going to say, Jude, that I don't feel alone. that is such a big difference, and that's changed. 16 years ago, I felt completely alone, that I couldn't tell even my family, I couldn't tell anyone. So that is, to feel you're not alone has already shifted the dial. But there is so much work to do, because I think we must now go look at the nuance. That was a big, bridge to cross to even make it a conversation we could have like we can have now. And for people to recognize that it is happening in their neighborhood, in the house next door, in places of work, in their colleagues. That is a huge leap. But now we have to look at the nuance. Now we have to look at how do we change this so it doesn't happen in the future. And one of the things I know is not always well received is what about the perpetrators? Because there's also an element of this where you have to break the cycle, because there is evidence that those who have suffered, especially children, can then become perpetrators because there are learned behaviors. They're not learning safe and loving relationships. So we have to also talk to perpetrators. We have to do more work with children because they are traumatized as well. They have to live with the consequence of what they've seen, a relationship, the behaviors they've seen and grown up with. And many young women I've worked with over the years, unfortunately, fall into relationships with men who maybe mimic the behavior they've seen their fathers do, and because they think that's a normal behavior, that they haven't learned what a healthy relationship is. And these are all things we have to teach as well. So it's much more complicated than just thinking it's about the perpetrator and the victim, or just about the victim. It's actually about everyone who's touched by that trauma.
So, Mom, I'm coming back to you for the final word. There's going to be a post-COVID moment. It might be a world that looks quite different from the one that we've got used to. But in that post-COVID moment, you now, as a patron of Safe Lives, as the president of WOW, as somebody who's stood up and prepared to be counted around the issue of violence against women, exclusion and inequality and lack of justice around girls and women, what do you hope for in this next phase as governments say they're going to build back better? How do you want to use your voice of power?
Well, whatever happens, I'm going to keep banging the drum till people listen to me, till there's a hole in it. But I want to get it out to many more people. I want to get it out to the, obviously the media are particularly helpful to, if they write stories about it. I mean, I think people like Gina talking about it and also to get to others to talk about it, to get others to talk to, as Gina was saying, to teach young people about healthy and loving relationships. You know, after all, a lot of the abusers were probably abused as children themselves. So I think we've got to get to the younger generation. We've got to find ways of getting to them and teaching them early. So if we're able to teach them early, hopefully it's not going to escalate as they get older. I think also the most important thing is to talk and to tell people they are not alone. I know Safe Lives have a lot of people working for them, but I was talking to Suzanne yesterday, and many, many more are needed, especially after COVID. I mean, I don't know how they're going to cope with the numbers, but I think we need more people, you know, joining this cause, more, you know, to train volunteers. There are hundreds of people out there who are wanting to do something to help. You do obviously have to have a bit of training, but I think we need more people involved. We need more people speaking about it, and I think it's just got to be. It's got to be a normal thing to talk about. It's been, the silence has been going on for too long. We don't want silence anymore. We want the victims, or the victims in some cases, they like to call themselves quite rightly, we want them to be heard. We don't want silence any longer. We want them to get up there and talk about it and tell others and warn others that, you know, it's you're not alone. It's not just you. It's happened to thousands of people, and I think we need a sort of worldwide push to put it on the map. And I've every intention of doing what I can, and that's why I think WOW is brilliant. You know, WOW is a perfect platform to, you know, to get the story over. I mean, when I was able to make that speech in the spring, I think it was in March, it was just a wonderful way of telling, you know, talking to a lot of women about domestic abuse and sexual violence. And I think the more one's able to do that, and others are able to do that, I think we will. I've seen so much progress since I've, you know, been part of it, but it's not going to go away. And in an ideal world, we'll all like to see the end of domestic abuse forever, but I fear in my lifetime it won't happen. But I'd just like to get people talking about it, get more people helping, and just getting it out there. So, as I said, I will keep banging on till it happens. So, as I said, we can't do it without the likes of Suzanne and Gina and all the rest of these wonderful women who have done so much to bring it to the fore. So I really want to thank them for what they're doing. It wouldn't happen without them. So thank you, Suzanne. Very proud to be part of Safe Life. I'm equally proud to be president of WOW. I think it ties in very nicely. WOW and Safe Lives, they work together like, you know, the horse and carriage. We sort of fit. And Gina for being marvellous and being able to go out and talk to people and tell people about her experiences and help a lot of others who are in the same situation. And anyway, as I said, I shall keep doing my best.
So we know that everybody around this table, as it were, is committed to education and to change, bringing their voice. Let's make sure everybody on the call that we're all committed to that as well. I want to say something specific about trans women. That trans women suffer a disproportionate likelihood of having violence in their lives, and that's something that we need to care about together. And boys and men. You can never have enough conversations and include boys and men enough. They are part of this change that we need to enact. And there are so many who want to be part of that change, and there are others still refusing to come to the table. Let's make a concerted effort and make it something we do together. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Rashna Haas. I'm very happy to take part in this festival, Wow, Women of the World. I was planning to shoot outside today, but due to the amazing Berlin weather, we're shooting from my apartment. I'd love to share with you a song that's called Desert. It's the title track from my upcoming album. And for me, this song speaks about the search of identity. And I wrote it right before moving from Palestine to Berlin. And here we go. Please take it all away. I am nobody I could name. Myself I float upon pearls. Some songs, they've been buried for years. Myself, I'm a desert torn. I was born on the mountain by the sea. The west drapes east, my west disease. I'm a little beast hiding up the street. In a little room with a little bed, on this dusty floor lies a human flesh. Time melts out my eyes as my heart is bleeding quarter tones. And I sail on this song with the The Dead Sea used to be alive. She had a woman and a child, and she couldn't live at home. She said she wandered lost, and she wandered west to the place where the Bible spoke of God, all their temples and their floods. They hung her on a cross. She is a language no one dared to talk. Sweet bleeding palms and the breeze of death, they buried her. She is a roaring breath. Time melts out her eyes as her heart is bleeding quarter tones. And she sails on the
created especially for this WOW Global 24. Some of you may have just tuned in. Some of you may have been watching the session that we've just done about domestic abuse. And there were some very powerful statements there from the Duchess of Cornwall, from Susan Jacobs, from Safe Lives, and Gina Miller herself as a survivor. And we talked in that session about boys and men, their own experience of violence in the home, their own ability to deal with it, their own displacement of that violence into other activities, and the issue of perpetrators and how they also find help, change their behaviour, and all the things that are so complex about this and so little talked about. And I just want to draw your attention to the fact that on this 24-hour marathon, tomorrow morning UK time at 9 o'clock, you'll hear from Sir Patrick Stewart, himself a survivor as a child of domestic violence, and how that affected him and why he's then become a patron of refuge. And it's a powerful and disturbing story from him. A man who, in his 80s, still can live this out in a way that he admits is still traumatic. We're moving now to our next session. This is session 2 of education. If you're joining us, we're exploring 6 themes, 3 times as the world turns around its 24-hour cycle. I'm Jude Kelly, founder of the WOW Foundation, and we always bring together girls and women and boys and men from right across the world as much as we can. We've never been able to do it at such a scale as we were able to do with WOW Global online in this way. Of course, if you're a digital native and if you have access to digital, which not everybody does, then you're going to find this perhaps a bit easy peasy. But for lots of people, this is quite a revolution, quite a change of behaviour, and something which brings about, I think, the potential for great solidarity if we use it wisely. So, change making in education. How do we teach girls to have ambition? How do we teach them that they can own subjects that they've been told historically are not for them? How can we make them leaders quickly so that they inform in an intergenerational way adults who are still putting up gates and blocks and obstacles to the dreams and ambitions that girls have? And how do we persuade families and governments that education won't just transform girls' lives or their communities' lives or their countries' lives, but actually the whole world will be transformed if girls have the fullest possible education and then turn around and educate boys and men as well. Thanks very much to all the supporters who've made this work possible through the year. And this particular session, we're very pleased to be joined by 5 wonderful speakers. The first of whom is Suzanne Warner, who's head of community engagement and founder of Girl for Tech at MasterCard. So, Susan, can I come first to you? Hello and welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. Such an important dialogue. I really appreciate being here and discussing how we can advance women and girls in this world today. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. We'll come back to what you do. I want to hear all about it. But I'm next going to one of the very few men who's joined us for our 24 hours, Chen Oba, who's co-founder and chief executive officer of Purposeful. Nice to see you there. Thanks for being here.
It is a pleasure. As I said, I'm really honored to be here, especially to talk about something I'm incredibly passionate about. My organization, Purposeful, our ambition is to remake the world with and for girls. So this is right up our alley.
A friend and an ally and an accomplice even in turning WOW into something that's a global movement is Mandu Reid. She's the leader of the Women's Equality Party. Hello, Mandu, how are you?
I'm very well indeed. I'm here because the Women's Equality Party is the first and only feminist political party in Britain. And for me, feminism is about fairness, freedom, and everybody fulfilling their potential. To explore and really looking forward to hearing how the conversation unfolds, another F word, as we go.
So I'm now joined as well on this panel by 2 young women who are still in secondary education. Nusrat Nurzaman, who is there. Hello, Nusrat. Currently a student at Mulberry School. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm here today to speak about Islamophobia within education and how that kind of interacts with misogyny and sexism as well, and how that has effects on like Muslim girls, especially considering I go to Mulberry School for Girls, which is a majority Muslim school.
Thank you. And finally, but not least, is Katya Dajalo Kamara, who's a year 12 student from Mulberry Academy, Shoreditch. Hello, there you are. I know that you're a poet. We're not asking you to read your poetry today, but thank you for joining this panel.
Hi, my name is Katya, and I'm really happy that I've been given the opportunity to talk about something that I find an important issue to talk about.
Okay, so let's get back to this whole idea. I'm going to start with you, Susan, about what girls think is for them and what they've been told is for them and what other people have decided is for them. Earlier today, we had a reading by Tandy Newton of Amroth Wright, who was an immunologist and a biologist at the turn of 1914. He wrote a kind of scientific reason for why women shouldn't get the vote. And I think we're still bedeviled by the idea that there are subjects that girls do and subject boys do. And as a result, we steer our girls and women away from subjects where we're not only they deserve to learn, but we need their knowledge. So can you tell us a little bit about the work that you've been founding at MasterCard and how that's going?
Sure. I've been listening to the sessions today, this morning, this afternoon, and I'm so struck by the sense of urgency and the sense of purpose every speaker has. In light of what's literally going on around the world, perhaps more than ever, we desperately need more women in STEM to find life-saving solutions, to be the problem solvers and the future leaders of the world. 85% of the day-to-day buying decisions are made by women. And we at MasterCard know that we will produce better products, services, and even our technology with a 50-50 male-female representation. But there's a lot of forces working against us. In the next 10 years, almost 90% of the jobs will be STEM related. But we know that only 1 in 20 women are pursuing STEM careers versus 1 in 5 men. And this gap is wide, and it's across the globe. But here's what we know. One of the most powerful tools we can create gender equality is through education. And companies like ours can help play a role. We also know that role models and mentors can expose girls to STEM and make a difference in leveling the playing field. To help fill the gap, 6 years ago, I created Girls for Tech to create the next generation of tech enthusiasts. With our employees serving as role models and mentors, our program focuses on payments technology, of course, fun, engaging activities in cryptology, fraud detection, AI, cyber, big data, digital convergence, and more. Today, we've hosted programs in 29 countries in 14 languages, and we've reached nearly 1 million girls, thanks to the hard work of the most amazing employees, over nearly 5,000 of them. We believe girls need to learn more about the variety of STEM careers that are out there, including payments technology and hot fields like cyber and AI and blockchain. I can literally say there's not a girl in the world who walks into our building saying they want to be a fraud detective, but they do on the way out. How powerful is that? Our goals for this program are very simple. We want to introduce the different types of STEM careers, showcase that it takes all kinds of interests and skills to pursue a STEM career. And maybe this is the most important. Bring our hearts and minds to work at MasterCard to make a difference in the lives of girls around the world. Here's our quick motto. We firmly believe the more these girls can see it, the more they can be it.
Okay, so that idea that if you can see it, you can be it relates very strongly to whether or not we're given our own histories. I mean, girls have been involved in STEM, in inventing computers, flying aeroplanes, being engineers, early immunologists, scientists, discoverers, explorers, technicians, designers, but something about that fact never gets played back to girls. Somehow our history keeps being buried. And of course, if you're a girl of color, a black girl, you will find it's even harder to access that history of achievement. And so what is it that's making people continually bury the idea that girls already have a history in some of these subjects?
You know, I do think we tend to focus on the negative a little bit. We talk about the lack of girls pursuing STEM, but we don't do enough to celebrate, like what you just mentioned, the women who are have incredibly successful careers in STEM. I think we have to focus on that. And of course, encourage early and often, and really showcase the fabulous jobs that are out there, lucrative jobs. We don't want these girls leaving them off the table. We want them to be 50-50, creating technology, creating products and services.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for the work that you do, because I think sometimes people can assume that, you know, because you're working inside a corporate, that somehow is your job as opposed to your mission. But, you know, we all do things in different ways from different places, from different platforms. And I know there are so many women inside corporates who are trying to change the world urgently. And obviously, if you have the tools, if you have the mechanisms, and if you have the platforms that like MasterCard does, and you're choosing to use it for social good, that's got to be great for everybody. So thank you, Susan. I'm going to come on now to Chenor. You founded Purposeful. I mean, you've been a campaigner since you were 15. I think you founded the Children's Forum Network, which, when you were 15, which is a mass movement of children to demand the voices are heard in the peace and reconciliation efforts after Sierra Leone's civil war. So, like many young people, you knew that your voice needed to be heard. Then in 2018, you were appointed the UNICEF Executive Director on this international task force on workplace gender discrimination and harassment. I joked with you earlier that you're one of the few men on the panel. I shouldn't really joke, because actually, you know, we very much need boys and men's voices. And you are running basically a feminist movement. Feminism is something which doesn't just belong to women, as you obviously claim. But can you tell us a little bit about how you're going about giving girls the educational tools to understand why they are needed and also why they deserve their rights?
Thank you so much for having me. People always ask, how come a man who is clearly from a Muslim background in an extremely conservative society like Sierra Leone will be not only interested in leading, but known and be very vocal about my feminist identity and make this the cause of my life? I always respond, how come not? I was born and raised in a poor society, in a poor family, raised by a single mom. And I have seen, because of being a refugee, I've seen the face of injustice. If you care about those two things, poverty and injustice, you cannot not care about the empowerment of girls. When I started as an activist trying to move and get children's voices into a peace process, I learned very quickly that the way that brings together all forms of injustice that holds our society back was how the society was suppressing girls' opportunities, especially as it relates to education. So what I've done in my career, and also what I was going to say is, I've also learned that the forces of hate everywhere. I was privileged to work with Malala. I'm here in Sierra Leone, I know about Boko Haram. They all have one thing in common: the patriarchy. They want to deprive girls and women from accessing education and being free. So what we do at Purposeful is to try to create a revolution that is led by women and girls, mostly girls, because that's where we have to start. And how we do that is to support girls' groups to come together, to have the space to imagine, to link them up with mentors. I'm so happy you mentioned mentors, because in many schools in Sierra Leone, there are no female teachers. We have less than 30% of our entire school system where are female teachers, less than 30%. No wonder only about 1 in 10 girls will graduate from school from those that enter school in the first year. It's a massive problem. And it's not just the fact that girls do not have access to education fully, it's the nature and type of education that they have. So what we're doing is complementing the education system. We're creating spaces for girls where they come together, where they can play, where they can imagine, where they can have access to radical kind of education that helps them understand the tools of oppression that is used against them and giving them the tools as well to confront that. And that includes making sure that they're exposed to STEM, knowing that technology is something that's open to them. Science is something that they can have access to and they can dream and they can imagine. But apart from all of that, it's also making sure they have access to resources because the revolution needs to be funded. So we provide not just financial literacy education, but we are now also investing in innovative ways to make sure that girls in formal groups can have access to money that they can use in their communities. And that revolution simply means instead of selling your body for money, you have access to money where you can buy food for your kid, where you can do other things. And that, we believe, is the foundation of the revolution that we need in this country and in societies like ours, so that girls can live in their full power.
I think that it's this issue of independence, of financial independence, that is really critical to education. Because when girls are in a situation where they're kind of a supplicant to a government or a supplicant to their family or to their community, please, can I have some education? And then even if they have that education, they can't necessarily live it out properly in terms of employment because they haven't got enough independence culturally, but also just financially. I think this is a key thing that societies need to recognise. And of course, the absolutely undue level of responsibility that girls all over the world are asked to take on very quickly around domestic responsibilities. But I'm interested just to stay with this for a second, because you were 15 when you became an activist. You were probably younger than that, actually, but you know that was when you were recognised as being an activist. And children who grow up in war zones, children refugees, children in traumatic situations, they have to grow up very quickly, and they understand the language of disparity and you know the injustice that they experience daily. Whereas an awful lot of people are protected. They have safety. They have education. And so the very people who have a voice are the ones who are not fighting for the people who haven't got a voice. So presumably a lot of your work is also educating people who have power to understand that they need to do more with it.
Absolutely. And the way we try to do that is to leverage the authentic voice of the people who are oppressed. Making sure, because part of oppression is just being silent or being silenced, not silenced, because the fact is people who are oppressed oftentimes have ways of expressing themselves, except the system is created in a way that deprives those voices from being heard. And that's what perpetuates injustice, that's what perpetuates oppression. So in Sierra Leone, for example, in our work, we have a radio show, we're trying to model good behavior for girls, we try to bring girls' voices out. And in my life, one of the things that I've really tried to do and be myself is to be able to have platforms and create platforms to tell stories, important stories of voices that are often marginalized. And I think in a society like ours, where too many times the voice of girls are also not heard, that's one of the things we're trying to change, to make sure girls are not only visible, but also heard.
Mm-hmm. So similarly, in a way, to Susan's work with MasterCard, it's about creating the platforms that girls can own and make change happen, and then amplifying those voices from whatever place that you find yourself in. Mandu, you know, you were the first person to become a woman of colour leading a political party in the UK, and recognised by Apolitical as one of the top 100 most influential people in global gender policy, alongside Michelle Obama, Melinda Gates and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Not a bad list to be part of. But I know that you've been concerned, as we all are, with the curriculum. I mean, the Black Lives Matter moment informs everybody that we are totally ignorant of our shared history of racial injustice, of our shared history of colonialism, of our shared histories generally. But girls are left high and dry, aren't they, with the curriculum in general, to understand what it is that they have done, but also, you know, what it is that we now need to teach them that will make them think about things in a different way. So talk to us a little bit about this issue of the curriculum.
Yeah, I think I want to talk a little bit more broadly than just the curriculum, because I think what we need to examine here is the entire education ecosystem. So it's not
Yeah.
just the content of what's taught, it's also the messengers. It's who is standing up and fronting that content, who is representing ideas, who is making decisions, be they editorial decisions or day-to-day decisions about what to focus on or how to illustrate certain concepts in the classroom. And, you know, it was Audre Lorde who said, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And I think when you're talking about education, that's really, really crucial, because education is, as I said, if my definition of feminism holds, you know, about freedom, fairness, and everyone fulfilling their potential, it's foundational. If you want to pursue equality between the races, between genders, education is at the core, because schools incubate the values and norms of any society. So the curriculum's super important. You've got to make sure that the way ideas are presented don't reinforce perceptions about who has status and who doesn't. But it's also making sure, like Cherno mentioned, that the balance of the workforce that is there presenting these ideas, inspiring young people, you know, represents the people that are there in the classroom. And, you know, you wanted us, Jude, to kind of come with ideas and solutions and things that could sort of not only highlight the problems, but things that could help, you know, dissolve those problems. And I have this idea, and it links to some of the stuff we promote in the Women's Equality Party, because this stuff is very, very political, of education doulas, right? Until you can sort out the representation issue, because you can't overnight click your fingers and suddenly have a 50-50 workforce and 50-50 leadership in a school environment. But what you can do is you can use the concept of doulas, where you train people who, in the context of healthcare, doulas are companions who are not healthcare professionals who support an individual through a process. Why can't you do something similar in the context of education, while behind the scenes you're working really hard to get, and this is a government responsibility, 50-50 representation in leadership in schools and also in the teacher workforce. You can bring people in that have lived experience of the issues that don't get enough airtime in the classroom. You can bring women into the classroom to illustrate concepts and ideas. Like you said, Susan, you know, women who have done brilliant things in STEM, you know, those women, even if they're not teachers themselves, can be examples that are presented to the boys and girls in a classroom context to help blow open everyone's imagination. And it's not just the girls, it is the boys too, people of color as well. If you're talking about Black history, there are fantastic Black historians in this country. And I think there's a job to be done to actually make sure that content is created. In the digital age, you can create content that can be showing in 1,000 schools simultaneously with those Black historians representing that content. It's not rocket science. And I think with COVID disrupting our school system, we got a chance to do as Audre Lorde would recommend and use a whole different set of tools to rebuild what we want education to be. Curriculum, representation, power dynamics in the classroom for boys and for girls. It's not the moral case, it's also a business case here. It will serve the recovery that we are trying to build in the aftermath of COVID if we take the opportunity now to restart and rethink and reimagine. And it is political. Don't let anybody tell you it isn't.
I think it's okay. I mean, political is something that we've relied on history to be political, to get us the rights that we've got. We don't need to stop now. You know, I think that this fear of political, which is basically looking at systems and rethinking how they operate and then making change happen in terms of power distribution. I don't understand really why authorities are so frightened of the idea that the things that they've championed from dead people in the past shouldn't be the things that we're asking people who are alive now to do. You know, first thing, I get a bit sick by people playing Beethoven's Ninth over and over again as a symbol of, you know, freedom when the Berlin Wall falls or any other opportunity. But, you know, not being able to understand that a radical musician now is the voice that you probably need to hear from. So I think that we've just got to get authorities to be less frightened of the idea of activism. What's more useful than active citizenship? Nusrat, can I come to you? I seen you nodding at a number of things, and I know that you're really passionate about healthcare, about a number of things, about education and girls, and you're going to be studying medicine, I think, in September at UCL. But you want to, I think, specifically also alert people and educate people to the impact of Islamophobia and the stupidity and ignorance that circles around this in societies, the myths, the attitudes that go unchallenged too much of the time. Can you talk to us about, how you want to educate us to stop society repeating these problems?
Just to give like a little bit of background context. So I live in Tower Hamlets and I go to Mulberry School for Girls. My situation is like many others in this area and at this school. I am the daughter of Bangladeshi immigrant parents who are Muslim and working class. This is echoed across the borough. The large Muslim, which accounts for about 38%. Almost a third of people in Tower Hamlets are of Bangladeshi descent, which gives me a strong sense of my own community and comfort in this identity. Tower Hamlets is also home to the highest rates of child poverty, doubling the UK's average at 31%. However, Mulberry is a school that has provided me with lots of opportunities. Not my religion, nor my ethnicity, nor my economic status have ever felt like barriers when considering access to these opportunities. We are always encouraged to challenge ourselves in many different ways. Though it's important we do this in ways without feeling as though we would be judged for our social status. For me, I took part in Model United Nations conferences. These are an opportunity for students to develop writing and negotiating skills through the medium of debate. The first conference I ever attended was in Year 7 and I was captivated. The tenacity and vigour with which these students debated with allowed my own passion to be ignited. This gave me the drive to continue for the next 5 years. One of the most amazing Model UN experiences I've had included attending an international conference in Singapore. I was so excited. It was my first international conference and preparation was a long process. I felt so ready for this new challenge. However, it was very clear in our first interactions with these students, the barriers present were not the challenges posed by debate, but our position in society as young Muslim women from a working class background. One of the other girls on the trip carefully noted that debate rooms resembled Apple stores because of the abundance of MacBooks. With our school-issued laptops, we certainly stood out. After the opening of the conference, we were faced with a new style of debate. I was nervous, but again, excited to be challenged. However, this unfortunately wasn't the case. Instead of insightful about the debate, suggested solution, I heard statements that were Islamophobic, homophobic, and misogynistic. These people hid behind the pretenses of country stances and the lang debate in order to voice these truly toxic misconceptions of Islam. It wasn't an isolated comment, but rather a group of individuals thrived on the atmosphere created as bystanders were too afraid to speak up on behalf of people who were hurt by these perceptions. Their ignorance was a product of their privilege. What shocked me most about this experience was not that people had these views in the first place. I am not a stranger to these perceptions of my religion and my community. I just had not expected these opinions to house themselves in my safe place. It unsettled me, the place where I had challenged discrimination, yet here I was on the receiving end of such treatment. What I took away from this experience was that we must take up these positions despite our discomfort in order to challenge these views and tackle discrimination. This experience clarified to me how ignorance is compliance and bystanders in the face of adversity must do better and stand up for those affected. In that moment, it was made very clear to me that my position in society as a second-generation working-class immigrant, a Muslim and a woman, was something that I had to endure about. Yet, these interactions reminded me that the richness of my culture, my heritage, and my knowledge is in fact a huge strength. I am here because of who I am. I will never be ashamed of my origins. It will be a source of pride that I reach new heights without the more apparent advantages that others have. We have to take our rightful spaces in these uncomfortable situations in order to combat discrimination.
I think that's inspiring. It's inspiring because it's also a trauma that you're reliving, and you're owning it, and you're saying it, and you're carrying it in order that people who don't understand, or who do very much understand but don't feel they can have a voice, can find out and make change happen. Which is exactly why we need the opportunity for girls like yourself to have space, platforms and tools and resources to make change happen. So thank you for that enormous contribution. And I'm going to go to Katya. Katya, tell me why you think that it's important that girls are educated in the way that Susan said, which is that they've got to be able to be given full options about what subjects they could take part in, whether it be football, rugby, being an astronaut. Tell me a little bit about why you think it's so important that girls' potential must be realised.
First of all, I'd like to start off by saying hello, and that everyone's speeches that I've heard today has been extremely powerful, and I've really enjoyed hearing them. So, as a Black African girl, I've heard so many times that, oh, you're a woman, you need to cook, clean for your husband, because, you know, you need to do all of that. And I've seen growing up that that's, like, it's reinforced. And honestly, if it wasn't for education, I'd probably be stuck in that mindset that I have to cook and clean and provide for my husband. I strongly believe that education liberates mindsets and invokes changes that helps people to help break the toxic ideologies that is reinforced within the family. And to answer your question about, so can you repeat that, please? The rugby.
Well, in a way, you're answering it already. But you know why education is important for girls to have as a right.
It's important for girls to have that as a right because because by girls being educated, it shows how we as a society has changed from a modernist society into a postmodernist society where anyone is able to become anything. For example, as I took part in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, where I was able to walk for miles and you know, challenge people in like how far you can walk and all of that. And back in the day, that would have been looked down upon. And I feel like by me being able to do that, it just shows how far we've come as a society. Furthermore, I believe that by girls being educated, education is important for girls because around the world, girls are being put down and abused due to their vulnerability and lack of knowledge of their rights. So I believe that if a girl is educated, she's able to challenge those ideologies the same way I have been able to challenge colorism within the Black community through poetry. I feel like by girls being educated, through poetry, I've been able to tackle colorism within the Black community. And I believe that if girls are educated and are able to use their talents, you'd hear many different voices around the world which voice different oppressive regimes that are happening around the world.
Thank you. And I'm glad you've talked about your poetry, because it's very often the case that when people start embarking on this idea of education, people put in the idea that there's a hierarchy about education, that everything has to be about academic education, that you're not allowed to explore the creative arts. Often girls aren't encouraged to play sport and excel in sport. In fact, in the UK, they were one of the great football teams in the 1930s, and then the FA banned women's football until the 1970s. So, often girls begin projects in history and then are pushed back again. The great poets that have existed throughout history that have been women, and yet often girls are told, well, that's not really for you. I mean, I'm third generation immigrant Irish, and my grandmother left school when she was 12. She had 14 children. And my group were the first to go to university and being told really we had to be doctors and accountants and lawyers if we had a chance, because that was a sort of the proper thing to do. Me going into the arts was thought to be a bit kind of weird in a way. But I think with support, we shouldn't be channeling girls or boys into feeling that they have to go through certain steps and certain routes that society has decided for them. And I think both of you, if I can say this, as Mulberry girls, are a demonstration of the fact that if a school is prepared to be political with a small p about radical imagination, radical change in education, then you are naturally the leaders, not of tomorrow, but of today, actually. I'm going to come back to you, Susan, because in the STEM subject, so I mean, I always want to talk about STEAM as well, to include the arts. But nevertheless, it is absolutely true that girls are still sort of waylaid from the idea that they should get involved in STEM subjects, which are higher paid than other professions, and so women almost like discount themselves from having as much economic value in that way. And also, we know from Carolyn Credo-Perez's book about design that unless women are involved in designing AI, unless women are involved in designing financial fintech, etc., all of these things, then actually the way that women live their lives is missed out from design and technology, which is often absolutely fatal. If you just took seatbelts as an example, women not designing seatbelts meant that the male body was always used as a kind of crash victim, resulting in a hugely higher percentage of women dying through car crashes because the seatbelts weren't designed for their body. So, you know, there are all kinds of these practical examples. Can you tell us a bit more about how you're rolling out the work that you're doing with MasterCard? What do you actually make happen with the project that you do, Girls for Tech?
Oh, sure. So with Girls for Tech, we do the program in two different ways. One is designed for our employees to serve as role models and mentors, and that's throughout the world. Like I said, 29 countries right now, where our employees are serving as the mentors, and girls are coming to our buildings, or we're going to the schools. They learn a little bit about their skills. They crack codes. They learn the difference between symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption. They're listening for potential fraud. They're solving problems with big data. These are very interactive, engaging activities, something I call sneaky learning. They're having a whole lot of fun, but they're also getting exposed to a whole lot of STEM careers, like a cybersecurity expert, like an AI expert, cryptologist, big data expert. So this is the first part of the program. Then we want them to come back for a deeper dive into cybersecurity, AI, and blockchain. We also have a high school program, or in secondary school, where the girls work together and in teams, and they collaborate, and they create products and services based on technology. We also have a coding program, which we run in the US and Pune and Vadodara. Again, what we want to do is intrigue them about different types of STEM careers, and then keep them coming back. And the other way we scale Girls for Tech is through customized curricula that we create for partners, and then they deploy that curricula through their infrastructure. So partners like Scholastic and Be Better China, RNA, Major League Baseball. So that way we're getting the word out as quickly and as fast as possible, so that these girls really understand that there's so much opportunity out there, that their skills really connect with the STEM career. Everyone thinks, oh, you got to be great at math and science. Well, you know what? To me, the best skill to have is being curious, being enthusiastic. And that's what we really want to relate to these girls, is that there's so much potential out there.
And Mandu, I mean, that also relates, doesn't it, to role modeling, as you were saying, like who's doing the teaching, who's in the room,
yeah.
You know, who's in charge and in control of the resources, so that you're saying, well, you know, the possibilities are there because I'm standing here and I'm one of them.
Yeah, and it's important, basically, you know, when you're talking about education, from the cradle to the graduation ceremony, right? And I'm talking about, higher education graduation ceremony, because we know that at age 6 years old, this is just in the UK, a significant critical mass of young girls already believe that brilliance is a male trait. And so the curriculum, like I've already said, has a role to play, and we do need to decolonize and demisogynize all of our curriculums, right from early years all the way up to university. But I think a lot of the stuff you talked about, Susan, is applicable here around making and imbibing people, girls especially, with self-belief, so that they believe in themselves. And so boys also observe girls believing themselves. And so you create this dynamic between boys and girls, young men and women, adults, of respect between the genders. And that's what I mean when I say education is such an important foundational role to play, because it does shape how us. That's why education is used by, say, fascist and extremist regimes in all of the wrong ways, because of how important it is to shaping society. So yeah, just really want to reinforce what everybody said. And I want to just say, you two Mulberry young ladies, you're brilliant, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
The other thing I think is important about education, which is to do with a sort of social understanding, is that this issue of vulnerability, doubt, curiosity, not knowing things, in order for the Black Lives Matter movement and the Say Her Name movement to really infiltrate so that we all own it as society, white people like myself have got to give up the idea that we know stuff. We've got to be vulnerable. We've got to change an idea of ownership altogether. But because people value certainty, they're always sort of suggesting from male leadership that somehow knowing and being certain is a way of being a leader. That actually influences the ability of girls and women, I think, to identify themselves as leaders. And you, Mandu, as the first woman of colour leading a political party in the UK, what I noticed about your behaviour is, of course, you're fantastically expert and fantastically vivid and knowledgeable, but you're also prepared to say, I am me, just me, and I'm still able to be a leader. And I think we have to kind of educate girls and women as well to understand that leadership doesn't have to look like one thing.
Yeah, there doesn't have to be that. We don't only have to follow the male template of leadership, because I think we need a different template. We need to give a different template a chance. The last 1,000 years have shown us that. So, I totally agree with you, Jude, on that point.
Chinor, I mean, you as a male leader, I imagine, but I don't know you well enough yet, but looking at all the work that we've had on our screens and are still going to have from your organisation, the girls feel very empowered. They feel very delighted, actually, to be girls. And that's a very important thing. Self-love, self-belief, girls do matter. But has that changed the way that you, as a man, have modelled your own leadership style?
Absolutely. I mean, as a man as well, especially in a feminist organization who work a lot with women and girls, I will agree with Mandu very much that we need to overthrow. We do not only need to change, we need to overthrow the old male-dominated male style of doing things. And in my organization, I'm not just one leader. I have the privilege of working with another woman who's a co-leader with me. And that is how, even the way we lead the organization, how we try to model our values and our beliefs. And one more thing I wanted to throw into this conversation, which I don't think we've mentioned enough, is the question of safety. Because for many girls as well in vulnerable societies where we are, it's just being a girl is unsafe. Many factors kind of connive to come after your life. And, sexual violence in Sierra Leone will deal with a major surge in number of rape cases in the country. And people are just reacting to that. But everything we have talked about, the tools in education, the radical imagination and thinking, are also critical to overcome the idea that society is unsafe for girls, because girls empowered, girls educated are much safer. And that's something that we can all invest in.
Mm-hmm. So, Katia, has your experience of having a voice, finding a voice, both as a poet and somebody who is being educated but also educating. Where do you see yourself as a young black woman now in terms of educating British society? What's your hope?
I hope that by voicing my opinion as a young black female in the UK, it will invoke change within society. Because growing up, I was called a lot of names, such as you're blick, you're this, and that, just because of the colour of my skin. So I feel like by me now educating you, it will lead to many more, generations keeping that same mindset that just because I'm darker than you doesn't mean I'm automatically less than you. And I hope that by people now voicing their opinions, it will lead to more change within society. And I really hope that in the UK, not specifically the UK, but like around the world, I really hope that girls are educated, because I believe, because most of the names that I've been called were from females. So I feel like as females, we need to all come together to fight injustice, because how can we be delivering injustice to ourselves but then expecting the whole world to now, uplift us? We need to uplift ourselves together first before to receive more power within society.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant what you're saying, which is that, I mean, girls and women have a history of being taught not to value ourselves because society hasn't valued ourselves back. And then we play that back to ourselves. And obviously, if you're a woman of colour or you're black, if you're disabled, if you're from a working class background, any of the things, or you LGBTQ plus, tell you to hate yourself, tell you to not to value yourself. And it's a hard journey. I mean, Nusrat, you recognise this, you talked about it, that you have to sort of own who you are and how people decide to see you, and then flip that around in a determined way and become their educator. I'm not, by the way, incidentally suggesting that you'll only be a leader in the UK, Katya, don't think that. I'm assuming that you're both going to be global leaders. I certainly hope you will be. And as you're going off to study to health, Nusrat, what's your hope in terms of how you can take your skills and knowledge forward?
I think we have to reduce things like gender-based violence, how we have to reduce like awful statistics like the fact that 250% more likely than their white counterparts to die during childbirth, because things like that, like seeing that type of inequality within healthcare, which should be a given right to anyone, like whether or not you agree with the way it's delivered or things like that, I think it can be universally agreed upon that healthcare is an absolute right, and the fact that there are women who don't have access to it, there are people across the world who don't have proper, adequate, safe access to healthcare is really alarming. And I think, again, being a young person STEM, that will help combat these perceptions and these horrible statistics and these facts in the future.
Thank you. Listen, I'm going to thank Rose M. Lennon and Jackie Beckford, who've been BSL interpreters for this session, and Katie, who's been speech to text. We try to make everything as accessible as possible. If you want to watch this again or go onto the local channels, all of it will be available in the WOW online afterwards. So there's a kind of whole plethora of stuff, but I'm assuming that you are going to be with us for the whole 24 hours. Can't let you off the hook at all. And finally, I'd like to thank the panellists. You've been absolutely great. And it's also nice for people who didn't know each other to meet each other. One of the things that's lovely about WOW Global is just to make new connections and think how people can support and network with each other, which I know you're going to do. Next, we're going to have Mariana Katsarova, who's the founder of Raw in War. But before that, can I just draw your attention to our marketplace? Our marketplace is entirely curated by Janet's List with WOW. It's women of colour and black women who have their own businesses or their own projects. And today in the UK is Black Pound Day, and we're advising and encouraging and enthusing people to spend their money on black businesses, black women-led businesses in particular, as far as WOW is concerned, and not just the businesses up front, but the whole supply chain that goes behind it. In the marketplace, you can also see Girls Talk London, which is about girls in STEM. They were awarded a Community Connecting Girls project, and they're incredible. 150 black girls attended their summit at Facebook in 2019. And then YSYS, People of Colour in Tech. The founder, Deborah Okenla, is a real force for change. So go onto the marketplace and have a look at that. We're going to play out this session with WOW Sounds, Shingai, and then you'll be able to hear some of our WOW big ideas, the female lead, WOW in one word. And then, of course, you'll be back to join me again. So is the time for a cup of tea? Well, possibly, who knows? But anyway, it's all one huge education, this 24-hour Global WOW. And thanks for everybody for joining us on this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Hey, this is Shingi. It's such a pleasure to be performing with you as part of WOW, Women of the World Festival. First ever global edition. Give it up. Let's raise it up, praise it up. I'm going to do a couple of songs today, and the first one is called War Drums. Hey.
Tell me what you know about war.
I don't know what you're trying to prove. See you back in the water. Back in the water. Hey, back in the water. Stop back in the water. Hey, back in the water. Hey, you don't wanna get some. Come on. When I'm back that drum unless you want whoa. You wanna know that whoa. Tell me what you know about whoa. You don't wanna know about whoa. This is it's time to see the mirrors flourish. No, 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 no. Woo. Thank you. I'm feeling the vibes. This is beautiful. I'm going to do another song, and it's called Revolutions. Revolutions was my response as an artist to reacting through what it feels like is a shared experience. I'm easy to remember, I'm hard to forget, and there's nothing they can do, nothing they can do. I went to the river, searching for deliverance from what I was going through, but I just couldn't do it. I've been there before, crying on the floor, till I realized I had the power, pretty like a flower in this concrete jungle. Now the water's mine, it's a fine wine, pour it out and let it overflow. Not afraid to let my feelings show. Stepping into the light now, step out into the light now. Let's get real personal, get real personal. I'm stepping into the light now, step out into the light. Let's get real personal, let's get real. Time for a revolution. Time for a revolution. Time for a revolution. Yeah. Maybe I finally discovered we're on the radio, we're everywhere you go. And there's nothing they can do, there's nothing they can do. We're tearing down the door, there is so much more to life. Don't stretch your time away, rise up and just be brave. And step out into the light now, step out into the light, and let's get a real personal, a real personal. Step out into the light now, step out into the light. Let's get real personal, let's get real. Time for a revolution. Don't you think it's time for a revolution? Time for a revolution. Yeah. Maybe we'll finally discover easy now. I can see the future clearly now. Now's the time is now. Easy now. Children of the future, hear me out. Now's the time to make this sound. Easy now. I can see the future clearly now. Now's the time is now. Easy now, children of the future, hear me out. Now's the time to make you sound. Step out into the light now. Step into the light. Let's get real personal. Real personal. Time for a revolution. Time for a revolution.
Describe wow in one word.
In one word.
Oh, that's a good one.
Gosh, there's so many words.
I don't know if I can.
Might be joy.
Okay, I've got 7 words.
Inspiring.
Maybe a bit maths as well.
Powerful, it's inclusive, and I think it's progressive.
I think it's joyful.
To me, wow is uplifting, it's empowering, and it's motivational.
Hope.
I think it's courageous.
There is a sense of such passion.
I think it's bold.
Maybe just exciting.
The space for feminist discussion and debate. Anybody counted those? No?
Thank you to everybody who's joined us for WOW Global 24. And if that's just happening now, I'm Jude Kelly, the founder of the WOW movement. And if you've been with us since the beginning, then you're a marathon runner. And maybe you'll stay with us to the very end of the 24 hours. We've got 10 different channels operating. We've got 10 different regions around the world, bringing you stories and programs on Channel 2, on Channel 1. We have transnational discussions happening on 6 big themes. And of course, we've got our global marketplace, co-curated with Janet's List, to celebrate Black Pound Day in the UK, looking at Black and women of colour's enterprise, and asking everybody to get behind the idea that this moment of COVID and this moment of Black Lives Matter requires us all in society to make a shift, to make a change, to have radical impatience, to make that change fast and fully intersectional. Can we do it? Well, we can if we work together, and we can if we educate ourselves, which was the subject of the last conversation we had. We very much want to help girls get better education, get more involved, get more confidence with their voices and be heard as young leaders. And for that reason, we want to do a Global Day of the Girl in October. Why don't you donate? Help us to do it. This session has been created entirely free in order that girls and women around the world can have no barrier to access as long as they haven't got a barrier to digital, which of course in itself can be a problem. But if you could help us, we'd be so pleased. So do go to the donate button and donate, but also join the movement, sign up for the newsletter, give us your details. We'll stay in touch with you. We're very, very pleased that we have the festival supporters, Bloomberg, Moody's and the Arts Council, as well as the WOW Hour patrons. And thank you, of course, to our global founding partner, Bloomberg, our global partner, MasterCard, and the Esme Fairbairn Foundation. We're lucky to have you. We need as much help as we can get. These amazing stories around the world. It just shows you that if girls and women are given the tools, the resources and the platform, they are the inspiring leaders of the future. On the local channel now, we've just moved to the UK, a discussion on intergenerational activism and also how to make pink pakoras from the vegan chef Sonia Sandhu, plus amazing musical performances. Music's been a feature throughout the whole WOW Festival 24 with WOW Sounds commissions. And so anything you haven't caught up with yet, or anything you missed because you're on one or the other channels, don't worry, it's all going to become something you can access later on the WOW website. The next session we're going to is part of Justice 2, and we've called it Refusing to be Silenced, because this is something where we have to recognise that, yes, we've been in lockdown, and yes, that's had a terrifying effect sometimes on domestic tensions that have escalated or on new tensions that have been revealed. But also, it's been an opportunity for growing authoritarianism to threaten the voices of truth, to threaten the voices of justice. And we want you to meet women who've risked their lives speaking out about truth, refusing to be silenced, and often putting themselves in grave danger. So this is quite a tough session that we want you to listen in on. It's been led by Mariana Katsarova, who's the founder of Raw in War, and this session has been held in partnership with Raw in War. Please be aware there's some stories in this session that really are going to be very demanding to hear. There is sexual violence, and some viewers might feel very distressed. We need to hear these stories. We need to understand how brave, resilient, and determined the women are who are speaking out about truth in societies that have every means at their disposal to silence, oppress, suppress. And as long as we all know this is happening, we collectively around the world might be able to do something about it. So I'm handing over to Raw in War.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mariana Katsarova. I'm the founder of Raw in War, Reach All Women in War. It's a small but loud human rights organization based in London, which for many years, since 2007, has been awarding and celebrating brave women. They could be actually from any profession, working in armed conflict and war zones and bravely standing up for the victims of these conflicts. We're privileged and really grateful for the opportunity to take part in the first global WOW festival over 24 hours. Our session has been part of the WOW festival for at least 7 years now. And it's called Refusing to be Silenced. I'm joined here today by several extraordinary women, winners of the Anna Politkovskaya Award from different parts of the world. The first one is Alex Crawford. Alex received the Anna Politkovskaya Award last year. Alex has been covering most of the brutal conflicts of the past 30 years. She was decorated with many awards. She was bravely covering the Ebola crisis a few years back. Svetlana Alexievich is a writer from Belarus. Svetlana received the 2015 Nobel Prize for Literature. She's been documenting the stories, the testimonies of thousands of Soviet people, their recollection of the war, the World War II, their recollection of the Chernobyl disaster, end of life in the changing breakup of the Soviet Union. She was persecuted for her book, The Zing Boys, the book about the voices of the Soviet soldiers participating in the Afghan war. She was tried. She had to go into exile for 11 years, but she returned to Belarus, and we have Svetlana in Minsk today with us. Jeanette Bedoya Lima is the voice of, Jeanette, is it more than 2 million women in Colombia who were subjected to sexual violence during the more than half a century armed conflict in Colombia. She is now the deputy editor of one of the biggest newspapers in Colombia called El Tiempo. She was abducted twice by rebels in the course of doing her journalism work. She was one of these abductions ended up for Jeanette being gang raped by rebels and left for dead on the side of the road. Through what happened to Jeanette, the rebels wanted to warn all journalists in Colombia that this is what will happen to anybody who wants to investigate their atrocities and their war crimes. Every year on 25th of May, Jeanette, which is the day when Jeanette was abducted and gang raped, Jeanette organizes this moving event and ceremony she works with women who became victims of sexual violence in the conflict in Colombia. Her campaign is called No es hora de calar. It's not the time to remain silent. Very similar to our discussion today, refusing to be silenced. We've been locked in our individual caves in the world because of the coronavirus. However, the coronavirus, when talking about COVID-19, we started using war terminology. The Secretary General of the UN had a call at the beginning of the pandemic to all warring sides in all conflicts in the world, please introduce a ceasefire, at least for the duration of the coronavirus. What we saw in the past 3 months of lockdown was that many countries continued and many rebels and many warring sides continued the conflict. The victims of each conflict always have been the women and the girls to begin with, women and children. They're also the displaced people. With the coronavirus, 80 million displaced persons in the world have been counted by UNHCR. The borders have been closed, so refugees are not crossing borders, but people are still fleeing from conflict. Women and girls are still continuing to be violated by rebels and rebel armies alike. The coronavirus effect we will be seeing in the long term. Why we are discussing it today is because it reminds us of any other war that all of us have been witnessing. What are your thoughts about this pandemic, how it had affected our lives, and what kind of world are we going to enter once the pandemic ends, we hope? On the background of this coronavirus, we had an eruption of protests in the United States. We had the Black Lives Matter movement, people joining despite the fear of the pandemic. And we will hear from a special guest who is not yet our winner of the Anna Politkovska Award, an extraordinary woman, Sister Helen Prejean. She's probably the biggest campaigner in the United States against the death penalty. She's also the author of Dead Man Walking, the Oscar-winning Hollywood film. So we'll hear from her about the pandemic and also the call and action for justice and reform of the system, the police and criminal justice system in the US. Maybe we could watch a couple of minutes of your film, Alex, in the beginning about the home front, the coronavirus in the UK.
I've spent a lot of my career covering wars all over the world. Now I'm back in Britain, which is on a war footing and facing the biggest threat to the nation in generations.
There is fear, but also grit and guts and a lot of humanity on Britain's home front. The hospital's intensive care unit has more than doubled in size, spilling over into adjoining rooms.
I'm getting determined. I don't want to be a statistic in this.
Another incredible success for the ICU, and each one that leaves this area is celebrated wildly.
Julia Cotter is a midwife and a single parent of 2.
And I got worse and worse and worse. So I came in on Sunday in an ambulance, really unwell, felt terrible. I honestly didn't think I'd be going home. they've been brilliant.
In one of Warrington's family-run funeral companies, it's non-stop. Once the bodies are loaded into coffins, those are sealed. But still, nothing's taken for granted. Even the outside is disinfected again and again.
How much more the COVID deaths are than what the official figure is, from your evidence?
At least double.
I would say we're close to double.
Mm-hmm.
This used to be a theatre. Now it's just a storeroom. It gives you an illustration of just how much has been cancelled and sacrificed because of dealing with COVID-19.
Far fewer people are turning up for life-saving treatment. But Ernie Burns isn't one of them. It's going to take more than a deadly virus to deter him from his treatment.
I miss my grandchildren as well. I haven't been able to hook with them or anything like that for a long, long time. And I miss them terribly.
This pandemic has bound the planetary population in a common crisis. Different degrees, undoubtedly, but also a national collective enduring.
Warrington is like so many towns and communities up and down Britain. Of course, they're different, they're unique, they've got their own individuality, but they're also all the same. Everyday people in everyday communities coping with some quite extraordinary times and doing it with incredible fortitude.
But once this clapping stops, like in any war, there'll be questions to answer about the tactics, propaganda and collateral damage. It takes nothing away from those fighting this disease. It makes them even more heroic.
Thank you, NHS.
The ones you've heard from are those who lived. The questions later might centre around how many more could have been saved.
Alex, we're used to seeing you in conflict zones covering war and conflict. You were even shelled by government forces last year in Idlib in Syria. Now we're seeing you running in the new theater of COVID. I mean, you said it yourself, we're even using military terminology when talking about the pandemic. Is the pandemic a new form of war for you? What do you think?
I think certainly the British government deployed a lot of war terminology. They wanted to, it seemed to me that they wanted to try and stoke up a patriotism. And sometimes it felt, quite a lot of the time, it felt that the war terminology was being used as a cover. It was all the idea, the message that they were trying to put out, the propaganda that they were trying to put out was that this is a war, we're all in it together, we can't do anything about it, we must all fight together. I'd covered the start of the coronavirus from China earlier that year in January from Hong Kong. And when I was covering it there, everyone was wearing masks. They very quickly took a grip of the situation. The pro-democracy demonstrators did not go out on the streets in the interests of trying to stop the virus. And they have extraordinarily low numbers of deaths. They have something like 4 deaths in Hong Kong from coronavirus. Now, they have 14 to 16 border points with China, which was the epicenter, the start of coronavirus. And now, even if those figures are massaged, and let's face it, almost every government in the world is massaging the figures to a certain extent, those are still extraordinarily small figures. But there was the view from Britain was that was a long way away. It's not going to happen here. And as it swept across Europe, through Italy, Spain, and they still had plenty of time, plenty of warning. I'm based in Turkey. My children went into distance learning in early February. I arrived in Britain on the day of the lockdown, having left Istanbul Airport, one of the biggest airports in the world, which had basically been mothballed, and it felt like all the world's borders were slamming down by the hour. I arrived and there were 3 flights still working from Istanbul Airport. One of them was to London. One was to somewhere in Ukraine, I believe, and the other one was to somewhere else in Eastern Europe. There were only 3 flights working, and one of them was to London. Everyone got on that flight wearing masks, even the crew. We landed in London as the day that Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, announced the lockdown, and no one was wearing masks. We were like the weirdos wearing masks. It felt like the whole country was very much in denial. They were all out and about in parks, going running. Everyone was terribly confused about the messaging. And I remember talking to my news editor saying, I really don't understand what's going on in Britain, because everyone seems to be acting like there isn't this killer virus around. And then it became very apparent that the government was making mistake after mistake and basically putting out a lot of very muddled messages. That's the kindest thing you can say about it. If I had been covering a totalitarian state, this is exactly how it would have been operating. And yet I was in Britain, which was meant to be democratic, meant to be transparent, and they prided themselves on freedom of speech. I think they were all living in a very strange cuckoo land where coronavirus was used to stop the questioning of the elected members of parliament. Parliament shut down. It suddenly became very controlled from a setup where they had, not most of the time, not even the Prime Minister, but set people, sometimes scientists, sometimes chief nurses, usually one cabinet minister, and the journalists were picked and chosen remotely by, they all tuned in on their, like we're doing now, by Zoom or by other methods. They weren't allowed follow-up questions. That came much later. It was extremely controlled. And actually, I found the whole setup very, very worrying. So it was obviously not a war in terms of bombs, bullets, minefields, and the sort of atmosphere that I'd normally find myself, or much of the time, reporting on in Syria, Iraq, or whatever. But this was a very different kind of war, and it felt to me like the normal citizens were losing out on it, and they didn't even realize. They were still under the illusion that most of their elected members were not going to tell them lies. If this was happening in a different area, China or the Philippines, there would have been foreign correspondents shouting malpractice and accusing them of lying and accusing them of misleading propaganda. And it wasn't happening in Britain. I thought it was really, really very strange and very, very worrying. And very quickly it emerged that the numbers of mistakes, the lack of preparation were being borne out with the very, very high numbers of infection, the very, very high securing residential figures were just rising and rising and rising. And then very soon, despite all the attempts to try and persuade the population to socially distance, to stay at home, not to go to work, there was a very big impact on the economy. But it became apparent very early on when the Prime Minister, the Health Secretary, one of the key Chief Scientific Officer, I think, the Chief Medical Officer, all got coronavirus. the 3 people who'd been leading the press conferences, all got coronavirus within a few weeks. So I felt like a victim as a population, foreign correspondent that the country had changed beyond my recognition. There were so many issues that were bubbling along there. And one of which was a huge amount of control from NHS, England, Scotland and Wales about access into any hospital or any area where you could actually see for yourself what was going on, which I think is a very, very worrying development.
I think we'll have a chance to talk more about this with the others when we have a discussion. Let's hear from Svetlana next. One of your most extraordinary books, although all of the 5 are truly extraordinary, is about the Chernobyl disaster and how people in Ukraine and Belarus coped with it. You visited a number of times bravely Chernobyl when it was a cut-off militarized zone just after the explosion of the Chernobyl nuclear plant. What are your thoughts now that we're yet in another situation with this coronavirus? We were just talking with Alex that for the government, but also for many of us, it felt like on the barricade of some invisible war. How about for you, who knew how Chernobyl looked like and felt like?
Да, я слушала Алекс и думала об одном таком случае. Я слышала, когда в Барселоне Горбачеву задали вопрос, как вы могли, когда уже все в мире знали, что взорвался Чернобыль, вы могли разрешать первомайские демонстрации, могли торговать пончиками на улице, люди играли в футбольные матчи. И вдруг встает Горбачев и совершенно, я думаю, это было искренне, растерянно говорит, ну, понимаете, я же послал туда лучших людей, вот кто занимался, целый самолет ученых. Вот. И они поехали туда, и они ехали на ядерный взрыв, но думали, что это обычный взрыв. Они не взяли даже бритвенных приборов с собой, чтобы, понимая, что им придется там остаться некоторым на месяцы, а некоторым и на годы. Второе, он говорит, мне говорят те, кто был на взрывах ядерных бомб, говорят мне, да ничего, вот тут взрыв, а потом прошло какое-то время, мы пьем красное вино, и все в порядке. И он говорит, кого я мог еще спросить? Я о чем? Я о том, что перед человечеством совершенно новые испытания. Ужас принял совершенно новые формы. То, что мы пользуемся военной терминологией, говорит о том, что у нас нет еще новой терминологии, как назвать вот это, ну, скажем так, новое зло, новые формы ужаса. И человечество в растерянности и в целом растерянности. В растерянности, вот я видела это первые годы у себя, как были растеряны военные, как были растеряны ученые, как были растеряны чиновники, власть вся была растеряна. То есть существует некий определенный фонд знания культуры вот на сегодняшний день, такой сундук, скажем, с рукописями, вот, со старыми рукописями. Вот наша культура на моих глазах в Чернобыле превратилась в сундук со старыми рукописями. Стало понятно, что ничего нового нет. Я видел на свои глаза, как ученые, как, я уже не говорю о военных солдатах, которых посылали графит лопатами, там пару минут грести наверху крыши, как они все срывали маски. Маски болтались у них на шее. А это все были смертельные совершенно варианты. То есть, я думаю, тут клубок из авторитарности, как бы, но в то же время общее некое незнание. Я плохо себе представляю, что даже тот же Горбачев действительно сознательно делал то, что он сделал. Да, и то же самое в Англии было, то же самое я думаю, происходит и в Белоруссии сейчас, потому что любая форма диктатуры – это, конечно, монокультурная форма правления. И поэтому люди были совершенно не готовы к тому, что произошло. Я помню первые дни, когда я была, вот и первые месяцы даже, и идет со мной дозиметрист и говорит, мы очень устали, он говорит, на траву садиться нельзя, земля убьет, трава убьет. Вы понимаете, вот само название этих слов, трава убьет, земля убьет. Когда ты хочешь скупнуться в реке, Боже мой, ни в коем случае, вода убьет. Когда ты хочешь там яблоки сорвать, ни в коем случае, это все вас убьет. Вы понимаете, что вы существуете совершенно в новом мире, для которого у вас ничего не приспособлено. Нет обоняния, оно не годится, потому что радиация не пахнет. Вы не можете ее потрогать, она не материальна. Вы не можете ее назвать, ваша культура не годится. Что-то похожее, я думаю, и происходит сейчас. Конечно, существует какое-то знание о таких трагедиях 20 века, как испанка, которая миллионы людей унесла смерти. Но вы понимаете, все это было не оформлено в некое такое гуманитарное знание, некое такое знание популярное, что ли. Вот оно было отодвинуто в сторону медицинского. И люди, в общем-то, не понимали, что с ними происходит. Я думаю, что-то такое и сегодня происходит. Вот у нас сегодня, говорят, в Белоруссии опять поднялось количество зараженных. И все больницы забиты больными людьми. Но вы пройдите по улице, так, наверное, из 50 1-2 человека носят маски. Больше никто не носит маски. Я думаю, что вот это новое знание, с которым связано наше новое время, время, в котором мы же существуем, оно еще неосознанно нами. И я думаю, тут, конечно, вот и Алекс, наверное, согласится со мной, и мы, журналисты, наверное, должны быть в каком-то смысле и критиковать, конечно, то, что происходит, а с другой стороны, как-то быть популяризаторами этого нового знания. Конечно, мы и сами не так много понимаем из того, что происходит, но нам наверняка надо и придется и готовиться к тому, что мы будем жить в мире пандемии, что мир сегодня будет таков, будут меняться климатические условия, будут таять льды, в которых бог весть какие микробы и что там хранится, и все это хлынет к нам, хлынут климатические беженцы. Нам надо привыкать жить с этими новыми вызовами. И, конечно, наблюдая за тем, что было и во время Чернобыля, и во время Фукусимы, я тоже там была, и то, что сейчас происходит, я могу констатировать только неготовность, вот, в общем-то, всех нас к тому, что с нами происходит.
Thank you, Svetlana. Let's hear next from Jeanette, and we will have a chance to discuss a little bit. Jeanette is here.
Un saludo muy especial a todos desde Colombia. Son días de difíciles pruebas, no solamente por el coronavirus. Creo que esto que está afrontando el mundo, esta pandemia, llegó para medir realmente cuál es el potencial de nuestra capacidad humana. Hasta dónde vamos a ser capaces de transformarnos y de transformar el mundo en el que estamos. Y los periodistas, indudablemente, tenemos una gran responsabilidad. Hablando en esos términos militares, tengo que decir que los periodistas estamos en la primera línea de fuego del coronavirus, porque gracias a quienes comunican, hoy el mundo se entera de lo que está pasando en medio de esta pandemia. Y creo que no pensamos mucho en qué circunstancias están trabajando los periodistas, cómo se están autoprotegiendo, qué garantías les están dando los gobiernos para que puedan hacer su trabajo. Y algo muy difícil que estamos viviendo en nuestra región, me refiero a América Latina, es que el coronavirus desató otra pandemia que ya vivimos en el mundo, la violencia contra las mujeres. Hoy precisamente en Colombia estamos sepultando a 2 mujeres y una niña de 4 años que fueron asesinadas por los hombres que decían amarlas. Y está ocurriendo en Argentina, en México, en Estados Unidos, ocurrió en Francia, en Italia, porque la pandemia obligó a que las mujeres tuvieran que convivir con sus agresores. Y creo que ese es uno de los efectos colaterales más difíciles de afrontar en este momento. Prepararnos para cubrir una guerra muchas veces resulta más fácil. Y Alex lo sabe y Svetlana lo saben porque simplemente viene el combate, te enteras del enfrentamiento, tomas tus elementos, tu cámara, tu chaleco antibalas cuando lo tienes y sales a cubrir la guerra. Y sabes que de pronto no puedes regresar a casa. Pero cuando llega un enemigo al que tú no le puedes ver ni el armamento, ni el tanque, ni el helicóptero, es muy difícil saber qué va a pasar, cuál es el siguiente paso en esa guerra. Y es un reto muy grande para nosotras como periodistas y para quienes están enfrentando esta guerra. Yo sí lo veo como una guerra, con un enemigo que te muestra además 1000 caras, porque no te lo esperabas, porque no lo imaginabas de esa manera. En abril, en Colombia, cuando iniciamos el aislamiento, a mí me tocó afrontar la muerte de una de mis amigas y una de las voluntarias más cercanas a la campaña que yo lidero, a No es hora de callar. Y fue un golpe muy duro porque tuvimos que hacer su sepelio a través de Zoom. Le tuvimos que decir adiós a través de esta pantalla. El único que pudo recibir sus restos fue su esposo. Y eso te confronta con tu responsabilidad frente a las personas que no son cercanas a ti, a quienes tú les estás informando, a quienes les estás dando el mensaje de cómo hay que cuidarse, de cómo usar un tapabocas, de cómo autoprotegerse para proteger a los tuyos, pero también de cómo enfrentar la incertidumbre por lo que viene. Y ese es otro de los grandes retos que tenemos, porque el coronavirus nos enseñó y a algunos nos ratificó que lo único que tenemos es este segundo. No tenemos más. Porque puede arrasar con nosotros y con media humanidad en un abrir y cerrar de ojos. Y para quienes comunicamos, ese es el reto más grande. Primero, para defender nuestra libertad de expresión. En algunos países, efectivamente, se ha sentido mucho más fuerte esa represión sobre la información que se genera del coronavirus, pero en otros la responsabilidad de qué es lo que estamos informando y cómo lo estamos informando, creo que indudablemente nos ha puesto a prueba y nos ha dejado una responsabilidad muy grande. y quiero volver a hacer énfasis en esa pandemia paralela, en la de la violencia contra las mujeres. Porque cuando pase toda esta crisis y podamos hacer cuentas del impacto que dejó en nuestros países esta pandemia, creo que el número de víctimas por la violencia de género desatada en medio de esta crisis van a ser muy altas y nos va a poner a prueba sobre qué debemos hacer también sobre eso, sobre cómo hay una palabra que se está usando mucho y que no me gusta en este caso, que es reinventarse. El gobierno colombiano todos los días en una alocución presidencial nos insisten en la palabra de reinventarse. Y yo creo que nuestro límite o nuestra prueba no es reinventarnos, es cómo vamos a volver a construir. Y esa es la mayor prueba de todas, cómo vamos a volver a construir.
Jeanette, what happened during the pandemic? Did the men with guns finally stop raping women in the conflict in Colombia? What happened with the women victims? Or that became even driven further underground and the silence is total?
Lamentablemente, Mariana, el confinamiento y el supuesto silenciamiento de las armas durante la pandemia lo que hizo fue exacerbar la violencia sexual contra las mujeres. Porque estos grupos armados han podido actuar muy en silencio, sin tener encima la operación militar, sin tener encima la persecución de las autoridades, y lo que han hecho es ir a las poblaciones, entrar silenciosamente a las casas, intimidar a las mujeres, y hay muchos datos que aún no tenemos. No podemos salir, no podemos viajar, todos los vuelos están cancelados, no hemos podido ir a las regiones donde atendemos a las mujeres para saber cuál es su situación. Los pocos datos que tenemos nos llegan por WhatsApp, pero también son mujeres muy pobres que no pueden tener una base de datos, un programa de datos para sus teléfonos móviles, y es muy difícil la comunicación. Pero el impacto en medio de la confrontación armada también ha sido muy, muy difícil. Y algo también muy complicado es que, a pesar de que se habló que durante el coronavirus se iban a parar las agresiones, en estos 90 días de confinamiento que llevamos, en Colombia han asesinado a más de 10 líderes y lideresas sociales, mujeres que luchan por los derechos humanos de las comunidades. Así que para nosotros ha sido muy difícil y el balance al final del día va a ser muy, muy complejo.
Yeah, a lot remains to be done, but it's getting even more difficult to get justice. But I mean, your campaign as it was, it remains. It's not time to be silent. And let's hear from the video of Sister Helen Prejean, because what happened in the United States was yet another place we didn't expect that people in millions will walk to the streets after the murder in front of our eyes of George Floyd by the police in Minneapolis. And when their president ordered the troops in against peaceful demonstrations, well, what more than another war zone was waiting to happen?
Hello, I'm so glad to be a part of this. I'm Sister Helen Prejean. I've been engaged in raising my voice in the community to end the death penalty around the world. Since in the 1980s, I witnessed a human being being electrocuted to death in Louisiana's killing chamber. And I've just finished writing a book, River of Fire, where I talk about the waking up process of how I move from being a passive, obedient nun to authority above me and praying for the problems of the world to one fully engaged in being a voice and participating in helping to change the world, always changing, of course, myself. And in River Fire, I talk the fire of the book, which is the passion in our life, which is how we come alive to the purpose in our life, was the witnessing of this man being electrocuted to death. In the preface of the book, it goes, they killed a man with fire one night. They strapped him in a wooden chair, pumped electricity through his body until he was dead. His killing was a legal act. No religious leaders protested the killing that night, but I saw it with my own eyes, and what I saw set my soul on fire, a fire that burns in me still. And so I began leaving that execution chamber to speak, and then I wrote the book Dead Man Walking and began to work from there. There's a saying in Latin America that what the eye does not see, the heart cannot feel. It is that we have to come close to the suffering and the injustice and witness it, that then we catch on fire and we can then be a voice. As all the women participating in this conference, in these war zones, that become a voice for the girls, for the women, for the people suffering. And it's a voice that refuses to be stopped because of what their eyes have seen and their souls have felt and the deep commitment of their lives. We are experiencing in the United States now, and it's amazing, it's affecting the whole world, but there are certain powers in the universe, emergence, evolution. One of the powers of the universe is what is called cataclysm. And it's just when all the pins get knocked out from all the systems and you have free fall in economics, in the social system, in the criminal justice system, in healthcare and everything. We're going through that in the United States, and it's a conjoining of two big forces meeting. The awareness, deep awareness of racism and the killing of George Floyd, where there was a smartphone and a video where we all could witness the 8 minutes and 46 seconds in which these two policemen knelt on this man, and he's saying, I can't breathe. He even called out for his mother. We witnessed that suffering. And so the police have been killing people for years. In Dead Man Walking, I wrote about living in the St. Thomas housing projects and watching what the police were doing to Black men, what they were doing to Black people. But white people were part. But this, everybody saw. And so you also have here with Black Lives Matter that really gave us the template. 2013, Michael Brown was killed by the police in Ferguson, Missouri. And the template was given of people with their hands up with nonviolent protests in honor of Michael Brown's killing in Ferguson. Black Lives Matter began, and that is now reaping a harvest. With the killing of George Floyd, the whole world started erupting. You always have to have soil tilled before a crop and a harvest of justice comes. Black Lives Matter began doing that. And so, and it's incredible what's happening now because we are beginning to question many systems in the United States. The militarization of police happens because you have an unjust structures where 40 million people plus have been kept in poverty in the United States and without health care. The only way you keep that in place is you militarize. And in the United States, that's taken the most direct form of police. So what's now, cop shows on TV, all the cop shows are being questioned. Crime started going down in the early 90s, and the proliferation of crime shows has multiplied in movies and on TV. They're being questioned now, where cops were always held up as heroes. They never dealt with the systemic racism. They also never dealt with holding police accountable when they had killed a fellow citizen, and there were no means of accountability. But now the voices are rising in every level. And what's interesting is in President Trump, you have the rise of authoritarianism, where he's clearly calling to send in the National Guard, to send in the military against the protesters, against the citizens. And then you have the huge backlash to that's happened. Now you have members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the military people, refuting what Trump is saying, even apologizing for their actions. And when you have members of the military joining with the people in the protest, you have real social change happening. So we see in the criminal justice system, we've been seeing the racism for years. Overwhelmingly, it's been when white people were killed in the United States, 8 out of every 10 cases. That's when the death penalty was sought. Never when a black person was killed in a neighborhood. That's a negligible life. And if you don't uphold the equality and dignity of that life, you're not going to be outraged over that death. Only some deaths merit the outrage of an ultimate penalty of death. So it's all getting exposed in a new way now as we're dealing with both the racism and the pandemic. With Black people, because the healthcare has been so miserable, so non-existent, a lot of Black people don't even know they have high blood pressure, that they have the underlying causes, with diabetes or whatever that make them vulnerable to the pandemic. So when a pandemic hits, they die the most. With the police, they die the most. And clearly in so many ways, because poverty and racism is a form of violence, they've been dying without a word, silently, because of the violence of poverty. I mean, people without health care die sooner than people who have health care, or the infant mortality rate. So now there's just this new moment of awareness. And because of having social media, it can be so prevalent among so many of us. And you see grassroots organizations rising up and organizing. There is no one center where there are organizations coming from the top down for Black Lives Matter. The top sellers on Amazon are all books about racism and white people beginning to wake up to racism. So you have Kendi's book stamped from the beginning of how Black people have been stamped as inferior being from the very beginning, and the Constitution mirrors that. There's also a book called White Fragility, of why white people never want to say, oh, I'm a racist. All of this advancement of consciousness and understanding then leads to an informed public that can then take action. And now we have the passion and fire because we have been so outraged in the witnessing. I've been part of protests now to call for change in the police system. The term for it is defunding police, but what we really mean by that is to shift all those funds from militarizing a police force into help for the mentally ill, help for the homeless. Why are you sending policemen in when a mentally ill person is acting out in public? I mean, we've had case after case. They come in with tasers and guns. That's not an answer to a mentally ill person. So I'm very happy about what is happening. The death penalty has been shifting for the last 10, 15 years. The public is no longer supporting. It's lost energy. It's lost its fire, and it's on its way out. It can't happen soon enough, because when people don't see what it means to torture and kill a human being, then their hearts can't be moved. And that's why all of us who are voices, who are the witnesses, our eyes have seen, and we become the voices. That's a moral imperative for us. That's why we're never going to stop, because we have to, because of what we've seen and heard and know, to be that voice. It's a real honor to be alongside people who have been risking, women there on the front lines in journalism and all, risking their lives to be in the middle of a war and giving voice to those voices that can't cry out. I'm on my knees, really, in humility to be joined with you. And thank you, all the organizers. It takes a whole team to make this happen. And thank you for letting me be a part of it.
listening to Sister Helen, a bit of a discussion, if we have a little bit of time, a few minutes. Maybe the coronavirus has given us this unique chance, as Sister Helen said, to expose things in a new way. And I was thinking, are we actually given the chance to reshape this kind of quite ill world of, full of violence against women, violence against everybody who's different, violence and racism? Maybe now we could really reshape this world and we could finally have this harvest of justice, which Sister Helen was talking about. So what do you think?
Well, I certainly hope so, Mariana. I really, really hope so. I think everyone, absolutely everyone was affected. Everyone, didn't matter where you were. I mean, I was in Britain getting messages from my friends in Yemen and Syria, Afghanistan and Pakistan asking if I was okay in Britain. Someone from Yemen was asking me if I was okay in what should have been a first world country with a much more sophisticated health system and infrastructure. It drew everyone together because everyone was suffering variations of the same dangers and risks. And I think because of that, this immense frustration, which has been building up for many years, what is different about this death? Undoubtedly, social media made a big difference. But two, it was the coronavirus. People were so frustrated. They'd been under lockdown for many months. Unless you were in New Zealand, you were very disenchanted with the way your government, the authorities, were dealing with the whole pandemic. It was like someone switched on the light and reminded them that they had this disgusting history of slavery. They had revered prime ministers on pedestals who were responsible for the deaths of millions through starvation in some country which probably seemed like a long way away in back in the day, but now we can see on our phones on a daily basis what's happening in, for instance, Bangladesh or other areas. And this really was, I think this has been a massive awakening too. I don't think it's a coincidence, Mariana, that in Britain particular, there was a very high number of health workers who died because they didn't have proper protective equipment. And amongst those high numbers of health workers was a very, very high number of BAME people who died, who were in those health workers, those key worker jobs. And that also really galvanized the whole movement in Britain and also made people think, why are these people dying? Why are they in some of the low paid jobs? Why are they doing all the front round surfacing? What is it that's making them die so much more in such higher numbers, disproportionately higher numbers to the white health workers, for instance, or just generally the white population? If anything good comes out of coronavirus, it is that it joins people together in trying to tackle racism at a more fundamental level.
And you, Jeanette, you have been fighting for justice for many years. Any chance for a harvest of justice in Colombia, not just for you, but for all these 2 million women victims of sexual violence in the conflict?
Yo creo que la esperanza que no perdemos es lograr algún día justicia. En medio de estos días de encierro, he querido soñar, porque tú sabes que mis secuestradores mataron hasta mis sueños, y he querido soñar que esto realmente va a sacudir a la gente y la va a hacer pensar de otra manera. La va a hacer reflexionar sobre cómo ven el mundo, sobre cómo habitan el mundo, sobre cómo tienen que recibir el mundo y cambiarlo. Pero cuando viene mi parte racional, me doy cuenta que más de la mitad de la humanidad no va a entender cuál fue el mensaje de este coronavirus. Porque es increíble, y hablo en el caso de Colombia, cuando veíamos las imágenes de Italia y de España con la cantidad de cadáveres por el virus, salíamos al balcón a las 8 de la noche a aplaudir a esos médicos que estaban allí atendiendo a las víctimas. Y cuando la emergencia llegó a Colombia y empezamos a tener muchos contagiados, a los médicos empezaron a amenazarlos. Hay médicos que tuvieron que salir huyendo con sus familias porque les amenazaron, porque los ven como un riesgo y no como una ayuda. Entonces es cuando te preguntas, ¿cómo no estoy entendiendo lo que está ocurriendo hoy en el mundo? Y espero que quienes tienen en sus manos la posibilidad de hacer justicia entiendan que este es el momento, que es lo que les han puesto en las manos para dar una respuesta a años y años de impunidad. Y creo que ese es el sueño y ese es la esperanza que no podemos perder. Para quienes hacemos activismo, para quienes hacemos periodismo, no podemos perder esa esperanza. Que esta prueba nos permita entender cómo tenemos que aportarle al mundo.
And Svetlana,
Мое главное впечатление, которое было в эти дни пандемии, сейчас оно, когда включаешь телевизор, и кто-нибудь из русских генералов или Путин начинает хвастаться, что у нас такая ракета, у нас, дескать, такой танк, такая подлодка, какой нет даже в Америке. И это было так странно слышать, потому что то, что происходило вокруг, вот этот вирус, который покорил мир в течение нескольких месяцев, ведь он же на самом деле превратил все эти военные вещи, чем они хвастаются, в игрушки. Потому что ни одна армия не могла бы за пару месяцев завоевать мир. То, что сделал, то есть коронавирус. И для меня тогда стало очевидным, чтобы поменять мир, сделать новый мир, нужны новые мысли, новые убеждения. Только из них может произрасти что-то другое. И я вспомню, что когда случился Чернобыль, у нас как раз это 90-е годы, и народ на одних выборах проголосовал ужасно. Он опять проголосовал за коммунистов. И один из философов наших, Корякин, воскликнул, когда у него спросили, а что нужно, чтобы народ проснулся? И он вдруг сказал, 100 Чернобылей надо, тогда народ проснулся. Я помню, испугалась его слов, но я думаю, что, к сожалению, так устроен человек, что надо долго накопление какого-то знания, чтобы он пришел каким-то к открытиям, к этим новым убеждениям, которые могут подарить новый мир, о котором только мечтаешь.
Thank you very much. I think we have run out of time, went over time even, but it was very important to hear your voices. And I think I'm coming out of this discussion actually hopeful. I started at being depressed and thinking, oh my God, let's get over with it and just say how miserable we feel in this coronavirus. But, you know, listening to all of you, knowing that there are demonstrations on the streets and protests while Svetlana is speaking here in Minsk, knowing that Jeanette's quest for justice is continuing, and she always was the voice, but now even more so, she continues with her campaign. Alex, who has turned Western Europe into a home front, she hasn't turned it, she's covering it as if she's covering Syria. And Sister Helen, our candidate for the next Pope, when it will be a woman. I think that with our voices and with the voices of so many other remarkable women who are refusing to be silenced, despite the coronavirus, despite millions of Chernobyls, Ebola viruses, and wars, I think we're strong together. And I'm coming out of this absolutely energized, as Sister Helen said, with the passion of fire. And I think that's what we're doing as women, as journalists, as voices, for all those people who, and all those women and girls who are voiceless. Thank you so much. Moving on. Thank you.
That was a really affecting session. Well, all our sessions, I think, have been affecting. But thanks very much to Mariana Katsarova, founder of Raw in War, for that really deep and frightening but inspiring reflection on the lengths that women will have to go to in order to tell the truth to power and the repercussions of that on them and their families. We're moving on to a session now that's about climate, the second of our sessions on climate. For those of you who are just joining us, we've got 3 big conversations on 6 themes as the world turns. And it's interesting for me, having been on this now, this 24-hour marathon since 10:30 in the morning, and it's now just after 9 o'clock at night. And I've been able to look out the window as the world turns, see the sky change, the weather change. And it makes you really think about the planet that we live on and the planet that we need and feed off and are nourished by. And I think the conversations that are quite dark at the moment need help. They need light. Gillian Anderson did a wonderful reading this morning of Rebecca Solnit's Hope in the Dark. And I think one of the issues that we have when we talk about climate is how do we remember that when we want to see justice done to humans, that has to include an idea of justice for the planet as well. Kim Pullman, who started Reboot, talks about the golden rule, treating others and the planet in the way that you'd like to be treated. And I think that it's something which First Nations peoples, Indigenous peoples have been trying to educate us about for a long time. We haven't been listening. Maybe we are a little bit more now. By the way, for those of you who don't know, there's 2 channels. This is the transnational channel. There's also the local channel going from place to place around the world as it turns. And we're now just moving to Brazil. Eliana Souza and her marvellous team there. But if you miss out on any of those things, don't worry, they'll all be on the website afterwards. You'll be able to pick up the whole thing. 24 hours twice, so that's 2 whole days you have to give over to watching it. After this, we're going to have big sounds, the wow sounds, the commissioned music pieces from around the world. And that's going to be this one from Rebecca Lane. And also one of the big ideas in partnership with Women Emerging from Isolation, beliefs that isolate women. And we're going to hear from Followe Omigunle from Women in Nigeria. But let me come now to this climate too, about how we change the narrative. And I'm thankful to Connected Women leaders who've hosted these 3 climate change discussions for us in partnership with WOW. I mean, we are certainly in a climate emergency. We've been asked to know that for a long time. Maybe now enough people are listening. And part of the thing that has been put back to climate activists is how to tell the story in the way that people can really hear it, people can really feel it, and people can understand that actually this isn't just about science or logistics or statistics. It's about real things happening to real people, and particularly girls women and their families, the communities that women often lead, support and drive. So this session is going to feature storytellers from the Climate Story Lab, which is an initiative that brought together storytellers and community organisers, scientists and political strategists, faith leaders and cultural organisers, in order to catalyse that idea of how do you tell the story in a way that we all can respond to and hear. So I'm going to hand over now to Megha Agrawal-Sood, who is Director of Programmes for the Exposure Lab's Climate Story Lab. She's going to introduce the rest of the guests as we think together about the story we wish to tell about our planet and us on our planet. So, Megha, over to you.
Hi, I am Megha Sood, and I am with my colleague Mona Yet. We are with Exposure Labs, the film and impact production company behind the award-winning climate films Chasing Ice and Chasing Coral. At Exposure Labs, we believe in the power of storytelling to accelerate climate action.
We believe climate storytelling is so vital. So many areas need attention and focus in the climate crisis, from research to ecosystem protection to energy innovation. But we see storytelling as a pretty essential component of all of it, right?
Yes, exactly, Mona. This was true before the global pandemic, and we believe it's especially true now. Storytellers play a crucial role in shaping how we as society understand the crises of our time and their solutions. Storytelling is how we create shared meaning.
Right. And the way we see it, culture is the dimension where the battle for the relative importance of climate change, compared to all of the other priorities, has to be fought and won. But as storytellers, frankly, we've struggled to keep climate change at the forefront. Firstly, it hasn't been a concern for the majority of artists and creatives. Climate storytelling has been a minority pursuit. And secondly, for those of us that are tackling it, maybe we need to take a critical look at the way we've been going about it.
Yeah, so last year we got together with our good friends and mentors at the Doc Society to take a look at some popular narratives around climate change and eco-destruction. We want to share with you some of the stories that we were looking at. So we're going to share our screen for a moment. So these stories, some really wonderful stories that both us and our peers have been involved in. As we took a look at them, we realized that there was an over-amplification of trusted messengers who were white men from the global north. Where were everyone else's stories?
And many of these films fall into the repetitive emotional journey of fear, 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 hope, or just fear, and then maybe a little more fear. And the language that's used is hyper-masculine, technocratic, and jargon-filled. We had to ask, what are the consequences for everyone of leaving out women and girls, their perspectives, their priorities and solutions out of the narrative?
As filmmaker Michael Primo says, we need a biodiversity of storytelling, as diverse as the ecosystem we seek to save. That is what it's going to take. So together with Doc Society, we launched the Climate Story Lab, an initiative that brings together storytellers across all mediums, from documentaries to podcasts to poetry and magazines, and mix them up with a heady brew of climate scientists, political strategists, comedians, faith leaders, and grassroots organizers. It's a highly interdisciplinary approach.
So we've done 2 of these labs so far. The first in New York last summer, and we were in the process of running the Climate Story Lab in the UK, just as the spread of COVID-19 was starting to escalate around us.
To give you a better picture of what happened at the Climate Story Lab, we want to share with you a short video that was captured during our first lab in New York last summer.
We're in a moment of climate emergency where it's imperative for the creative community to lean forward and to think about how we can help make a cultural shift and get the change that we need quickly.
Climate communications is one of our most effective tools that we have to address the emergency, but right now we're not at a place with climate communications where it's actually being effective.
We were longing to hear from any artist, storyteller, working in any kind of nonfiction, making a project where the question of climate was at the heart of the story.
We have selected 12 storytelling projects that range from documentaries to VR, podcasts to shorts.
The project is about reimagining our relationship to the rest of the living world through our act of breathing. We're working with an augmented reality technology that allows us to see our environment while at the same time seeing digital elements in it.
There really isn't a separation between natural systems and capital systems. That's what it is that Signal really strives to break through.
There's a normalized way that we've been over the years talking about the gloom and doom of it, and people don't want to hear that. You enjoy things more when it's funny or when some celebrity that you love is talking about it.
This week, I think over 150 extraordinary humans are going to come through this space. Artists, creatives, cultural organizations, folks working in education, psychology, physics, biology.
Political strategists to community organizers to funders, all kind of coming together to think about how we can really leverage the power of storytelling to inspire climate action.
You should make climate change personal in your lives. Get angry and get active.
Scientists want to talk to you guys. We want to answer your questions because actually talking to you makes us better scientists.
It was incredibly difficult to select the 12 projects that we did. They're coming at climate from a myriad of different kind of perspectives, and each of them has a very different potential in terms of the audience that they can reach. And that's really going to be one of the businesses of this week, to figure out, what do you need? How can we help you? What are the allies that you're missing? What are the connections you need to be made? What's the piece of strategy you feel unsure about? And how can we help?
It's so incredible how encouraging everyone is in that room. Hands are flying up as soon as the presentation's done.
As Swedish filmmakers, we are not used to this connection between activism and filmmaking. We don't have any funds for outreach campaigning, so we're just so excited to be able to learn more about it.
I hope to take this energy and everything that I'm learning back to Canada.
What we're hoping to get from the lab is financial support, organizational support, as well as consultants to really help determine what stories need to be at the heart of the series as a whole.
We can't have climate justice until we really democratize power and democratize our economy.
I think there's a heightened awareness, but there's not a heightened action.
Kids don't need more information about this. They want people to tell the story of their lives' effect on the climate movement.
My interest is not necessarily in advocating for a particular model of success, but advocating for humans, which is the role of journalism.
The things that I don't know how to do, which are legion, I am already getting from people in like the brief time, 2 days, a day and a half that we've been here.
Are we asking people simply to donate, or are we trying to make a federal policy change? Posing that question to the room was so helpful because we had all these answers back at us, like I can connect you with this person.
I know that I'm already telling Jesus, like, we need to talk to this person. I want to talk to this person. So I'm excited that I don't have to get it in the next 3 days, that I have a whole year building that relationship out.
I really hope that it starts a conversation with the youth. That's what I hope. I hope the youth gets inspired and riled up as well.
In this space, in this room, remembering that we can change the narrative is really, really, really important.
The role of the artist, of the storyteller, to transcend these times of division and fear is huge.
Now that you've gotten a snapshot of the Climate Story Lab, we want to share with you a key few takeaways from our community that honestly continue to challenge us and shape the way that we approach our own work. First up, climate justice must be centered in our storytelling and advocacy practices. We began our labs by discussing what it means to put climate justice at the heart of our storytelling. We know that women, girls, people of color are on the front lines of the climate emergency, but rarely are they at the forefront of climate storytelling as makers or as protagonists. We cannot address the climate crises by telling stories that deepen existing injustices or that amplify oversimplified solutions. The Climate Story Lab is an effort for a community of practitioners and storytellers to critically ask ourselves, who is telling the story? How is the story being told? Who is funding it? And how does that story get shared?
Next, let's move beyond fear and hope. Now, we aren't great fans of the fear approach. It gets people's attention, sure, but scare stories about the overwhelming scale of the task ahead can lead to inaction and paralysis. Also, studies are warning us that the public already feels pretty terrible when they think about the climate. Top associations include helplessness, sadness, anger, and anxiety. Now, others have argued for all climate storytelling to be based in hope, but hope can feel avoidant of the realities we face. Isn't it just the other side of the coin from fear? So why have we accepted such a binary choice in the first place? Where's the joy, the courage, the curiosity? And where are the operas, the romances, and the comedies? And why are they all missing from climate stories? Also, why is the climate always missing from these other stories? Climate is the context that these stories exist in.
We need to bring in those who have felt left behind. Every Western economy has a big chunk of the population who has seen their fortunes stagnate over the past decade. For some communities, the lack of job opportunities and the lack of agency is multi-generational. Studies like those done by organizations such as More in Common in the UK and France suggest that these communities too are aware and concerned about the climate and about threats to wildlife and wild places. They also see the opportunity for jobs in the green transition. But they feel excluded from the climate movement. They don't see anyone with their background, experiences, and values speaking for it. They don't relate to the young activists who've taken to the streets. They often feel patronized by politicians and climate activists, and so they've disengaged. Our challenge is to connect with these communities with respect and bring their perspectives and priorities into the climate conversation. We can't have a Green New Deal without them, and why would we want to?
Next, we must disarm misinformation. As climate storytellers, we're not alone on the playing field. Those that wish to keep the status quo as it is have been pouring finance into misinformation about the climate for decades. The creation of conspiracy theories is a very well-resourced shadow industry. When the horrifying Australian wildfires made it seem that a wake-up call was inevitable, stories were manufactured and spread online, claiming that the fires had been made worse by green policies, even lit by eco-arsonists. They weren't true, but they spread like wildfire. We can't fight it with a list of facts and statistics. You gotta fight fire with fire. The thing about conspiracy theories, though, is that they appeal to our sense that the world is more magical and mysterious than it seems. And we have a way to combat that. It leads us to our last takeaway for today.
Now is the moment to create future visions of just solutions. Alex O'Keefe, who participated in the US lab and is also part of the Sunrise movement, so poignantly shared, utopian envisioning has to be the progressive left's answer to the conspiracy theories of the right. Distributive storytelling that moves on deep desires instead of paranoia. What he so beautifully captures is that we cannot fight the swell of misinformation with technocratic language. What we need is love, inclusivity, and positivity. Tangible manifestations of the potential of just solutions. And we're already starting to see that come out of the Climate Story Lab cohorts. We need artists to create more of these visions, funders to support the creation of these narratives, and distributors to amplify these stories to the mainstream. People ask us all the time, what's the next big climate film? And we say, actually, it's 1,000 small films. We need an explosive range of stories that resonates with different audiences, telling different truths. Today, we want to give you a taste of the greatness coming out of the Climate Story Lab.
Absolutely. We are so excited to share the works of 3 incredible storytellers. Each storyteller has taken their own unique approach to reach new voices in the climate movement and inspire action. So first up, we have Selina Nwulu. Selina is a writer and leader within the civic sector in London, working across social and climate justice. She's also a former Young Poet Laureate in London as has performed internationally. Selina's 6-part poetry series, Loneliness, a Climate Change Story, considers loneliness as a point of entry into climate change.
Hi, my name is Selina Nwulu. I am a writer and a poet, and I'm based in London. And my project is called Loneliness, a Climate Change Story, which is a 6-part poetry series thinking about just that loneliness and climate change. And I suppose the inspiration behind this project really stems from my deep conviction to create work around climate change and climate justice, and I'm always looking for different ways to approach that. I think the language we've inherited around the climate crisis is heavy and often inaccessible, and I think it's within our gift as creators and artists to find new ways to connect to talking about climate change and to write about it. And so that's certainly what I was thinking when I created Loneliness, a Climate Change Story. And I wanted to kind of create some curiosity around putting these two seemingly unconnected things together, and to bring in people who might think about loneliness either from a personal perspective or thinking about it as a public health issue, that loneliness is an epidemic. I wanted to bring them into the project and their interest into the project, as well as those who think and write and care about climate change, so that, you know, both these ideas can start to speak to each other. And so I think that speaks to the people that I wanted to reach on a creative level. I think pragmatically as well, I think I wanted to... This project is a new project. I see the series that I created as really just the foundation, and so I think there's more I'd like to do with it, and there's more I'd like to kind of connect with other artists, producers, who can collaborate with me to extend what this project can be. And so I'm going to read 2 poems from the series. If you see me veering off, it's because I'm reading from my laptop outside of the screen. But the first poem of the series that I wanted to read is the beginning of the series, and what I wanted to do. The series really does look at different ways of thinking about loneliness and climate change, whether that is denial, whether that is isolation and caring about something that nobody else seems to care about, whether it's individualistic lives. But this first one is really, scanning all the way back, and I'm thinking about the loneliness of our planet, and I took inspiration from a quote from Carl Sagan. And the quote is, "Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from anywhere to save us from ourselves." And so this first piece is called Pale Blue Dot. They say it's a small world, a dot of a planet, alone and spinning, not unlike ourselves, towards an answer, a catastrophe, some unknown destination. If every single lie we've ever told lives here, every real and false prayer, let the earth make of us what it will. Let it hear our every utterance until it is too heavy to bear, and we become but a marble rolling down the throat of the solar system. And so a second piece from the series that I'll read is called solastalgia, which is a relatively new word. which is a form of homesickness experienced when a person's natural environment has been irreparably damaged. And I think this also speaks to what I mean about creating new words and new language to suit the times we're in, and almost, diversifying, opening the language that we've inherited around the climate crisis. As times are changing so rapidly, they're increasingly less fit for purpose. And so this is the role of the creative and the writer to adapt and create new words to reflect the times we're in. So I was really drawn to this word and its newness, but also accurateness of the times that we're in. And so what is our relationship to place after the flood, after the drought, after the wildfire? And so this word speaks to that loss and to that grief. And so I wanted to think about that in this piece and write a poem about it, because that in itself is also a form of loneliness, that disconnection, that personal disconnection with a place. So this is called Solastalgia. What solace can be found from living in a crumbling skeleton? Ghost towns and villages that have lost their skins to the atmosphere. It is grief that will turn us into living memorials of our fallen landscapes. Given we do not yet have words for the eulogy, we might well embody our loss. Like this, we'll become a drought when there is no clean water. Our skin parched like abandoned land, faces dull and ready for wildfire. When the crops fail, our limbs will wilt like stalks giving up. Our hair imitate the weeds. It is perhaps the earthquakes that will crack open our chests, help us understand how we show love in the aftershocks. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Katie Basil. Katie is based in Southwest Alaska, where she explores multimedia storytelling with rural Alaskan youth. She is also the director and producer of the short documentary To Keep As One. Katie worked alongside the Alaska Native village Newtok to tell the story of the grassroots efforts of one of North America's first climate change transplants. After erosion and melting permafrost, the Newtok community is being forced to relocate to safety while maintaining geographical roots and a traditional way of life. This is the story that resonates for communities across the globe as forced migration caused by climate change becomes more of a common reality.
Hi, my name is Katie Basil, and I'm the director and producer of the short film To Keep As One. I live and work in Bethel, Alaska for KYUK Public Media for the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. Our film follows the relocation of families from the village of Newtok to the new village of Mukhdagavik, and the relocation is forced because of the effects of climate change, specifically rapid erosion and permafrost melt. We're completely inspired by the community of Newtok and the Newtok Village Council and all the fundraising and advocacy that they've done to move their community. Their goals are to maintain residents on their traditional lands so that they can continue their practices of hunting and fishing and gathering for subsistence. This is an indigenous Alaska Native community, Yupik specifically, and our goal is to raise awareness about the climate change crisis on a broad level, but also specifically to raise awareness of the lack of federal funding in the United States for communities that are forced to relocate because of climate change. Thank you so much for watching.
All my life I lived here. When we used to go play down there, it used to be really far. Like maybe an hour and a half walk. And now, few steps and you're already there. They say it's a slow moving erosion, but to me it's getting faster every year.
This relocation effort is estimated between 150 million to 250 million plus. There are 6 other villages right behind Newtok that are fighting for the same exact reasons. It is so hard to get that type of funding. It is not just about moving to a safer area. This is about preserving their identity, their culture.
And every winter time, when you hear this, it's a sign of love.
There's a lot of pressure right now. There's only one chance to get this right.
To watch the short To Keep as One, visit www.relocatenewtalk.org. Now, the final project we'd love to share with you today is from Tanya Nushka. Tanya is based in London and has a background in film and music video production. She's also the director of The World Is Yours, which is a short film that examines climate change from the perspectives of Black and Brown people in Britain and highlights how the actions of Western countries are negatively affecting familial homes all over the world. The film was released in the UK right ahead of the general election in 2019 as an effort to encourage people of color to vote.
Hello, my name's Tanya Nushka. I'm the director of the film The World Is Yours. The film was actually shot in Peckham, a lot of it, but the footage includes archive from across the world and people's personal photographs of their families, which we kind of cobbled together from places like Nigeria, Sudan, and Zimbabwe. We were inspired to put this project together as a team of people of colour creatives. We had sort of 4 days basically and a brief from a charity to try and encourage people to register to vote. And Louis, who actually supplied the music and is the composer of it, is very, very into sort of climate change and environmental issues. So I asked him to come up with an idea which was excellent, which was how we conduct ourselves here how we conduct ourselves in other countries affects here. So hence being The World Is Yours and ours. So yours being the next generation, ours being the global community, and ours also sort of encapsulating diaspora communities and being sort of having sort of intersectionality and multifaceted identities, which we have increasingly as children of diaspora. We're hoping to reach everyone with it, really. I know it'd be good to be specific about it, but it really is a problem that affects everybody. So, yes.
Why should we care about climate change? You may think that we can't do anything as individuals when 71% of carbon emissions are caused by multinational companies and countries. But best believe we live in one of those countries, and it's our relatives, the places around the world that we are proud to come from, that are on the front line of climate change. One time for your mind.
Dominica is known as the nature island, rainforests the whole way through. Hurricane Maria, which hit a couple of years ago, it was the strongest to ever make landfall. And it just tore straight through the middle of the island. People were like sheltering in their homes, hearing things smash through the windows, roof gone off, rain coming through. Everyone thought that they were going to die on that night. But even a year after, it was imminent food crisis. You couldn't get mangoes. And this is like one of the main exports. This is what is a lot of people's livelihood.
Dominica, the London G, from the nature island, where volcanoes raise the highest safe asylum.
My uncle had a farm in Ethiopia, and the farming out there, so they've had to change their crops all the time. It was too hot for the vegetables really to grow and costed him a lot of money. I guess the first thing he was growing was onions. And then when he actually stopped doing onions, he had to learn all new techniques just to do another vegetable.
As British kids, we are negatively affecting where we're from, how we live, how we conduct ourselves, whether we vote, will and does affect the world. Because these places that are burning, these places that are flooding, these places that haven't had a drop of rain to grow crops, these places are where we are from. It's just a fact. If nature suffers, people suffer. Because this delicate planet is the only one we've got. There are no borders when it comes to climate change.
Nigeria, where I'm from, every now and again it gets flooded. And if your family are from a place where land level is quite low, you're going to get affected by it even more. We're going to take action against climate change. We should definitely register to vote. That's a moral obligation.
Sudan, Khartoum, the capital, has literally been classified as like one of the hottest cities in the world. Literally, people can't even work in the day. They genuinely cannot work in the day. It's affecting, I guess, their income, it's affecting the government's economy. Sometimes you do feel hopeless because you think, oh, I can't do anything, but there is things that you can do. Back home, we have this saying that if you help one person, you pretty much are helping mankind.
Climate change is affecting the UK. Just look at the flooding in the northern parts of England and the Midlands right now. You only have to think back to Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans to see in Western countries, ethnic minorities historically bear the brunt of the negative effects caused by a crisis. The same will happen here.
Nature does not negotiate. The science is out there about what's going on with climate change. What we can change is our political will, because political will is a natural resource.
We have the power in the UK to make our voices heard in this election. Register to vote online before the 26th of November and make your voice heard on climate change.
There is so much richness coming out of the Climate Story Labs already, as you can see. Best of all, we're inviting all of you to host your own climate storytelling gathering.
We have created the Climate Story Lab Toolbox, which includes a library of videos from experts, discussion prompts, and resources to help guide your gatherings, whether you are a film festival programmer, a museum curator, or an educator. You can download it at climatestorylab.org. You'll also find detailed reports from our past labs there too. This is just the beginning of the toolbox, and we'll be growing it over the upcoming years.
Now, before we wrap up, we want to take a moment to emphasize again why climate storytelling matters so much right now. We're about to embark on a massive rebuild of society. Everything that we were told before the pandemic that wasn't possible no longer stands true. We now have permission to dream bigger. We have to.
We, as storytellers, can create a future narrative that shows the power of community working together. A narrative that gives us the courage to embrace all the unknowns that lay ahead. We have found our courage because we know that these stories exist. We've seen them. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we really hope that you join us in the Climate Story Lab community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, saludos desde Guatemala. Mi nombre es Rebecca Lane y quiero darles la bienvenida a WOW Women of the World Festival. Y quiero contarles que yo hago música, rap, soy activista también de la cultura hip hop y muchas de mis canciones hablan sobre la situación de las mujeres en Guatemala y Centroamérica. La primera canción que les voy a compartir se llama Ni Una Menos. Este es un movimiento feminista que nació en América Latina que está exigiendo hacia el mundo entero que no queremos más feminicidios y no queremos más violencia hacia las mujeres. Ajá. Yeah. Quisiera tener cosas dulces que escribir, pero tengo que decidir y me decido por la rabia. 5 mujeres hoy han sido asesinadas y a la hora por lo menos 20 mujeres violadas. Esto que solo es un día en Guatemala, multiplícalo y sabrás por qué estamos enojadas. No voy a andar con pinzas para quien no entienda que esto es una emergencia y estamos preparadas. No soy pacifista, no me exijan cosas que no ofrezco. No pedí un pedestal ni lo merezco. Soy como las otras, hartas de andar con miedo, agresiva porque es la forma en que me defiendo. No tengo privilegio que proteja este cuerpo en la calle. Creen que soy un blanco perfecto, pero soy negra como mi bandera y valiente en nombre mío y en el de todas mis bisabuelas. La curandera que murió de tantos golpes porque el hombre que la amaba realmente la odiaba. La otra que fue abandonada con un hijo y cuando se enfermó tuvo que mandarle un hospicio. Esto va por mí porque a los 15 años me atravesó la cara un golpe desde su mano. Porque ningún humano se hizo presente el día que un delincuente me dejó el pezón marcado. Esto va por la niña de 9 años obligada a un embarazo porque la violó su hermano. Una niña sin derechos porque el clero considera que el aborto es peor que lo que le han hecho. Me remito a los hechos, no voy a explicarle con dibujos a ningún macho de esos que creen que con su intelectualidad nos van a venir a educar sentados en sus privilegios. No tengo privilegio que proteja este cuerpo en la calle. Creen que soy un blanco perfecto, pero soy negra como mi bandera y valiente en nombre mío y en el de todas mis bisabuelas. Contanos bien, en las calles somos miles, desde México hasta Chile y en el planeta entero. En pie de lucha porque vivas nos queremos, no tenemos miedo, no queremos a ni una menos. Díganme loca, histérica y exagerada, pero hoy canto nombre mío y el de todas mis hermanas. No nos acusen de violentas, esto es autodefensa. Estamos en resistencia, ya no somos indefensas. No. Pero soy negra como mi bandera y valiente en nombre mío y en el de todas mis bisabuelas. Y esta siguiente canción que les voy a compartir se llama Siempre Viva y es una canción dedicada para todas nosotras porque muchas veces cuando expresamos nuestra forma de pensar, nuestra forma de hablar, nuestra forma de vestir, nuestra forma de amar, ¿verdad? Somos atacadas muy fuertes y esta es una canción para darnos ánimo y para mandar a la mierda todos esos comentarios que nos hacen sobre nuestro cuerpo, nuestras ideas, nuestra vida y para estar siempre vivas como mala hierba.
Siempre viva como mala hierba, siempre viva como mala hierba, siempre viva como mala hierba.
¿Quién dijo que era fácil ser mujer? Desde pequeñita me hicieron creer que era bonita y si no lo era, entonces ya nadie me iba a querer. Si era redonda era por glotona, si hablaba mucho era por chismosa, si no estaba orando estaba pecando y la Virgen María que cuando creciera me iba a casar y que cuidara mucho mi virginidad, que en vez de fumar y tomar aprendiera a limpiar bien la casa y también cocinar. Nada de tatuajes ni perforaciones, nada de bailar y enseñar cómo ser feliz con tantas prohibiciones. Mando a la mierda todos sus sermones. Hago lo que quiero porque puedo, porque soy así. Me dicen mala hierba porque nunca me dejé morir y yo siempre viva, siempre viva, siempre viva, na 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 y siempre viva, siempre viva, siempre viva, na 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 na. En redes sociales me dicen marrana, me dicen peluda, me dicen lesbiana, me dicen fea, me dicen atea y yo siempre viva, pues soy mala hierba. Me tiran veneno, me quieren cortar. Me tiran veneno, me quieren matar y yo siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na 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 y siempre viva. Siempre Sé lo que soy, sé que puedo ser peor. El experimento que mal le salió, pero sus palabras no van a ofender, pues soy un orgullo de mala mujer. La, 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 la. Me tiran veneno, me quieren cortar. La, 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 la. Me tiran veneno, me quieren matar y yo siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na, 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 na. Y siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na, 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 na. Siempre viva, siempre viva. Como mala hierba. Muchas gracias, mi nombre es Rebecca Lane y saludos desde Guatemala.
Hi, I'm Deepa Narayan. I'm a social scientist. I'm addicted to doing research. I've written 17 books, and recently I wrote another one. I recently gave a TED Talk on this book. The talk is called 7 Beliefs That Silence Women. It's a summary of my research, which is a 5-year project, interviewing over 600 educated middle-class women and men in the big cities in India. And the book is called Chup, Breaking the Silence of India's Women. Chup is a word that is used so much in India that it's entered the English Oxford Dictionary, truly. Chup means shut up or be quiet. Every time I'd go to an interview, the woman would look so smart, brilliant, gorgeous, amazing, that I'd wonder, why am I wasting my time talking to her? And yet the stories that emerged was one of internal isolation. So in my book, I talk about 7 habits that afflict women still, not because it's in women's genes, but because it's part of early training of what society expects of women. Habit 1, if non-existence, is the pretense that you don't have a body. Habit 2 is be quiet, don't have a voice, chup. 3 is exist for others, which means pleasing others, be a people pleaser. 4th is you have no sexuality for yourself, but it's a performance for others. 5th is don't trust women. 6th is have no individual identity or duty over desire. And lastly, the 7th, which rolls up all these habits into being dependent on others. I know these habits vary across cultures, but in the workshops I've done, particularly in the US and Canada and India, these habits seem to be everywhere. They're insidious and they're part of what we learn. And it's also part of the resistance each one of us experiences when we try to break them. I was thrilled when women emerging from isolation contacted me recently. It's amazing women around the world from different cultures, different sectors. And women are listening to the TED Talk and responding to see which patterns of behavior are dominant or still exist in their culture and how it impacts their lives. I'm so grateful to them for connecting with women from different parts of the world. And I hope you will be part of this movement and look at the 7 habits and see which one of these affects you and how can we collectively overcome them so we can truly shine as amazing, strong women in the world.
Thank you, Deepa, for sharing your 7 habits and 7 beliefs. It was just really powerful to listen to you share. One particular vocabulary that has stuck with me or that has stayed with me, and it's chop. And when I think about chop in my context, it's farabale. And farabale is one vocabulary in Yoruba language, in the Yoruba language, that everyone can relate to. And, I'm just going to, so farabalẹ̀ could come farabalẹ̀. Farabalẹ̀ se. Ó máa farabalẹ̀ ni. Wà ní láti farabalẹ̀. So it's used in different ways, in different forms, with like the different intonations, and it could mean different things. But I remember, and I look back at my life, and I'm just looking at my journey from childhood and up until this date. You see me today, and I'm your typical successful woman. But farabale is one word that has grown with me. It's one word that has been used to say, calm down. It's that word that has been used to say, but you're a woman, Unilati, you need to calm down. You're a woman, farabale. Then, if you're too angry, if you're too expressive, you're told to farabale. And this is said to you across every spheres of the society. So whether you're in school, your teachers are there to remind you to farabale. If you're at home, your parents are there to remind you to farabale. You're told that a woman is to be calm. You're told that a woman is to farabale. And so basically you're hearing this throughout your life. Even as a professional, I remember in my first employment, I remember being told at different points that, you're a woman, you're not married yet, you don't have kids yet, you need to start learning to farabale, and that's one of those things that has been, it's ingrained in everything that we do, in the culture, and it's almost like, it's just there. I'd like to share five examples of habits, of beliefs, of practices that I've seen and I've experienced and I've heard, since my 33 years of existence on this planet. And the one thing is the first one is everything is in preparation for marriage. As a girl and as a woman, you're told, your place, you're told to go into the kitchen, you're encouraged to do the chores, and it's all about, your looking forward to getting married, looking forward to being in your husband's house. You're being told how to cook. You need to learn how to cook well. You need to learn how to make the home. You need to learn how to prepare the home and arrange the home. And it's like all these chores and all this preparation for this vision of marriage. And it's all ingrained in our culture, in the society, and everybody contributes to it. So the aunties, the grandmas, the parents, and most times the boys are left to play. The boys, will play football. The boys will be playing their video games and but it's almost like the responsibility is, falls on the woman or the girl and prepares her to become a woman. I think about an expression that my grandmother shared with me. And we were having a conversation, and my grandmother said, when you get married, I can't remember what exactly it was, but somehow it was a conversation around cheating. It was around infidelity in marriage. And I remember my grandmother said, when you're married, and it's important for you to keep your marriage and stay married. And when you get into it, you just have to keep one eye shut. You keep one of your eyes shut. And I asked my grandmother, and I said, what does that mean? And she said, well, you have to, yes, be in the marriage, but you have to close your eyes and shut your mind and shut your eyes to the things that could upset you in the marriage, to the things that could, whether he's cheating, you just have to overlook it. You have to ignore it. You have to pretend you don't see it. And that's what she meant by shutting one eyes. And I found that really interesting, because when I think about just, the society, and when I think about the community, women are almost raised to be inexpressive. You're to see these things, but you're to ignore. If you're too expressive, you're labeled feisty, you're labeled difficult. So, women are to be kind, to be empathetic. You're told, act like a lady. I mean, it comes across from whether it's school, whether it's at home, you're to sit like a lady. Like, what does that even mean? So you hear this at every point in time. you're not being a lady. That's not ladylike. Oh, you can't do that sport because it's not for ladies. You can't play football because it's not for ladies. And you think about it, and you're raised and you grow up thinking that there's certain things that women don't do. And with that, automatically you find that we're conditioned to be gentle. We're conditioned to be meek. We're conditioned to be, sort of quiet, not to be as vocal and as expressive, and this cuts across every aspect of the community and every area of the community. Be a lady, act like a lady. For number 3, women have no voice. They could have voices legally, or they don't have voices legally. They don't have voices ceremonially. And when I think about it as well, culturally, they don't have a voice. It's much worse when you're a younger woman. There's something said in my culture where it said, "Agbalagba okin paro," which means that an elderly person doesn't tell lies. And so you're a young woman, you're young, and then you're a woman. So it's like double jeopardy, where you literally say, you kneel, you say sorry for what you haven't done. You're not allowed to challenge a lie that is told by an elderly person. You just accept it and you say sorry, you apologize, whether you're hurt, whether it's you who has been wronged or not. And you see this across even with wedding ceremonies and negotiation of the bride and groom between the two families. You see this cut across even inheritance in some culture, in some tribes, and you see this also even in greetings and, how a woman is is treated with her in-laws or, with much older people. The 4th one is to be decent. Be decent. And, be decent connotes a lot of things. It's be decent with how you express yourself, how you show yourself, how you express your sexuality, how you talk about your body, talk about your likes, talk about your interests. And you would hear things just because a woman is sexually liberated and she's expressive about what she wants and what she likes. You hear terms like ashawo. You hear terms like, which means prostitute. Man comes into the woman, and the woman is seen and perceived as the recipient, and it's the man's choice to approach her. It's the man's choice to want her, and you see cultures and you hear of experiences where the woman is not allowed to acknowledge. She cannot express her wants. She's not allowed to, because it's the man's responsibility to show interest and then come into the woman. And you think of rape as well. You think of sexual assault. And even with that, it's the woman's fault because it's the man who saw her and then he got attracted or he wanted her. And it's the woman's fault for making that happen. So you think about all of this and you think about how it's just ingrained in the society, in the culture, in the practices, and everything is the woman's fault. It's her responsibility for the man raping her. It's either how she dressed or how she looked or how she was expressing herself, and that's why she got raped. And it's always that way, and it's never the man's fault. The 5th one is one of the ones that really, really surprises me, especially when, we're constantly, a lot of people that I found to reflect this attitude as some of the most successful women. And it's the Pooh had Down syndrome. It's PhD syndrome. And you see a woman, especially if she's younger and if she's successful and if she probably hasn't gone through the challenges or the sort of experience that you have, but there is something about pulling her down. There's something about not supporting the woman. It's like an unspoken law. It's like an unspoken practice. But there's just this deliberate force or energy to not allow, for women not to support the younger one to aspire to grow, to develop. And you see this differently with men. You see this differently with boys. There's such strong network of support, of connecting themselves, of mentoring themselves. But then there is a full head down syndrome that is really embedded, deeply embedded in the community. When there's a woman who is, who is being scandalized, or there's a woman who has a scandal, majority of the comments that you follow will be women, who are talking about it and who are, rebuking her. And it's one of those things that I've also found that, it's like envy, it's like jealousy, but it comes from a place where I can't really explain it. But I see this across different professional, I see this across different walks of life. And I see this across different levels of whether educated women, whether uneducated women, but I just see this pull her down syndrome. Really want to get under my skin, tell me to farabale. Just say it, and you would see a different Folawe. I'm not going to farabale. I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to use my voice. It will get louder and louder so long as I'm passionate about whatever it is that I'm speaking about and talking about. So long as I know that I'm on my right, I will not farabale.
Standing friend and ally of the WOW Festival, and I'm very happy and honoured to be facilitating this very important conversation this evening. This is the part 2 of the health activism. Just to give you a theme of what this session is based on, really, what we're going to be looking at is how do women protect health? How do women protect their health at the time of a physical danger and a social unrest? What are the biggest health challenges facing women today, and where do we get help when you are cut off from your usual support system during this life in lockdown? Does the suffering of the wider community bear down on a personal well-being, and how do we achieve health justice for women being left out of a global health infrastructures and conversations? I would like to welcome my very amazing panelists. I'm going to give descriptions of who they are. I would like to welcome Hilda Kuleba, has over 40 years experience in working in public health and leads mother-to-mother work in Mozambique, where she is responsible for the implementation and strategic leadership of the program in the country, while ensuring alignment and integration with the Ministry of Health plans. And my second guest, it's Nina Prasad, joined the public health team at Bloomberg Philanthropies in 2008. She led the development of Now Directs to the Foundation Obesity Prevention Program, which aims to improve the food environment policy through change. Nina also directs the maternal and reproductive health. And my other guest, Devita Davidson, Executive Director of Food Lab Detroit. Food Lab is a nonprofit organization that fosters the creation of equitable local food economy by providing food entrepreneurs with education, peer-to-peer mentoring, and access to market opportunities. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us this evening. I know we're all in different timelines. So I really want us to have a really open conversation. I know it's very difficult during this time with virtual, but hopefully we will be meeting very soon in person. So I would like to open with this question. So this conversation is extremely important. Why is it so important? Why right now we need to really be making sure this conversation is being had? I will start with Ilda first, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you, everyone, and I'm very excited to be on this panel. I'm Ilda. I'm the country director for Mothers to Mothers. We're an African-based organization whose mission is to deliver healthy, thriving families and a generation free of HIV. For Mothers to Mothers, it's about giving African women a voice so that they can make decisions on their health care, on their being, around their bodies. And it's about being gender equal, inclusive, and really looking at building capacity from the ground up. So for us, it's important. This conversation is important because we know that women are affected disproportionately when it comes to health. So it's important for us to talk about this. As an organization, we employ HIV positive women as mentor mothers who work in under-resourced facilities and communities. And they're there providing a link to essential services to their clients, but also providing health education, information, and really providing that psychosocial support. So it's important to have this pillar, this lifeline of women who've been there, who've had the same experience. And I think it's important for us to talk about this around this pandemic, around so many issues going in the world with anti-racism, because women are at the center of what we do. And I think that women create healthy societies, healthy families, and this is why it's important. As an organization, we've employed over 11,000 women, all HIV positive. We've reached 11 million women and children under 2, and really all with the objective of having a generation free of HIV. So I think that it's important because we really want to make sure that we improve the livelihoods of those that are most marginalized in our society.
Thank you, Ilda. Nina, over to you.
Thank you, Layla. It's really nice to be chatting with you and Ilda and Davita as well. So I'm a physician and I did some training in public health. I work for Bloomberg Philanthropies, where I oversee our food policy work and our maternal and reproductive health work. I'm fortunate, I'm a Canadian, but I normally live in New York City, and I'm really lucky that I get to work all over the world. I don't think women are a monolith, so I think we need to be careful about, or I'm very careful about how I talk about women and represent them. So I just wanted to put that out there. And even within countries, you know, women can have different needs. So it's something I'm really aware of and sensitive about. Women, having said that though, I think nobody would disagree that women are the backbone of society. We're the backbone of families, which mean then we're the backbone of communities and nations. And I believe that when women thrive, society thrives. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that, yet we continue to be left out. And emergencies like the COVID-19 pandemic amplify the inequity, and we're seeing that already. They'll amplify the inequities women around the world are already suffering from, whether that's in the health sphere, the social sphere, the economic sphere. So, and to dig into those a little bit, in health, we're already seeing redirecting of resources. So, I recently came across a study that looked at what happened to services for women during the Ebola crisis in Sierra Leone in 2014 and 2015. And very conservative estimates there showed that as a result of decreased utilization of health services, there were an additional 4,000 maternal deaths, neonatal deaths, and stillbirths. We're seeing reduced cancer screenings around the world. We're seeing reduced access to contraceptives, which means we're going to see more unintended pregnancy, more unsafe abortion. And again, getting back to Sierra Leone, they observed during the Ebola crisis an uptake in teen pregnancy, which was attributed to school closures. And, I wonder, where are those young women today? What do their lives look like? Did they go back to school? So, there's the health and social impacts, and then there's, economic impacts. And women work in what we now realize are so many essential jobs, whether it's frontline healthcare workers, whether it's grocery store clerks, whether it's cleaners, and we really undervalued these and underpaid and underprotected these positions. But I have a little bit of hope. I hope we're turning a corner on that, and we're now appreciating who are the people, largely women, who keep our society going. So, and then of course I don't have to say that as we're all sheltering in place, women are sort of dealing with a triple duty. They're doing their regular jobs. They're acting as teachers for their kids while their kids are at home and not in school. And then they're looking after the household, and that has implications. So, it just, women do everything, and we've got to start lifting them up. And I think this pandemic is also showing us that we're not resilient. We're so vulnerable. And how do we create systems of resilience so we can, weather the next crisis and the next pandemic, which will inevitably come? And women are going to be a big part of that.
I feel like any crisis that's ever happened in the world, you will find women are always at the forefront of keeping everything together, whether it's within their homes, within the crisis that's happening outside. So I think that's something that, even for me, it's something I'm constantly seeing. It's like the women is at the forefront of this. Davita, how about you? Why is this so important that this is at the forefront now?
Yeah, I think it's super important, particularly during this time in a pandemic, yes, but also as particularly we see here in the United States and America, and really all over the world, that people are starting to say in a unified voice, for the very first time, Black lives matter.
Yeah.
And if Black lives matter, then Black women's lives should matter. And so my work at Food Lab Detroit is that of the executive director, who has the privilege to oversee an organization that helps women, primarily women of color, start their own food business. And to be honest, like, I don't do this work because I'm interested in launching and scaling and growing large mega food businesses owned by women. The reason why I do this work, and it's centered around the fact that we cannot disconnect poverty and poor health. And what we know is that women disproportionately are affected by poverty, and as a result, are affected by poor health. And so you cannot separate those two. And so the thing that I'm most interested in having this conversation around health activism, because that's the title of this panel, is the fact that I want to make sure that we lift up and continue to bring awareness to the radicalism that is health activism. And what I mean by that is that I fear that the politics of terminology that's called self-care has been muted, has been taken over, and has now been made palatable for the masses. But the whole terminology of self-care really comes from kind of radical politics. So in 1988, in the words of an African-American lesbian by the name of Audre Lorde, and is our rally cry here in Detroit, my community, that is caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it's self-preservation. And the act is political warfare. And so I really want to center my work around what does it mean for women to be radically and unapologetic about their self-care. Because many of us are poor, many of us are working ourselves into the early grave, and to say out loud, I am going to take care of myself, I am going to put myself first, like that's radical within itself. Because so many times what we know is that even women, we aren't conditioned to believe that. And so now is the time for women to say in an unapologetic manner, then my life matters. And self-care to me is really a political and a radical act. And what does it look like for women in this moment who are out on the forefront of protest lines, who are out on the forefront of essential care workers, to say, I matter too. And so how do we have a conversation around what self-care and the radicalization of that, what it really looks like?
Listen, I feel like I'm about to jump out of my couch. Like, just want to high five all of you, because that's exactly, really personally, I feel exactly the same way in terms of well-being. It is like the idea of the well-being is a political statement. And also, I'll give an example of what I recently experienced. As a therapist, I thought, what do I do during the pandemic? And I thought, okay, let me organize Zoom calls where people can just come in and just talk about how they feel. But we did one recently with the recent, obviously, of, I would say, reawakening of the civil rights movement in America, which is happening also here in the UK. And yet again, Black women were left behind, left behind. And I remember we put out a notice within 24 hours, we had 4,000 women around the world who contacted us, who wanted that space, because we still don't have those spaces where we can explore the idea of well-being. So I really want to expand on what all of you have been saying in terms of, because this is not just about gender, it's not just about being women. If you are a woman of color in a country where racism exists and class system clearly exists, maybe briefly all three of you can share the impact that will have. Because there is a difference. I think privilege needs to be pulled out when we're talking about this. And Davita, I'll start with you actually.
Exactly.
First. Yeah.
Hi, boo. I'm on a call right now.
I love this new world.
Yes. This is my niece, Aaliyah.
Oh, hi, Aaliyah.
Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
So yeah, maybe if you can give us some points on how the impact that will have, because we can talk about women, having access to health, but we have to be honest. There's a whole different need for Black women specifically for health. So maybe if you can say to the audience the impact that will have if those women are not left behind. So David, over to you, David. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So that's very important specifically. So what I want to do, and I can't wait to hear from my panelists, but what I would love to do is take a step back, right? For a second and really get to the root of this, like being left behind. And I want to make sure I call out, and for the folks that are listening, two kind of really historical texts that I want to ground us in. One is a book that is written by someone who I have a great deal of admiration for. Her name is Harriet Washington. And she wrote a book that's called Medical Apartheid, right? And it talks about the history of medical experimentation on Black bodies, particularly Black women. And then I would love to kind of draw this thread and this connection between another book that's called, and it's taken from the call from Fannie Lou Hamer that says, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so if you would allow me to talk about the fact that there is a history, particularly in the United States of America, from the era of slavery to the present day, where Black people, Black women in particularly, have every right to be suspect of our medical community, to be suspect of the medical industry. Our bodies have been taken advantage of unwillingly, like we have been experimenting upon. I think what is most known all across the world is this syphilis experiment that we call the Tuskegee experiment that was done on Black men. But Black women's bodies, our uterus were being removed. One of the things that we see now, because Serena Williams and Beyonce Knowles lifted it up, that they almost died on the operating table as they were giving birth, because for whatever reason, doctors don't think that Black women have pain. Like, where does that come from? Or that we can take it? We're strong, we're tough. Like, the fact that we're in pain, they don't believe us when we say that we are. And so so there's history rooted on why we should be suspect of modern medicine and even the medical industry today. But the reason why I want to hearken the book that was written that's called I'm Sick and Tired of Being Sick and Tired is that Black women have always been like the backbones, the architects, the workers in the background to create this medical kind of care for Black women, because traditional and modern medicine has failed us. And at the forefront of that is midwifery. Like the midwives movement among Black women and taking care of Black women, making sure that our babies are delivered in the world in a way in which we're treated humanely. Our pain is being recognized. And so there is a history upon history around how Black women we recognize. And I have to say this about being left behind. I think another reason why the contributions of Black women or we are being left behind is not brought up to the forefront, because in the United States of America, primarily, like cisgendered Black men tend to be centered, right, in these movement building exercises. So whether it be Booker T. Washington, Dr. Roscoe Brown, like, yeah, these were Black men who really had conversations and were leading the movement around, like, what does it mean to be health activists? But don't think Black women were not in the background who were the forefront of these movements. They were nurses, they were teachers, they were club members. A sorority here in the United States called Alpha Kappa Alpha. They even had something that was called the Alpha Kappa Alpha Mississippi Project. So it is important, yes, that not only Black women be left behind, but we let Black women lead. We need to be listening to Black women, because we, more than anything, our bodies lay at the intersectionality of not only being women, but being Black, being trans, being non-gender conforming. And I know that Black women have the solutions. We understand that health and medical needs is a community action and requires us to be in community with one another. And so I think that the path has been laid and been set. But I think that in order for Black women to not be left behind, we have to listen to, we have to center, and we have to allow Black women to lead.
Thank you. And Ilda, do you want to have something to add on that point?
Well, I mean, I think if I bring this back to, I think there are a lot of points of what Via brought up around letting Black women lead, listening to them. And when I bring it back to the work that we do at Mothers to Mothers, I think there's a lot of things that are very relevant. I mean, if you look at Mozambique, a country where we have 2.2 million people living with HIV, and 58% of that number are women. So, and only a small fraction are actually on treatment. So unless we do something, unless we make sure that these women know their status, get on treatment, we will not be able to achieve the goal of a generation free of HIV. There is no way. So the role of the mentor mother, which I mentioned earlier, is very pivotal in what we do. It's important to have peer-led, community-based interventions that allow us to know what are the challenges that are going on in our communities and how can we help. So the solutions need to come from the communities in order for us to be able to serve these women, because we can't come in and with the solutions without knowing what is going on. I mean, there are so many cultural that goes on that doesn't allow women to access healthcare because it doesn't depend on her. Many women, specifically in Mozambique, early childhood marriage is a thing. So a woman doesn't make a decision around her healthcare around her well-being. It's a privilege to be able to make it to a facility. And so I truly do believe that there's so much that has to be done in this space. And I talk about HIV because for us, HIV is not something of the past. And COVID comes in as really the tip of the iceberg. And we've been lucky to seeing numbers that, when compared to the neighboring countries and around the world, we've fared quite well. But we also know that there's impacts on businesses and on people's livelihoods. We have clients that talk about not being able to sell at the market because not only is she HIV positive, she's pregnant, she's immunocompromised, and having that compounded with the fear of getting COVID-19 really sets her back. So now she's unable to feed her family and potentially unable to reach a health facility to get treatment. I mean, UNAIDS talks about an additional 500,000 deaths can happen if people are unable to get treatment. And the ones that will be most affected undoubtedly will be women, because they are the ones that are are most infected with this disease. So definitely, how do we make sure that those on the ground and those that have the experience are being brought to the forefront and are talking about it?
Thank you, Ilda. Nina, briefly, what would you add to this?
So I feel like well-being and thriving are not a zero-sum game. And you have to lift up, as Davita said so beautifully and powerfully, the voices that have been most marginalized. So in the US, that's Black women, it's Black trans women. In Canada, where I am, it's Indigenous women and Black women. And I think we have to understand when those women are lifted up, we're all lifted up. We're all better.
Mm-hmm.
And I completely agree. We have to, I came across something yesterday about white men in the U.S. are 32% of the population, but they're, over 60% of elected officials, a huge proportion of federal judges, huge proportion of Fortune 500 CEOs. And sometimes I worry when people just say reflexively, like, oh, we need women and we need Black women to be in those places. Yes, we do. But we also have to smash this table. It's not about being at the table as it exists. We have to smash the table. We have to remake the table in the image of Black and brown women, and those who have been left behind. So, that's a point I feel really strongly about when people say, oh, let's give women a seat at the table. I don't know that women want to be at this table because it's left so many people out. They need to remake the table. And just really quickly, as a physician and someone in public health, I think there is a real reckoning happening right now in medicine and public health around racism. And, you'll read studies, you'll read a medical study, and they'll talk about race as a risk factor. I'm sorry, race is not the risk factor. The risk factor is racism. So we have to start calling it what it is. And we have to start teaching this in medical school. It's got to be a core curriculum. In public health school, in fact, in grade school, it's got to start much sooner than medical school. It has to be embedded. We have to start telling, the real history of these countries and these nations and how these nations were built. So, this is something I'm thinking a lot about. And as Davita said, certainly in the US, there is a crisis of maternal mortality among Black women. And it is independent of education level. of class, and so on. And it reflects racism in the system. Black women's symptoms are dismissed. And there's also a phenomenon called weathering, which, all of the stresses that Black women face over time create a sense of chronic stress and chronic, unwell-being that then predisposes them mortality. And then on top of that, they're dismissed.
I mean, which leads me to, so I want to get to the point where we can maybe come up with some ideas of what could work or what should be happening. So in terms of in your positions, especially, so if you respond from the position that you're at, if you can give some examples of what's actually working to ensure that, again, I'm going to come back to that question, that women are not left behind in this. And actually, I'll start with Ilda.
Well, for us, our model has proven to work. I think Mentor Mothers, the testament that it works is that they've been deemed essential workers at health facilities, even in the face of COVID, because we need to ensure that HIV services are there, maternal health services are still being offered. So I think having these peer-led approaches.
Sorry to interrupt. We only have 4 minutes. No, so I want to.
I would think, work with the women who've been through those experiences, and Mentor Mothers, in our experience, has worked.
Nina, how about you?
Yeah, just really quickly. We in the programs that I work on, we are very big believers in supporting civil society, and governments change. They have a short outlook based on election cycles, but civil society is a constant force. And I think we have seen that if we invest in civil society in a long-term way, in a sustainable way, in a predictable way, things change. Society gets lifted up. And I think we've got to invest much more in civil society organizations led by Black women, led by Black trans women, led by Indigenous women.
Thank you. David, how about you?
Yep, 2 things really quickly that I think are working. The first thing is to be able to provide services and to center support and technical assistance around Black women so they can start their own business. And what that means to them is kind of economic power and freedom to be able to make choices in life. The 3 models, the one model that, of course, I want to lift up that I think is working, of course, is the model of Food Lab, where we center the voices and provide wraparound services to Black women in order to do that. Another one out in Oakland, California, or San Francisco was La Cocina. And another one in New York is called Hot Bread Kitchen. Love their work. And the number 2 thing that I think is working, I am absolutely inspired by Vanessa and Morgan. And those are the founders of an organization that's called Girl Trek. It is the most inspiring health movement probably in the world. They are the largest organization of Black women in the United States, and they have over 10,000 health activists who are helping women to do one thing, and that's walk.
Perfect. Quickly, I'm just gonna call out your name, and you tell me what's giving you hope right now. So, Nina, one thing that's giving you hope.
I have to say the protests in the U.S., I've gone through a state of not again, and what's going to change, to like being really depressed about it, to feeling some hope. I think the fact that people have been out in the street day after day after day, and we're starting to see some change. It's giving me hope, and we just got to keep it going.
Perfect. Ilda, how about you? One thing, quickly.
The resilience that we see in the women with which we work with gives me hope that there is a space to have a generation free of HIV. So resilience among women.
Perfect. Davita, how about you?
Yeah, I think I can't remember, and I don't want to give credit to this particular quote, but it's an old adage that they say, they thought that they buried us, but what they didn't know is that we were seeds. And I think that gives me hope, is that I come from the descendants of enslaved West Africans. They tried to kill us. I shouldn't even be here, but I am. And if my ancestors could survive the Middle Passage and chattel slavery, I know that now I can survive, and I have the willpower, I have the blueprint, I know the journey that Black women, we will survive. And we are coming together as a community in the name of resilience and survival.
Perfect. Actually, and what gives me hope, it's the idea we can even have these conversations with amazing women like yourself on a platform created by women. And that gives me so much hope. So thank you, everybody. And thank you so much to our panelists for joining us. Really, this is a very important conversation. And I understand why WOW actually asked me to facilitate this, because this is something that I'm I breathe and live this conversation at all times. So thank you, everybody. I would like to give a special thanks to WOW for creating this space. And I would like to say a special thanks to the BSO interpreters for making this session accessible to for those who need it. And yes, so what's up next? So wait a minute. Oh, I missed that bit. Can I do that again? Okay, let's do it again. So I just want to thank everybody at WOW and the BSO interpreters. And up next, WOW Sounds and WOW Big Ideas from amazing women around the world. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Been quite covered up or alluded to but not made open before. And if you're a white cisgendered woman like me, 66 years old, I can honestly tell you that this feels like a revolution again in progress. And we always say about the WOW community, we must learn from each other, and we must also unlearn things that we thought we knew and reposition ourselves so that we can find a new kind of solidarity that is truly intersectional. Unless you have intersectional justice, there isn't justice. So I wanted to say another thing as well, which is to do with Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies. You heard Dr. Nina Prasad there talk about how civil society needs to be respected. And of course, that means grassroots knowledge, the stories of women at the front line. And I don't believe that we've done that respecting until now. And I believe that we do need to change the table, not just have a seat at the table. And I'd like to thank Bloomberg, because these are conversations which traditionally corporates, if you like, businesses, if you like, have been nervous of having. And it's really important that the people who have the most power to change the views of society, because they have the economic heft, it's really important that they're courageous at this point. And I know that Bloomberg have been, because they've been supporting us doing this, as have MasterCards and Moody's. But Bloomberg Philanthropy and Bloomberg came with us right from the very, very start of the WOW journey. So, I want to call it out for them, because they've stood side by side, and we've all had to rise. We all need to rise. And it was said on that meeting just now that if Black women, women of color, and trans women are given the respect and the space and the self-love that they deserve and need, we will all benefit. And that's actually true. So I'm going to thank Leila Hussein particularly, because she's educated so many people about the pain of FGM. I'm not talking about the physical pain alone. I'm talking about the entire idea of being negated, of being abused, of being dismissed, and trying to educate people to understand this as a right of a child, of a girl child that's not even allowed to come into her own. It's an amazing time for learning and speaking out. So any of you listening who don't yet think of yourself as an activist is a wonderful thing to be. It really just means that you can bring all your energy to make the world a better space. And if you're sitting here with the privilege of listening and you have digital access, you've already had your rights won for you over and over again by women and men from the past. So it's time to do our bit. Everybody has to do their bit. So I'm going to introduce now, as Leda just said, we've got Wow Sounds by Nona Knakani, and then A Big Idea, Michaela de Prince, Girls for a Better Tomorrow, and then Jamila and Vivi from Germany. So stay on to listen to that. You might be able to make yourself a quick cup of tea. I'm not absolutely certain you've got the time, because we are here to create a better future. And then we'll be coming to the economy session to find out what solutions we've got on offer. Thanks very much, and thanks to a brilliant panel.
Hi everyone, my name is Nono Ngwane. Thank you so much for tuning into my set. I'm a singer and composer from South Africa. The song that I'll be doing for you today is one of my original songs called Baleka, and it's written in my mother tongue, isiXhosa, and it simply means run. Enjoy.
We are Girls for a Better Tomorrow initiative based in Jordan. I'm Zareen. I'm Muna Guerrero. I am Elliot. I'm Sarah. This is our first meeting after the lockdown for board members, and we are planning to responding to COVID-19, focusing on girls.
احنا بمبادرتنا بتسعى في انها تطور او تمكن الفتيات القياديات يلي احنا طبعا موجودين في دولة الاردن. تمام، هلا احنا رح نمكنهم على اساس انه يصير عندهم وعي اكبر بانهم كيف يصيروا يطالبوا على حقوقهم. احنا بنسعى الصراحة انه نرسم الابتسامة على وجوه كل الفتيات، انه ما يشعروا في تمييز، في ظلم، في عنصرية مثلا انه ممكن تتمارس عليهم او تجاههم. هذا مبادرتنا انه يكون بالبداية توعوي، وقمنا احنا بعمل كثير حملات اللي هي بتشمل كانت على باكيجات، خلينا نحكي اللي هي باكيجات تنظيف ممكن نسميها، كانت تشتمل على علب هايجين، على معقمات، على مثلا بلاكزات، على كثير اشياء كانت تشتمل، وقمنا بتوزيع هاي العينات بشكل مجاني على منطقة عمان الشرقية، وان شاء الله نحكي الاسبوع الجاي او بداية شهر 7 رح نقوم بتوزيعها بضمن المبادرة لنا بمنطقة عجلان. رح
Hello, my name is Vivi. I'm 20 years old and we are from Holla in Germany.
Hello everyone, I'm Jamila and I'm 19 years old. Holla is a center for intersectional health for women and girls here in Germany.
The focus of our work always have been on women and girls who experience racism.
And that is absolutely necessary, because the perspective and the reality of life of people who experience intersectionality, including racism, is invisible in Germany. There is no place for us. And we do our work to work against it and to become visible.
There's so much going on in this world, and people starting to realize that we're not the same and that we don't have the same living conditions. And that's good, but you can't fight power structures if you know your own power in society.
And that is the reason why each one of us needs to see that only you are responsible for the things you do and for the things you don't do. And now a little shout out to all of us, and to some of us more than to other ones. You need to see your privileges. You need to accept your privileges. And you need to accept that you are overprivileged sometimes. And if you're overprivileged, just take a step back and let the room for the perspective of other ones. We can stand in for our perspective. People can't stand in for their perspectives. But if people will never give up some of their privileges and keep on making other ones invisible, this fight will never end.
Back to our work, Holla won the With and For Girls Award in 2019.
That's a good message.
Yeah. And with the winning money, we finance and still financing writing project for marginalized girls. And it's so powerful to see how much they need to say it in opposite of what they said their whole life. The writing project was the starting point of the publishing company of and for BIPOCs in Germany. And we're so proud to say that we are two of the CEOs of this company. And yeah, that's great. Holla and the publishing company wants to achieve that people who experience intersectionality, including racism, are visible.
Because we need a world where we can speak up with the security of being heard, where our perspective is relevant, and where no one will silence us just because of our identity. For us and for all of our sisters.
That was Jamila and Vivi from Germany, another of the big ideas, the WOW Big Ideas. And I hope you're enjoying all the WOW sounds commissioned from across the world to keep us going and part of the celebration of the 24-hour global marathon. As the world turns, we're turning with it to keep discussing over and over again the key subjects that girls and women are facing and need to think about, not just at this time of COVID, but as the Black Lives Matter movement insists rightly that we think about racial injustice and that we think together about how intersectional justice is required in order to be any of us to be able to say that we're trying to build a better world. Build it together. That's the only way to build it. And this next session, we're going to talk specifically about the economy, and that means money. And of course, money is a subject that women traditionally have been excluded from in so many ways. Historically, they didn't own it. In fact, often they were property, our property. They were excluded from the ideas of having bank accounts. They were excluded from the idea of being able to invest. And all of that idea that somehow money is not for them or about them, that goes very deep inside people's consciousness. And it's hard to change. But what we do know at this time of COVID is that the real debris that's going to be left on the beach is the evidence that women's financial circumstances are so vulnerable, they are so unthought about, they're so unpaid, undervalued, etc., in so much of the work that they do. And yet, at the same time, they are massive consumers and massive spenders in a world economy that doesn't really think about them in a respectful and thoughtful way. We're going to be talking to three women who've given their careers and their minds and their values to considering how we make a big change in the language that we use to speak about women and to plan for women and to plan in finance. We're going to talk to Arlene, Laura, and Sandy. I call them all by their first names because we're not only here with our jobs, but we're here just to be women. But let me just give you their kind of hugely important professional titles. Arlene Isaac-Lowe. Hello, Arlene. You there? Is Global Head of Corporate Social Responsibility at the Moody's Corporation USA. And indeed, Moody's are one of the sponsors of this 24-hour global. Hello, Arlene, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you for having me.
I'll come back to you in a second. Then we're going to say hello to Laura McKenzie, who's the Senior Vice President of the Global Prepaid and Financial Inclusion of MasterCard, another one of our sponsors. Just say hello, Laura. I'll come back to you again in a minute.
Hello,
you there?
Jude, and thank you so much for having me.
Good to see you. And then finally, and not least, is Sandy Okoro. She's the Senior Vice President and General Counsel for the World Bank Group and Vice President for Compliance at the World Bank. Sandy, we've been friends for years. It's great to have you on this panel.
Hi, Jude. It's great to be back. Thank you.
So Arlene, I'd like you to take us through, as one of the most senior women in the world, actually, I'll say that, thinking as you do about the whole area of finance and compliance and bringing together economies at this point when Black Lives Matter has insisted that we think about intersectional justice. Can you tell us why economies have been so bad at including Black and women of colour, and why we now need to plan differently, completely differently, and what language and change we need to see to make that happen?
Certainly. First of all, Jude, thank you for inviting me to participate in what is a tremendous event. And we are really thrilled to be able to sponsor this event because it is so important that we collaborate from a global perspective. In my role as Global Head of Corporate Social Responsibility at Moody's, one of the things that we looked at was in thinking about what our role was in terms of societal impact and citizenship, really, how do we provide information and resources that would enable women and people from underserved communities to really have the tools they need to succeed. And that is really the essential underpinning of our corporate social responsibility strategy. A key pillar of that is around economic empowerment for women and underserved communities, certainly the intersection of what we're seeing today in regards to those segments that are most adversely impacted by the turbulent events of the world. We first had the pandemic that has certainly caused a lot of health, or revealed the disparities, the health disparities for Black people, but also for women specifically, in that they tend to be on the front lines of the healthcare workers. That was then followed by a devastating economic downturn that we're still in the midst of. And then finally, or hopefully, finally, what we have is the culmination of the racial injustices in the United States, particularly on the killing of Black people, which has really enraged the world, as we saw the video of George Floyd. And it has really sort of revealed the racial injustices that Black people in the United States face, but certainly that Black people all over the world face. And so you have the culmination of a number of turbulent events, all of which is causing even more disparity, particularly for women of color, and particularly Black women. You know, when you talked about sort of the role of women in terms of the economic power that they have. And I think it's important that we understand, what's going on in regards to the research. So we know that if women were able to, or if we were able to solve the gender disparity around the world, we would be able to generate about $28 trillion in GDP by 2025, which is significant. We also know that women have about $20 trillion in purchasing power around the world. So while we may think we're not empowered, we are very much empowered, because much of the buying decisions around the world are made by women. Our focus is essentially on small and growing businesses owned by women and owned by women of color. And what we face there is that despite the great ideas that women have, they have access to less than 2% of the available capital. And there's a $1.2 trillion credit gap that women who own businesses face. And so as compared to if we were able to solve the disparity between female entrepreneurs and male entrepreneurs, we would be able to generate $3 to $5 trillion per year in GDP. And I mentioned those stats because one, we're a very data-driven organization, and much of what we do is a function of research. But it also is a proof point that if women were provided the opportunities that men were in terms of entrepreneurship, it would not only be good for women, and particularly women of color, but it would be good for the world. Yet there is a significant resistance because of biases that women face as they seek to access capital and as they seek to access markets in order to grow successful businesses. So I think today, given everything that has been unveiled, we certainly have an opportunity to be responsive in an impactful way. We should focus on what the benefits are of equitable availability of capital and market access would be for women-owned businesses, because we would all certainly benefit. The other thing that I would like to mention is we've also proven that when women-owned businesses succeed, not only do they succeed, but their communities succeed because they spend disproportionately on the health and education of their children. And so I would say that it is beneficial to all of us in the world, if we were to support women-owned businesses and their and the benefits of them having greater capital access.
That's great, Arlene, and it's great to have the data. I mean, especially when the data tells you not just what you sort of knew, but it rams it home, because the statistics are really dreadful. By the way, people watching with us, when you get to the end of this discussion, pop onto the website to look at the WOW Marketplace, co-created with WOW and Janet's List. It's all women-led businesses, Black women and women of color-led businesses, all fantastic entrepreneurs with social purpose. Look at what they're doing, buy the product. It's Black Pound Day in the UK, and we need to support the Black Pound, and not just the upfront businesses, but also the supply chains. We need to look at all our supply chains and work out who is getting the benefit from the money as it runs through the system. Laura, I'm going to come to you next. I recently became involved in something called Smart Purse, which was looking at financial education for women, because it became clear to me, myself as a white woman, but a woman of third generation immigrant family, never really brought up to think that money was my thing, or that I sort of was supposed to have it particularly, but rather than just like getting by. And not really of a generation where women were told to think about money in a kind of clever way. I never assumed that, my job was to ever invest in anything or understand the markets. All of the things that just suddenly occurred to me recently was a way of keeping me in ignorance. So it's all very well having the tools to succeed, but you've also got to know that you want them and need them. So, I mean, a lot of your work is about how do we create proper financial inclusion? And tell me about the work that you're up to in MasterCard and the detail of it, because it's quite complex, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is, Jude. And thank you so much again for the introduction. You hit on a couple of really important themes. You hit on tools, and I'll start there in a second. But you also opened up with something, that, and we largely, those of us speaking on this panel today, are in mature and thriving economies. We've got virtually everything that we need at our disposal. But if we think to our mother's generation and our grandmother's generation and their mother's generations, right, exactly what you've described, they were raised in a society where their husband, the man, would go off and he would be the breadwinner and he would take care of things, and don't worry your pretty little head over it. And I think that exactly what you've described, the not a generation or a world full of sort of quote unquote helpless women, but that's not the world we live in anymore. And we certainly know that women, and you mentioned it early on, the buying power that they collectively have around the globe is in the trillions of dollars. The decision making and the buying influence that they have around the globe is significant. So I'm going to go back and start for a second, because you're exactly right. At MasterCard, we've actually been on a long journey. We have been focused on financial inclusion and inclusive growth for the better part of the last 5 or 10 years. I'm very, very proud not only to say, but to have been an integral part of a commitment that we made as an organization to the World Bank 5 years ago, back in 2015, to reach 500 million unbanked people around the globe and provide them access to private. Thank you. I'm looking at Sandy's head nodding. I love that. But providing them access to financial services to improve their health, their financial health and well-being around the globe. And obviously, if on average 50% of the human beings around the globe are women, we're naturally reaching out to also empower women. We very excitedly and proudly met that goal in the first quarter of this year. So we did, in fact, reach 500 million people with our programs and our products and services around the globe, in every region around the globe. And we really realized that was just the start of the journey. So we have re-upped our commitment. We have just recently gone live and extended our commitment out to 2025 to reach fully 1 billion, not only fully unbanked, but financially vulnerable and underbanked people as well by 2025. So we have another 500 million people to reach in the next 5 years. So our work's cut out for us, but we've also then extended that commitment to empowering 50 million micro and small merchants and enterprises around the globe, and including 25 million women-owned and operated businesses around the globe. So women entrepreneurs in the outreach. So, one of the things that's important to us is we can't provide financial tools to folks if the actual ecosystem is also not in place. So that, from our perspective, is that acceptance ecosystem, right? If you've got a digital payment product and tool, you have to have a merchant who can accept that form of payment. You have to be able to pay your light bill and your telecom bill and your school fees with that digital money. Otherwise, you just go back and you go to the nearest ATM and you cash it all out. You put the cash back in your pocket. And as a woman especially, you are as vulnerable as you were. And we really haven't changed consumer behavior. So, to really take a step back, I started with your word of tools, but we at MasterCard, we really know that the advance of technology, which has moved faster in the last 5 years than it has moved in the 50 years that we as an organization have been in existence. But it creates great opportunity and has created great opportunity around the globe, but also significant challenges. So we are committed specifically to working towards a digital economy that works for everyone, everywhere, and that's men and women, because this is it's not a racial issue, it's not a gender issue, it's a global issue, but there are very, very specific, as we're seeing now through COVID, as we're seeing through Black Lives Matter, there are very specific gender disparities, there are very specific racial disparities that we absolutely need to focus on if we're going to bring everybody up together and forge new paths for both sustainable and inclusive economic growth, which we see as an imperative. So, one thing that we do know, if our focus and some of the buzzwords that we use all the time are around building an inclusive economy, it isn't just in developed or developing worlds alone, right? It's imperative for everybody. And that we see more and more. And I think, COVID has been the great equalizer, because I sit here in New York. For those around the globe who don't know, but obviously not only the United States, but New York, the hardest hit of any place around the globe at this point in time. We should have had the resources to protect our citizens against that. But the income and the opportunity disparity can be felt both at the individual level, for example, a single parent juggling multiple jobs and just working to make ends meet, as well as at the community level. So if we consider a town that's working to attract investment into distressed neighborhoods, and that's something that, is a very big topic of conversation right now, both pre-pandemic and obviously will be post-pandemic. But it's not just about helping those living in poverty, but also the struggling middle class who risk feeling increasingly left behind. And obviously, the percentage of women and single mothers that are a part of that. So what we see and what we know is that as the digital economy increasingly becomes the economy, and again, the current crisis is really has helped governments and economies around the globe realize that digitization not only has it helped for social distancing, it's helped people who cannot now leave their homes to be able to transact via the internet. It's also helped for governments to disperse their stimulus payments into people's accounts and hands without having them need to, for example, go to the post office to collect a paper check and have to touch somebody's hands to get it and then take that to a payday lender. So all of these, global issues that we deal with from a financial perspective reach doubly across into the female community. So, just some examples of some programs that we've been working on around the globe. We are connecting farm holders to a digital marketplace in India, or unlocking micro credit for merchants in Kenya. And obviously, there are significant number of female smallholder farmers around the globe. We're also providing safe digital payments for garment workers in Egypt and Bangladesh and Cambodia, and helping gig workers in the US. And just to stop for a minute on garment and manufacturing workers, we really look across the third world and the emerging countries where garment manufacturing, predominates. It is largely a female enterprise. The garment and textile manufacturing factories around the globe are largely women who are historically paid in cash. They go home. Very, very often, the husband takes that cash from them, will leave them a very, very small percentage of their earnings, with which they have to then put food on the table, clothes for the kids, pay school fees, pay the electricity, and maybe the husband goes off and drinks, maybe he does something else with it, but by giving them their pay in a digital form, either in a digital account, a mobile wallet account, or on a plastic card, it actually allows them and enables them to not only save, to bifurcate their savings, to parse out some that they can in fact take home and give to their husband as he expects to receive from them, but then begin saving, sending off to their family in other countries, which we know is hugely important. It came up earlier, helping them also understand the financial literacy training and education that we have to do as we put these new programs in the hands of people who have really never worked outside of a cash-based environment is essential. They need to know what to do. They need to know what to do at the ATM. They need to know what to do when they walk into a merchant who they don't know. Will you accept this card? Will you not accept this card? What do I do? So that's a big part of what we do around the globe. And
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Amazingly, even though this conversation around safety for women of finance and safety to hold their finance to themselves and not be in a situation of financial coercion with a partner, nevertheless, governments continue to get it wrong, although we've had this information for years. And the UK, for example, with universal credit, only gives a payment to a couple, to one of the people in that couple, meaning that if it's the man who gets the payment, then in some circumstances, too often, the female then has to sort of beg to get that money, or it's withheld from her. So we're still getting it wrong in so many ways, but but we do have the knowledge, and we just got to make sure it's distributed properly. Sandy, I want to come to you because we've seen probably the biggest fiscal input the world has ever seen in response to COVID. And at the same time, we have had headlines, particularly in the New York Times, about the she-cession, knowing that the women's economy is particularly hard hit. Women who were already in part-time work, women who were in freelance situations, women working in the poorest paid sectors, most likely to be made redundant, et cetera, et cetera. So on the one hand, we have a huge fiscal package, unlike any we've ever seen. On the other hand, we have a she-cession. Is there any relationship between governments giving out these huge amounts of money and them actually paying attention to giving it to women to make sure that they don't plummet down further in an already perilous situation?
Thank you very much, Jude. It's great to be back into the WOW family again and to meet Laura for the first time and see Arlene again. Great question. Before I dive in to answer that, I just want to say a couple of things, if I may. It's really clear we are in a time of change, undoubtedly. I think the pandemic, coupled with George Floyd's death and the aftermath of that, means that we're in a moral moment of change. And we have to, both of those are very, very tragic things, but I think we have to move with the momentum of that to make this century a better century. And when you look particularly at women, I mean, when we started this century, there was a long way to go for women to achieve equality. And everyone was saying it won't be till the end of the century and everything, which I never really believed had to be the case. But now one of the challenges that we're in is because of the pandemic, is women falling further behind. So some of the advances that have been made, particularly advances in economic empowerment, can go backwards. So I think there are about 740 million women in the world who are in the informal economy, okay? And many of them in the developing parts of the world that the World Bank deals with. And they're very hard to reach, and they're very hard to bank, and they're very hard to get into the formal economy. And many of them are in the service industry. And lots of strides that have been made in recent years to eradicate poverty across the world have also been taken backwards because of this pandemic. So anything that we see at all that sees, progress that has been made go backward, affects women more than it affects men, full stop. And because we have progressed less. So this is very worrying in many ways. And I think we need to make sure that everything we put in place, either because of the pandemic or as a result of Black Lives Matter, we have a gender lens to it. That's just something that is really very important. It's quite clear we're heading for a recession. It's going to be the worst recession since the Second World War. Again, women are going to be overly affected across the world than men. So we need to think about that when we think about how we're going to tackle that recession. What means we put in place to deal with that from an economic perspective, we've got to do it with the gender lens. Because otherwise, we will think, instead of going forward in this century, we will really go backwards in that regard. And so at the bank, for example, we've had to react very quickly to the COVID pandemic. We're getting about, I think it's 160 billion out to our member countries to help with this pandemic. That's a lot of money. But in every single project and every single grant, we are making sure that there is a gender lens to the work that is being done. And I'll give you one example. In Pakistan, for example, we're supporting a project that gives mobile phones to women so they can start digital businesses, because we recognise that's really important. So I think that gender lens, and I can't say this strongly enough, on everything that we do from an economic perspective, because we can't pretend it's the same. This pandemic has changed everything. And women have probably suffered most from it, from an economic perspective, because they have probably had to stay home more when the schools closed with children and childcare. So that's been a huge effect. They have probably been in service industries as well, so they have probably been quite affected. And when things get back to normal, what's going to happen then? When children are still at home for longer than we expected. So I think it's worrying times when it comes to women's economic empowerment, but we can worry less if we realise that and address it from the get-go. And when I see the work that I do around the world, one of the things we mustn't take for granted is that women all over the world have access to the same things. Women in rural communities are much more disadvantaged than women in cities. So again, lumping people together, we have to be very careful about. And I remember being told a story about mobile phones, that's great for access to a number of things. But in some rural communities, that mobile phone could be taken away from the woman because the man might believe he deserves that mobile phone rather than her. So we've got to remember that things don't fall equally, across the globe and for women, but they do take more of the burden, and without economic empowerment, without access to their own financial funds, they're more susceptible to domestic violence. They're more, and I must say, I do worry about the fact that obviously schools have closed across the world, but women and young girls particularly often don't have access to education in the first place. So this is a real further cut-off point, and we're probably going to see many more girls marry early and have early pregnancies as a result of COVID because of not going to school. And in some parts of the world, the average time of going to school is 8 years, and that I think is being cut by another half year. And that will affect girls even more, and further down the line, the economic empowerment, early marriage, and this planned poverty. So I think it's a continuum, Jude, I would say here, that not one, and I was really interested in what Eileen said and Laura said, but we have a real challenge now to make sure that no one is left behind as we move forward. Because technology will leap. I mean, look at us all here today. We never thought we would do something like this. We were usually all in the same room in the South Bank doing this, or where else in the world. But we've made this huge leap, and even in the justice system, and I know others are talking about that, technology is starting to be used in courts, which makes it more accessible. So we've got to think, how do we make financial services, finance more accessible? We could get rid of some of the jargon for a start. And I will finish on this note, we should have more women in financial services, full stop, to make sure that we are designing the right products for women all through. Many are there, but they're not in the operational frontline roles. You'll find them in roles like mine in legal or in something else, but in the frontline operational roles, the design of the products, we need more women there. I'll stop there.
Okay, so Sandy, Laura, Arlene, you've all been incredibly cogent and wise, and you know the problems. And if you three were running all the banks and all the governments and all the necessary methods of getting stuff out, then we'd be fine. But you're not. And so, again, when I said, Sandy, here's the biggest fiscal input the world has ever seen, coming from governments of all kinds of persuasions. And then here's the evidence that the people who are most likely to be affected by COVID are the already less resilient half of the world, which are women. Do those two things go together? I don't think so at the moment, because certainly the UK government, it's often an afterthought that, oh yes, we mustn't forget about women in the economy. And so I suppose, just coming to you again, Sandy, before I come back to Arlene, which is this conversation happening at the topmost level? And are there, are the men basically who run most of the economic situations in the world, are they turning their attention to women and going, if we do nothing else, we are going to solve female financial jeopardy?
I don't think they are having that conversation, if I'm honest. Right. I don't think, well, that's what I meant about a gender lens on the issue, is that has to be that's got to be one of the top priorities when we're having this discussion, and we're having this discussion about life post-COVID and how we're going to solve this. It's an afterthought.
Okay.
And I mean an afterthought in the sense that once you've designed something, then you look at how it affects, and that's too far down the road. It needs to be, but then you need more women in the room to bring this in as a discussion, rather than this is one of the boxes we need to tick. This is the box. This is the lens. We have to look at it this way. But I don't think those discussions are happening, if I'm honest.
Okay,
Jane,
well, let's
could
be
I
honest.
interrupt? And
Yeah,
just,
Laura.
just you know, the point that Sandy's just made is so spot on. What we talk about, and I think, you know, this conversation is validating, is that too much of our world has been designed without women in mind and without women involved in the decision making, full stop. And, you know, so as Sandy was trying to answer the question from you, I think that's simply a fact that we have to change.
So the reason why I asked you, to be honest, Arlene, is because we haven't got time anymore in the world to hop around. We've got to be honest, and therefore, because if we look at the problems honestly, we can then think, well, how quickly can we get to the solutions? Arlene, not enough women at top level, not enough women have ever designed the financial systems, not enough men are aware of what's needed. How are we going to change that? Arlene, how are you going to change that?
Well, I do think it is imperative that we take an approach that is one that is not just focused on it's the right thing to do. I think it's important for us to tell the story of why it's beneficial for everyone in the world for women to participate in a global economy in an equitable way. I mean, the information about the benefit to GDP of getting gender parity is that's undeniable. I also think similar to what you're seeing in the context of Black Lives Matter, if you think about what I said around the purchasing power that women have, there's $20 trillion per year that cannot be ignored. And so if we were more collaborative in terms of our approach and ask the question of every company that we buy from, what's your position not only in the context of we buy and bank from, right? And so what's your position in the context of how you allocate capital to women-owned businesses? And do you purchase from women-owned businesses? In the same way, we have to do that to solve some of the racial disparity that exists. And we cannot just wait for people to wake up and decide that that's the right thing to do. We've got to take action on our own. Okay, Sandy.
I couldn't agree with that more, and it made me think that how, I don't know the answer to this, but how many women have there been in the room when the solution and the decisions around COVID and the response and the fiscal response? I mean, across the world, probably not very many. Who's going to bear the brunt of those decisions? Women. We have a vote. We should be insisting that we have more representation across the board, from government to, we have the buying power vote in many different ways. But we also have a vote when it comes to those that represent us. And it's clear we're really underrepresented. So when these solutions are thought of, we're not in the room either with the solutions. And we do have a say, but sometimes we don't realize how much of a say we have. And I think this current time is a time to remember that. And I think Black Lives Matter had taught us that you can change things relatively quickly. People's thinking, sit back and think, that's not fair. But we can vote as well to have better representation. I think that's really important.
I think you're right to say that the energy.
Jude, I was just saying, you're the marketplace. Why don't we have that sort of campaign as it relates to women-owned businesses, right? Yeah. We should be thinking about things like that at a grassroots level. Yeah.
We have to organize. I mean, the thing is that the moral imagination that Black Lives Matter has brought to the civic space has caught up everybody. It's made everybody kind of go, I have to think, I have to take responsibility, I have to stand alongside. And we have to do that about everything to do with girls and women now, because if we don't, we will see the tide cover up so much of the progress that's been made. And that work has been so crucial and so hard won. We can't let it go backwards. And also, this is a time, as you say, Sandy, for change. And I can say, as maybe the oldest person here, I'm not sure, but I don't think I've ever seen in my lifetime a moment that women at all levels of society have been prepared to call it out. This would have been a more polite conversation, if you like, 5 years ago. We don't have time to be polite in that way. And as women, we have to take responsibility. We see ourselves through a gender lens. And sometimes that gender lens, we've been taught to see ourselves as, behaving well, being quiet, being accommodating. And those things haven't stood us in good stead. I mean, one of the things that's really happened about COVID as well is that women have realized that they've been back inside the house, back doing childcaring, back doing cooking, cleaning, all the things that they've paid other women to do. And that those other women that were being paid at the lowest level of society. So suddenly people are realizing that how can we value what women do if we pay them so little? And how can women say they stand shoulder to shoulder with other women if we are part of that poverty economy? So there's a lot of things that we need to take a reckoning on between us. And, I just want us to have the courage. I think it's time. And I think with the expertise of people like MasterCard and the World Bank and Moody's, the data, the knowledge, the experience, but also the personalities and knowledge of the women within them, like yourselves, we can bring real shared leadership to the space. And I mean, I think that will be the really exciting change that we could make come about. I mean, I'd like to think that was true. We're going to take a break now. Obviously, these three women are going to go off and solve the world economy right this minute. They've all picked up the baton on off they're going. So Laura Mackenzie, thank you. Sandy Okoro, thank you. Arlene Isaac-Lowe, thank you so much. You're brilliant women. And I know you'll carry on working on everybody's behalf. We're going to now go to hear the sounds from Queen, a big idea, Emma from Germany, another big idea from Travis Alabanza. And then I'll be back at midnight UK time, at 7 p.m. US East time. And I think it's 11 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand to have a conversation with Angela Davis. So stay around for sound, stay around for some big ideas, and then never forget to come back for Angela Davis, the one and only.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Jude.
Acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. My name is Queen G. Welcome to the Women of the World Festival. I'm a hip-hop artist, born in Uganda, Mbale, and I call Sydney, Australia home for many years. This is where I found my passion for hip-hop, for storytelling, and when I'm not on the mic, I am hosting events. I'm also advocating for better representation for women and diversity within the arts and entertainment industry in Australia. And I'm also a radio trainer and a producer. Check out my podcast, Postponed, Not Silenced. I'm going to be bringing you some of my original music. I'll be performing Who I Am and Black Girl Magicians, going out to all the women of the world. So enjoy. Let's go.
Truth is, I live in a politicized body, a body etched with meaning I didn't sketch or go out seeking. Truth is, I live in a politicized body. black skin, afro, and mouth curled around chapters of history, purposefully hidden, kidnapped, disappeared, missing.
Yes, yes. This track is called Who I Am. It's a little story of my journey from one land to another land. Who I am. This is who I am. Gonna show who I am. This is, I'm not an exile. You wanna know the story? I say it's time to bring it. I'm coming from the continent, Africa, sing it. I haven't even been there for more than a minute. Mbali, where I'm born, I was taken by the spirits. Up in the air, to down under over here. Now we live here, I said we live here. I left my mama Alice, now they say she's not there. I still don't believe it, but that always drop a tear. See, I'm raised from a struggle, got no time to fear. I'm the lady of the single parent family, the chosen one out of three, not meant to live happily. Take a look around, the ambitions not actively, not who I have to be. Drug deals, handcuffs, that's my example. I'm set to be a sample. Education canceled, this chick won't stand still. It's time to be real and lift up the skills. Since you don't really know who I am, situations grow to become who I am. This really ain't a show if you know who I am. Never let it go if you must give a damn who I am. You don't really know who I am. Situations grow to become who I am. This really ain't a show if you know who I am. Never let it go if you must give a damn who I am. I am the one bad woman, persistent pursuing. No need to ask if she knows what she's doing. Never let stress test me. I'll be showing and proving and winning and losing from the past that I'm choosing, taking steps and I'm moving. I learned from the past and I can never bring it back. But my heart on this track, that's the way to fight back. I've been not even taking too much crap. Those are stabs in the back, now I'm managing that. Facing some facts while I travel the map. So many bros, nothing better than the pro. I'm so proud to be back, like I never left. A brand new breath, a brand new step. I love what I rap, it's nothing but respect. So intelligent, I'm staying relevant. I'm on my elements. Yes, the sense is making sense, like my lyrical intent. Cause yeah, who I am, to become who I am. This really ain't a show if you know who I am. Never let it go if you must give a damn. I said you don't really know who I am. Situations grow to become who I am. This really ain't a show if you know who I am. Never let it go. Yeah. The queen, the goddess, the empress, so yes, I know who I am, not here to impress. Deep, deep in my soul, I gotta express. It's been a little while, she's coming out to exile. The queen, the goddess, the empress, so yes, I know who I am, not here to impress. Deep, deep in my soul, I gotta express. It's been a little while, she's coming out of exile. She's coming out of exile, yeah, I said she's coming out of exile. What? Are you coming out of exile? Come on, let's get all up out of exile. Yeah, ha, that's who I am. Going out to the Lugishu flow. Mulembe, Alice Lapusai. I said you don't really know who I am. Situations grow to become who I am. This really ain't a show if you know who I am. Never let it go if you must give a damn who I am. Said you don't really know, say it. Situations grow, let me hear who I am. This really ain't a show if you know who I am. Never let it go if you must give a damn who I am. Thank you. This next song is powerful. Going out to all you black girl magicians. Sing it with me. Yes, black girl magicians. Black girl magicians. Say it, black girl. I can't hear you louder. Black girl magicians. Black girl. Yes, you are. Girl magicians. Women, vision, wisdom, rhythm, royal, loyal, soulful, global. Women, vision, wisdom, rhythm, royal, loyal, global. We are soulful. We are the makers of our own destiny. Yeah. Manifesting life just how it should be. What I said, we are the makers of our own destiny. Power in our mind, we got the knowledge to set we free. I dedicate this to you, all of you, everything you've been through. Know it's true, in time, good things will come to you. You deserve it, more than perfect, you're worth it, birth it, Mother on another level, never want to settle. Unacceptable, not accepting, protesting, disrupting, confronting, to say something in the name of love, love, healing for everything that's living. Stop surviving, start living, being, slaying, never stop praying for the freedom fight. The givers of light will unite, the givers of light will unite. Magicians transform the vision, magician transform the vision of my black girl magician. Let's go. Yeah, black girl magicians, 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 black girl magicians. Kindness for weakness, silence for speechless, no weakness, never speechless. The elements must get along. We are the elements we must get along. Each one teach us, universe reach us, protect us, and gather the shells. The well, the spell, breaking the spell. All will be well as we're breaking the spell. Come on, I said we are the makers of our own destiny. Power in our mind, just how it should be. We manifest the life, yeah. We are the makers of our own destiny. You got the power, power in our mind. You got the knowledge, knowledge is set we free. Black girl magicians, black girl magicians. Never hear you sing it. Louder. Scream it at the top of your voice. Say black girl magicians, black girl magicians, black girl magicians. Thank you so much for enjoying that show. My name is Queen G Kibone. Thank you so much. Have a great Women of the World Festival and keep this channel locked. Peace, love, respect, unity.
Hello, my name is Emma. I'm from Cologne, Germany, and I'm 16 years old. I'm part of the Critical Whiteness group at Holla. Holla is the Intersectional Health Center in Cologne. And Holla's work focuses on the intersections between sexism and racism. Right now, I'm acknowledging my white privilege and I'm starting to understand structural racism. I joined the group because I want to be actively anti-racist and choose to dismantle white supremacy within myself and within my community because I believe that oppressive systems must be abolished. The model of leadership is gendered. Male, white, able-bodied, and socioeconomically privileged most of the time. Leadership is being associated with power, with strength, potential, ability, and on the other hand, stereotypes about women are softness, being emotional, being unable, and not being as intelligent as men. That means society and the idea of leadership aren't giving women the encouragement to lead because the stereotypes are against them. To me, women's leadership means inclusion, equality, power, strength, and youth potential. I think all women should acknowledge that they have the potential to lead and should never feel intimidated by male-dominated environments. I also hope that white people will take responsibility for racism in society, recognize the privilege they have, and stop actively or passively discriminating against black people and people of color. It's time for each generation to stop feeding the racial socialization system.
Hi everyone, my name is Travis Alabanza. I'm an artist who happens to also be trans and gender non-conforming and many other things. I'm speaking to you because I was asked to think about violence, and it really made me pause because I thought about how hard it is to split violence up into these sections and how much that might be a luxury to be able to think about like violence in boxes. I think when you're trans and gender non-conforming and also racialized, that actually violence permeates so much of your existence that it's hard to really pinpoint where it's coming from and when. I think violence also is disorientating, particularly when it's gender-based violence. I think that gender-based violence is disorientating because you don't know where it's coming from, but also often you're gaslit into pretending that it's not real when you're having it. So to sit and think about it is hard. It is a hard thing to do. I think about how transgendered people, particularly trans feminine people, particularly black trans women and gender non-conforming black people, are some of the most experiencing of heightened violence in society. And actually, when we are dealing with that violence, we are also having to deal with the violence of being told that we are not real, do not exist, and do not experience the very same thing that we know we are experiencing. I think that is a part of the violence that never gets spoken about. Like, not only are we experiencing the brunt of a lot of gender-based violence, harassment, attacks, deaths, murders, but then also we are then told that we don't exist to experience those things. I think about how what I've loved about lockdown is wearing outfits and reclaiming what those outfits have meant. I'm wearing outfits that for the first time in ever wearing them, I will not be shouted at when wearing them. This is a dress that for the last 3 times I wore before this, I was followed home, shouted at and thrown abuse. I'm now having the first day of wearing it and not experiencing any of that, of reclaiming and retelling that narrative. And I think about how all it took was for outside to be taken away. It's not just trans people that fear outside, but there is a lot of people that think that trans people are the problem. And instead what I see is a commonality and a solidarity and a natural join of people that experience gender-based violence. That actually what is happening here is the hands of misogyny and patriarchy. And I think that actually what this reminds me is that in conversations of violence, there can be so many split in sections that are telling us to take away and go into separate spaces. But actually, I wonder if there is instead a natural bond between people who are afraid of going outside and people who are not. And how in conversations about violence we can get lost in the head and like go into this space, but actually there becomes a reality of, does anyone deserve to be afraid of going outside? And how do we dream and work for a future where people can go outside as who they are and not be attacked? It seems like such a simple goal, but I think for unfortunately so many trans and gender non-conforming people, it is yet a reality.
So, welcome to this next session. And those of you who are tuning in all over the world, it's midnight in the UK. It's 7 p.m. in Eastern Time, USA. It's 11 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand. And it's somewhere kind of late night, early morning if you're coming in from Bangladesh or India. But wherever you're coming in from on this WOW Global 24, we've kind of constructed it so that you're either awake or not gone to bed yet, so you can hear a conversation that is going to be led by Angela Davis. And I say that because we're at a stage with COVID and Black Lives Matter where we have an opportunity to really reflect on how we create a hopeful revolution in terms of the way that communities can rethink justice, rethink social justice. And to do that, we need somebody who has spent time, effort, intellectual vigor and rigor and applied it to all of these questions over many years. And Angela absolutely is the outstanding person in this way. She doesn't need introducing, but out of respect, I will introduce her. She's a scholar, an activist, a writer. She's a distinguished Professor Emerita of History of Consciousness and Feminist Studies at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Her work as an educator both at the university level and in the larger public sphere, has always emphasized the importance of building communities of struggle for economic, racial and gender justice. She's an author of over 10 books. She's somebody who has changed everybody's thinking if they've come near enough to listen and learn. And I have had the privilege of listening and learning from her over many years, and I'm profoundly grateful for that. So I'm coming to you now, Angela, to ask you, as you look across these sort of spikes in pandemic moments, but perhaps more powerfully, spikes in terms of social consciousness, spikes in terms of civic uprising. Can you tell me at this point whether you feel that something has fundamentally shifted in the conversation that could be enduring in terms of social justice? What are you seeing? What do you hope for? And what do you feel we need to do if we have hope to sustain the hope?
Well, first of all, Jude, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this global event. This is an extraordinary moment. I don't know whether I've ever experienced any single moment, historical moment, with such global resonances. And it seems that when the pandemic, when COVID-19 created all of these shelter-in-place orders, and we were glued to either television or the computer, on social media to get information and feel connected to people, we all had the opportunity to collectively witness what you might call a 21st century law enforcement police lynching of George Floyd. And I think that tended to make us feel collectively responsible, particularly coming as it did after questions that emerged during the pandemic about the nature of racism, the structural character of racism. We recognize that Black people and brown people were dying at a greater rate than others. We began to realize that the essential workers in our society are in fact people of color. These are the people who were losing their lives. These are the people who were paid the lowest wages. And as we were involved in this kind of prise de conscience about the nature of racism, we witnessed this lynching. And I think it had a powerful global impact. And of course, vast numbers of people went out into the streets. It's important to point out, though, that this wasn't so much a spontaneous response as it was an effect of all of the amazing organizing that has taken place over the last years, primarily by young people, feminist organizing, abolitionist organizing, organizing against incarceration, mass incarceration, the prison industrial complex. And so it's actually amazing to be able to experience this moment. And I think there is a great deal of potential here. But of course, as with all such moments, it is up to us to do what is necessary in order to take advantage of the potential.
Mm-hmm. So when we were talking just before we came on air, you were saying that one fear would be that if the drama moved away from the situation, you know, when people come out of lockdown, when people recover the idea of some level of normality, we'll come back to what that might look like. But that's going to be when the work begins, because you can sustain drama for only so long. After that, you have to return to the work. And as you said, this moment when everybody was sort of locked down and could see all together this moment, this murder, this lynching, this sort of symbolic but an actual realization of what we have been told and understood for years and years. It brought people out into the streets in this moment of radical impatience. Something has to change. And, for the first time in my lifetime, perhaps apart from South Africa and apartheid, I saw white people standing up and saying, I insist that I count myself in on this struggle and I hold myself accountable for my sake, from the point of view of my moral conscience. And that is an important shift. But how to sustain it? It has to be through work. And how do we keep that struggle going?
Well, as I was saying before, I think it's really important to acknowledge the work that enabled this massive response. Oftentimes, people assume that these kinds of things happen spontaneously. That the protests, for example, in 2014 around the police killing of Mike Brown in Ferguson happened spontaneously. I would argue that people went out in the streets and began to participate in the demonstrations because they had already been touched by new discourses, new organizing, and that the demonstration is a dramatic expression of potential. I like what John Berger has said about demonstrations being rehearsals for revolution. But the work that will enable radical change to be institutionalized will happen in different venues. It will happen within institutions. It will happen in city councils. If people are serious about abolishing the police, as we know policing, then that is going to require an enormous amount of work, re-envisioning public safety, recognizing the connection between physical and mental and spiritual health with safety, recognizing that much of what the police is called upon to do, they cannot do. It should be, we need to reconceptualize public safety and security, and mental health counselors need to be involved. We need to recognize that as members of communities, we have responsibilities also to intervene in ways that don't always involve calling the police. We need to get the police out of our schools. Police are in schools all over the country in the US. And I'm not sure whether this has happened in other places, but this will be major if we're able to guarantee that the police are no longer treating our young people as if they were criminals. I live in Oakland, California. In Oakland and in San Francisco, decisions have already been taken to begin the process of ending the contractual relationship with the police. In Minneapolis, where George Floyd was killed, the city council there is in the process of trying to envision how one recreates public safety in ways that do not, in the very first place, call upon armed humans to create that safety. So there's going to be an enormous amount of work over the next period. I'm pretty optimistic because the young people who've been doing the organizing in the U.S. in formations like Movement for Black Lives, the Dream Defenders, in Brazil, we have the example of Marielle Franco and all of the activity that was generated in response to her assassination. I know work is happening in the UK and in Europe. In France, there's the case of Adama Traoré. His sister, Assa Traoré, has been doing an amazing job of giving leadership to the movement against police violence there. So I don't think that this can be stopped. This new radical wave of calls for a very different kind of justice.
We've had some amazing young people during our 24-hour marathon so far. 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, very articulate, fully able to understand conversations about intersectional justice, fully able to say that their education system doesn't equip them and is inappropriate in terms of the curriculum, in terms of how they're taught history, in terms of how they're taught social justice, and talking about how within the school system themselves, they are going to make change happen through the leadership of a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old. And so I agree with you wholeheartedly that there is a real sense that that young people are prepared to be leaders at an early age. They are prepared to be radical at an early age. And that the adults who somehow have said, well, is this appropriate? As if there's a kind of time gap you ought to live out before you can have an act of citizenship, that this is breaking down too. And that the kind of idea of what is proper and nice and polite is now seen as complacent and inappropriate. So I think this language of activism, this purposefulness, this idea that you live by your values and that can never start early enough. I'm also seeing that not just in young people, but I suppose in corporates, for example. I'm seeing conversations happening at corporate level with women in particular coming out and saying, either as white women like myself or women of color or black women, I'm not prepared to have a kind of silence anymore about the things that need to be changed systemically inside corporate structures, inside society structures. I've never seen that courage before. I think that must be because we're looking after each other, we're guarding each other's backs, or we're saying that somehow we believe this tide is unstoppable. And is that where your optimism is coming from? The fact that it's not just young people, but so many levels of society all speaking at the same time?
Well, referring to the conditions here in the United States, when the current person who occupies the office of the presidency was elected 3.5 years ago, there were those who were extremely depressed about the implications of electing him, and I totally understand that because he's been responsible for so much change within the judicial system, the appointment of conservative judges, etc. But my analysis was that that election was a desperate cry to ignore the movement of history, and we know that the majority of voters voted against him, and I think that notion of history moving in the direction of justice, beyond racism, beyond misogyny, are ideas that have been taken up by vast numbers of people. And the election of the current occupant of the White House was this desperate cry to hold on to the past. And there were those who may have thought that would work, but it is not working. One can see this sense of wanting to move history in a progressive direction by the way people have challenged the symbols of the past, the symbols of white supremacy, the statues, the products. Aunt Jemima, who has survived for decades and decades and decades, is no longer going to be with us. Uncle Ben is going. So I think this historical conjuncture is one that requires us to think about a very different kind of future. And in order to move forward, we definitely have to come to grips with the past. And people are finding all kinds of ways of expressing this.
It is an extraordinary thing, isn't it, to think that there comes a time when history won't be stopped. It must move, as you say, towards a greater social justice. And the conversations that feel so fresh, they're not new, of course. They've been held for years and years and years in all sorts of places, but all of a sudden they're joining up together. And that, I think, is what people are finding so exciting and exhilarating and taking the lead. I mean, I feel for the first time that the Black Lives Matter movement and the Say Her Name movement that have really tried to say, if we don't have social justice, social racial justice, we don't have a just world at all. I think that's being heard properly and for the first time. But I'd like to, in all the conversations we've been having about how do you get voices to be honest, open, and taking patience for history forward by calling out the past and saying things have to change. I want to just talk for a little bit about the people whose voices still are completely unheard. We've heard hardly anything in the media about women in incarcerated circumstances. It's just on the tip of people's tongues now to talk about the dreadful situation with domestic violence, with domestic abuse. We're talking about that in ways, again, that we haven't done before. But I still believe that we have left our people who are in incarcerated circumstances to fend for themselves, to have no real connection still with civil society. And I want just to draw attention to that, because I don't know what the situation is in the US, but in the UK, women who are usually serving less than a year in prison and almost always for non-violent crimes are being locked up in COVID for 23 hours a day, not having family visits except on Zoom. And, again, this kind of inhuman way that we're separating out the prison population from the rest of everybody else, as if they don't belong and aren't part of us. And since you've done so much work in this area, I just wanted to speak on behalf of those women and ask you what is happening for them in the way that you're viewing things.
Well, first of all, of course, there have been people who've been doing abolitionist work for decades and decades. However, I don't know whether any of us would have predicted that a pandemic such as the one we're experiencing now would demonstrate that abolitionist strategies are the only ones that work, are the only way that one can address the fact that jails and prisons are COVID-19 hotspots is through large-scale decarceration. People have to be released from prison. Women need to be released from prison. There was an editorial in the New York Times 2 days ago that points out that currently in the US, the top 5 COVID-19 hotspots are correctional facilities, and that some 70,000 prisoners and prison workers have been infected. The very first woman imprisoned in a federal facility to die was a woman by the name of Andrea Circlebear from the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. She had been taken to a federal prison in Texas, and she died on April 28th, some 2 weeks after she had given birth. And I think that her death was a reminder to us that, especially here in this part of the world, our first allegiances should be to the first peoples of this country. Women in prison are protesting and are demanding that they not receive a death sentence simply because of the refusal of administrative bodies to move swiftly to try to mitigate the dangers inside. Guards walk around prisoners without masks. Social distancing, and all of us are, of course, encouraged to engage in social distancing, but it is impossible within prisons because of the very architecture of incarceration. People are being denied basic necessities like soap. As a matter of fact, a woman inside the Ohio Reformatory for Women recently wrote to an activist on the outside indicating that in order to minimize the impact of COVID-19, they only have 2 meals instead of 3. One meal had been eliminated. And because they've been denied things like toilet paper and cold medicine, they have to buy these things from commissary at unconscionably high prices, which means, and this is what she wrote, you choose between food and hygiene or medicine. No one should ever be forced to make that choice. Just because we are incarcerated doesn't mean our health doesn't matter. And of course, I think it's so important to focus on women in prison, not only because they are the ones who are usually forgotten, but because the experiences of women in prison help us to understand the intersectionality of institutional state violence and intimate violence. Women in prison have provided insights to intellectuals and scholars who have studied the relationship between various forms of violence, and looking specifically at women's experiences gives us a different way of thinking about the entire system, the entire prison industrial complex. So I think this is an extremely important issue.
One of the things that WOW does or tries to do always as a small charity is help all of us to be more educated about the things that we don't know about, to unlearn things that we thought we did know about, but we knew about it in the wrong way, and to realize that if we're only fighting our own battle, then not only are we not fighting enough of the story together, but we might even be actually fighting a battle that makes somebody else have something damaging happening to them at the same time. We have to have intersectional knowledge. And so some of you might be sort of thinking, well, you know, I don't know any woman in prison. That really isn't the point. The point is that the systemic nature of injustice plays itself out in so many different parts of society. And it's wonderful for all of us who have the privilege of joining together on these digital platforms because we have digital access, but many women don't. And many women are prevented from having access to anything. And we've got to be there for them, thinking about them and changing things on their behalf until they have the seat at the table which they deserve to have. Angela, when you had a conversation with me last year, we were at the Apollo in Harlem together, and you were talking very profoundly about the impact that women entertainers, women singers, women artists, women storytellers had on the ability of social movements to, if you like, capture their lives, both personally in terms of loneliness or heartbrokenness or being abused, but also, you know, songs of kind of warriorship, if you like, songs of struggle. And what we're seeing at the moment with COVID is that the arts are in danger of being ravaged economically. Should that matter to us? You know, with hospitals and care workers and all the terrible things that are going on, sometimes it can feel like a kind of luxury to be able to say, but we need to also support artists. But I feel as if we need to gather around the storytellers of the world and make them know that we're there for them too.
Yeah, art is not a luxury. I remember Audre Lorde's words when she said, poetry is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Art is a necessity. We need art to illuminate the way to a different future. We need all kinds of art, visual art. We need films and images. We need music. We need collaboration among artists. I have been doing some work with a jazz drummer, Terry Lynn Carrington. She has a wonderful group called Social Science, and it's a jazz hip hop group. They fuse music and politics. They take on issues of heteropatriarchy, homophobia, racism, political prisoners. They have a wonderful album of which was just recently released. And I was telling her that it sounds like a soundtrack of the moment, but of course it was done some years before we actually had the experience of this pandemic and this upsurge in racial justice activism. I think we have to demand that artists be subsidized by the state. I know this is the case in some countries, but not in the U.S. Because artists are our lifeline. They are our hope. They allow us to feel what we do not yet know. And I think the last time we spoke, which was at the Apollo, just a little over a year ago, right? I was, talking about the fact, if I recall correctly, that what I think is most important about the history of Black people, particularly in this part of the world, the history of the African presence in the Americas, is not so much all of the damage that was done, not so much the ways in which Black people survived violence and slavery, but rather the fact that Black people produce beauty in the process, produce wonderful music, and to me that is where the humanity resides. We need art in order to remind us of our humanity. Artists are our lifeline. They are our hope. And they allow us, as I always like to say, to feel what we do not yet know. And so art is essential. It is definitely not a luxury.
I'm so glad you said that. Obviously, as a theatre maker, as a storyteller, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And all through the WOW 24 hours, we have commissioned musicians and artists and poets to create the WOW sounds. You'll have been hearing them on and off if you've been on the channel as long as I have, 14 hours so far, and we're still going. And if you'd like to support the WOW charity, the WOW Foundation, a small charity, press a donate button. Please help carry on supporting us, because we're doing this for nothing in order to make sure that all women and girls have access without any financial barrier. But of course, we are paying our artists because they have to eat. And all too often, we expect people to do free labor in all sorts of ways. And at the moment, freelance artists in particular are literally in free fall, as there are no circumstances in which their work can be paid for or present to a public. We have to give them both the financial support and also the kind of morale and solidarity that, as Angela says, that they really matter. So, Angela, it's been an amazing time, as you say, and you've said that in your lifetime, I think really what you're suggesting is that you've not witnessed anything that brought together a moment of so many things with so many different kinds of voices, all leading into this pivotal moment of historical change, and that makes you optimistic. And certainly, I feel that, and I feel I'm having conversations with people that I've never had with before. But going back to the idea that this didn't come out of nowhere, it was built on a lot of activism, built on lots of conversations over many years, and a lot of organizing. Really what I'd like you to talk to is people out listening, the thousands of them from all over the world listening, people who haven't yet found themselves as part of an organizing scheme, people who haven't yet perhaps stepped over into a place called activism. How do you want people to pick up this moment and go forward? Where do they begin?
Well, my advice is always that people should first consider their own talents, their own desires, their own proclivities, and they should figure out how they can contribute and at the same time develop themselves. So therefore, artists can use their art to support movements. Intellectuals can use their writing and their analyses to generate more support. Organizers that's obvious, but of course not everyone wants to do that organizing work. Some people find it extremely fulfilling. I find it fulfilling, but others think it's boring. So I think the question is, how can I express my own individuality in the process of supporting and pushing forward a collective endeavor? And I mention this because, of course, the big elephant in the room is capitalism. And we haven't yet talked about racial capitalism in this conversation, but that is the big problem. And I think that ultimately we're going to have to try to move to a different way of ordering our economies and ordering our societies that does not allow a few people with massive amounts of wealth to further monopolize the wealth of the world. But I think that in the meantime, we need to challenge the neoliberal notions of individualism that make us feel alone and solitary, and make us feel as if all of our efforts have to be efforts of an individual. And I found personally that the things that I treasure most that I have accomplished aren't things that I've accomplished alone. They're things that I've accomplished in conjunction with others, building communities of struggle. And so I think people should ask how they might best be equipped to help generate more communities of struggle and at the same time develop their own individualities.
I think that idea of the joy of both self-realization, building on your own talents, your own proclivities, your own sense that you are you and you're allowed to be you, you're allowed to love yourself and realize your potential. That is something that you have to be able to see your own worth, but then to do that as part of collective action so that you can be of real use with others. I agree with you. There's so much joy if you can find a way of combining both of those things. I'm just not going to go away without having a little bit of a chew on this elephant in the room, because I think one of the things that we're realizing about this moment of COVID and Black Lives Matter is no more elephants in the room that can't be chewed into. And, I've had the most amazing conversation just before this, Angela, with Moody's and MasterCard and the World Bank, 3 brilliant women, all kind of saying we have to change the whole structure of the financial sector, and it has to be all driven through a gender lens and a race lens. And until we do that, we won't have financial justice or equity or even a good financial system. Now, that's not a conversation I think I would have heard a few years ago. So again, in an optimistic sense, elephant or not, do you think the way that we've conducted global capitalism is going to come to an end in the way that you've suggested, that history is making progress and it's unstoppable? Is there going to be a different kind of way of looking at power and money?
Well, I think we've reached the point where global capitalism is so replete with internal contradictions that in many ways it's in the process of destroying itself. The fact that the pandemic had such a devastating impact on healthcare was not so much about the pandemic, it was about the organization of healthcare and the privatization of hospitals and healthcare. Empty hospital beds are not profitable. And this was precisely the crisis that we experienced. And so the privatization of healthcare, the privatization of education, the privatization even of incarceration, especially the privatization of immigrant detention facilities. We can no longer function as if profit were the most important aspect of human reality. And of course, that is what the person in the White House assumes. That is why that person is not even able to think about and to give expression to the real meaning of this pandemic and the uprising around racial justice and gender justice that has occurred. I don't think we have any other choice. We have to move in a progressive direction. And hopefully, just as people began to recognize that there was something seriously dangerous about capitalism during the Occupy era, and we're talking about what, 2011 or so, and we acquired language that allowed us to talk about the fact that profit is valued more than people. We began to talk about the 1% and the 99%. And so I'm hoping that will continue and that we will recognize that in order to move in the direction of racial justice, in order to begin to carve out the structures of racism from the institutions of our society, we're also going to have to ask ourselves, how do we reorganize our economies? How do we make healthcare available to all? How can we create free education? How can we produce better schools? And these are the demands that underlie the call for defunding the police. It's not so much defunding the police and that's it. It's defunding the police in order to fund those aspects of our worlds that we require in order to flourish as human beings.
Okay, so everybody listening, don't expect the people who have the power and have put things in place so far to be the people who also then redo it all and make sense of it anew. Because what it's going to need is people like yourselves who wouldn't be up at 7 p.m. or midnight or 11 a.m. discussing and thinking about this if you didn't care about change happening. And you do care about change happening. So this is about what action can you take? What space do you want to take up? What position do you want to take up? What lobbying will you do? Because the conversation is changing, but to sustain it and to organize it, it's a huge job. It's a kind of a post-war job across all sectors. But Angela's telling us that it can be done. I'm going to believe her. I've never left a conversation with Angela without feeling that there actually is real reason for hope. That it's not naive to be hopeful, that actually it's a requirement of activism to be hopeful, but to have the evidence and put in place the work to make that hope a reality. Angela, you've been amazing to join us, and thank you, because I know you're doing so much labour at the moment for so many people in so many ways. I'm glad that you love it. I'm glad that it rewards you, but I bet it's tiring. And thank you very much as well for reminding us that we need beauty in our lives. We need a sense of purpose and joy, and we need each other. Let's think more together about how we can work for each other. And Angela, good luck with everything. I don't know whether you've come out of lockdown at all, but we'll meet again. I mean, Vera Lynn's just died, but we'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, etc. And thank you for all the work. We love you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jude. It's been a pleasure to participate in this conversation, and I wish you and WOW all the best in the future.
Thank you. So everybody, I want you to do two things. I want you to go to the marketplace on the website. We have brands and organizations that are entirely led by Black women and women of color. This is a new marketplace that we've created online. We've always had a live marketplace before. It's partnered with Janet's List, and all of the women are brands of social purpose. They've all got some extraordinary things to show you and tell you about, and you can buy things from them. And now we're going to leave this conversation and go to the WOW sounds. The first one up, music, is Queen. And then we're going to go to a big idea, which is Emma from Germany. And then the big idea is from Travis Alabanza in our continual story about how trans activists are particularly subject to violence. So please listen into the music, listen into the conversations. And once again, amazing, Angela, and good night and see you soon.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay.
It's a song from my last album, and it is called Everywhere We Looked Was Burning. So it's also a song that I've written over 3 years ago. And as I started getting closer to release this album, I didn't expect that the world would literally be burning. And it was my attempt to put on a statement in the world, but a recorded and a statement that, an alarming statement that we really need to act. In the song there's also a glimpse of hope, because I was trying to, in a very poetic and cinematic way, put the burning kind of behind us, but not too far behind, so that we're really facing the consequences of our decisions and our acts. I know that many people are doing a lot of good for the planet and around themselves, but unfortunately not all the people are doing that. And so I think it's more important today than anything else to use music and art to alarm and to raise awareness. And I would also like to dedicate the song to an Egyptian artist that died in prison not too long ago, Shadi Habash, and his case really, really broke my heart. And I want to talk about him anytime I can, because his crime was only to direct a music video, and he spent 2 years in prison, and we don't know if he died from despair, from bad conditions, but I think it's very important that us artists who are free to carry messages and to raise our voice in the world, to think about all these people that, thanks to who we are walking free. Everywhere we looked was burning. No one remembers the lonely edges of the time lost in decay. It was all ending so strongly
Hello everyone, my name is Lisa Mumban. I am the chairperson of Jawan Association. Jawan Association was formed in 1985 and it was for the interest of the people. I've been elected back in 1997 and but been involved with the organisation, with the land rights since it started. I decided to form a women's group focused on family and how best we could, take the well-being part in our own lives and help others in their life to have that healthy healing in place, given what had really impacted on our life, since the white men actually came into our country. Being the chairperson of, there was Vanachal, a piece of land that was sitting, doing nothing, that we bought back through ILC. Forming this woman group, we had to, fight for funding. Vanachal has always been a healing place, as I've kind of known from a lot of the elders have talked about that country. People getting out there on the weekend and just having that family time. Going through that healing from that spiritual and physical and mental perspective, producing bush medicine, our traditional medicine, and bush food. And they've been out there planting, we've been out out at Banachal and put together a garden, a shed, and managed to use that house where the elders can work on making this bush medicine. Just wanted to give that Banachal Women's Group a full support. So I've talked to the committee, the board, and requested for some funding to really give that group a push again and make them become, strong again as women that plays an active role in our family lives, learning our young ones to take that tradition back on again instead of, living full forward on that Western life. We step into that role, but also being that role model to our younger generation that's coming up. They found that they have something there that they can have for their future and their children's future.
Kokoy! Yo wuru-wuru ko kapul bakadawal na korocam narangawan. Yeremaj bakan ngaraniana ngarayol la dawo. Yo! Today, as we were coming, I had to call out to the ancestral land, spirit of the land here. I wanted to respect them, acknowledge them, and thank you, and told them that we were coming down. Now we are here sitting. My name is Milawanga Mutwe. I am one of the political Strongwell ladies group that we have. We were invited to the WOW conference in Brisbane. Unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, everything stopped. So on behalf of the Banaja ladies, I will be talking about how we see everything now, and that we can still communicate online, even though we are far apart, but we can always bring words of wisdom, understanding, and the knowledge of how we can go about with this virus they call corona. As soon as we heard about coronavirus, it was like everything stood still. And there was great fear among our people and all our tribal groups, how we were going to cope with this coronavirus. And for us to have these strict regulations in being separated, staying indoors in our house, not being able to go out and visit relatives, but we are not allowed to go back to our communities. So I guess it is good health-wise that our people must stay put where they are. Sometimes it's for us, sometimes it's unusual because that would be like an insult of not letting them stay, giving them something to drink or eat. But for me, sitting here now and looking around, this is medicine. It is in the bush like this, where I grew up as a child. Having that knowledge, that discipline, and the teachings of everything that makes up our culture. I guess I am so grateful and thankful to my mothers and my foremothers. So this is, once again, like I say, it's medicine to me. Hearing the noise of this water running, it sends you back in time. And you never forget what you have been taught since childhood. Those who are interested in knowing our culture, we are able to share our culture so that you too can have that tranquility and peace and harmony of how it is living in the bush like this. Such stillness, so calm. Oh my God. We have not gone away from our culture. It is still here because this is what it brings. The harmony, the balance of all things, the nature. All I want to say to you beautiful women out there, you beautiful spirit women, is to stay strong for your families and your friends.
Oh, you got him, you got him. Hey, look.
My name's Lisa Andrews. I'm a Jawan person and I work with Jawan, and coming out to country make us feel strong about our culture and our livings. I was brought here a long time ago by my father. He was a full Jawan, and we've been to so many places in this Jawan country, in the Katherine region, and my home is Banachal. A lot of people go there and fish and talk with the elders, get together with other Jawan people.
My name is Papi Nelly Kempu. I'm strong. I don't worry about that sickness. You can come. I just don't worry. I'm strong myself. I'm still kicking around.
Voila. My way to go out in the bush, trying to keep our body strong and healthy, and men eating all them fish now, with strong blood, heart beating well.
Yeah, yeah.
Munda, cherry, catfish, nailfish. Every day. We come every day fishing. Trying to make my little guts grow up. Bobwala. Or down the river at the little camping area. Ito na, wali smoking. Leaving everything now behind you, come out. One more, Ngarijan. Yo. Come on, Kochen. Pangari nini. Him ready him good to kill that coronavirus. Yo. We will still continue to communicate, whether it's by phone, online, it does not matter. I wish you all well. And in the future, we will then be able to hug each other. Yes! I bid you all farewell. I say, Bobo.
So those wonderful wow sounds. First, Emile Mouslouthi from Tunisia, and then the Banatjal Strong Bala Woman Group from Australia. All the way through the WOW Global 24, we've been commissioning amazing women artists to produce the joy, energy, and effervescence that we need for a festival to be a real WOW festival. WOW festivals around the world traditionally have been about making sure that the stories of girls and women are celebrated, understood, their histories are made clear, the invisible histories often, but also that we start building together a united, intersectional future, one that we've never seen before, the world's never realized before, but one that we know could be possible. And at this point in time of such rich change, of such vivid, imaginative new possibility, it really does feel tangible, the idea that if we were collective in our action, we could really see a transformation in a lifetime that we've not had yet. So that's about us working together to find that. Can I just say at the same moment that we're talking to each other now, others of you, as it were, will be on the local channel, which is currently in the US. There's a wonderful panel there on women's health disparities. There's tremendous speakers about safe sex during the lockdown. There's artists, there's poets. And if you aren't able to catch that now, because you're going to come to this next conversation that we're having with UN Women, it'll all be on the website, all accessible, all made available free. It's free because we want to make sure that girls and women around the world have no financial barriers to this global conversation. And for that reason, we're really grateful to Bloomberg, to Moody's, and Arts Council England, as well as our WOW 24-hour partners, because they've made this festival possible by giving us financial support. Also, of course, our core funders who support our work throughout the year. Global founding partner, still Bloomberg. They've been there right from the start and they're just shoulder to shoulder. Our global partners, MasterCard and the Esme Fairbairn Foundation. But in the end, what we need is the women of the world to be something that is seen as a big collective of stories, of energies, of determinations, of communities, that and only together can we make that big change happen. So we're going to come now to our first or our second review. Those of you who've been with us now for 15 hours, I don't know how many out there will put their hands up to say they've been doing that, but we've had 6 big conversations that were happening, we're having 3 times as the world turns. And we've reached the end of the second set of those 6 with that marvelous conversation with Angela Davis. And so now we're going to turn to UN Women, and we're going to ask them to think together with us about what the COVID pandemic has meant for us all as women, and what the Black Lives Matter movement has meant for us, and really how we have to think together about what change should look like. So I'm going to welcome the chair to that conversation, who's Lopa Banerjee. She's Director of Civil Society Division, Executive Coordinator of Generation Equality Forum at UN Women, and she's been such a force for change. It'll be wonderful to hear that conversation, and I'm going to pass over now to Lopa Banerjee.
Greetings to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you to Women of the World for inviting UN Women to host this panel discussion. My name is Lopa Banerjee, and I'm the Director of the Civil Society Division at UN Women, and also the Executive Coordinator of the Generation Equality Forum, which was meant to be the big global gathering for gender equality this year, a civil society-centered, multi-stakeholder global gathering for gender equality, which unfortunately, because of COVID, we have postponed to next year. But this is a time when we are all mobilizing towards gender equality fiercely and courageously and relentlessly and without looking back. This panel is called Gender Equality in Times of COVID. Why does it matter?
My question is rather, how dare it not matter? COVID, right from the beginning, has been a gendered pandemic. 70% of healthcare workers and frontline workers are women. 3 women and girls are doing 3 times as much unpaid care work at home, and this has exacerbated during this crisis. Globally, 243 million women and girls have experienced violence in the last years alone. And during this period of the crisis, reported domestic violence data tells us that this has tripled. And this is only reported domestic violence. We have more than 8.5 million women migrant workers who have experienced job loss, income security, fragility of income. This affects not only them, their families, their communities. They are sending money back home. So it's what the crisis has done is that it has completely blown apart the existing systemic inequality that existed in the world already. Because COVID did not happen in a vacuum. COVID happened in a world that already had deep, deep, deep inequality, profound and persistent discrimination, humanitarian crisis, climate fragility, income fragility, and so much more. And so building back better from COVID is not just building back better. It is really about building back differently, because we do not want to build back a better status quo. What we want is a radical transformation. And this is a moment for radical reckoning to ensure that when we build back better from COVID, we build back with feminist leadership at the core, with young people's leadership at the core, with women and young people, and a feminist framework of equality and justice that serves the entire world that we live in. And helping me to discuss this today, I have a young panel of fierce and fabulous activists. We have Joanna Weatherbourne, who is a member of the Advisory Council of the Network of Afro-Descendant Women from Latin America, Caribbean, and the Diaspora. She's also a member of the Board of Directors of ActionAid Guatemala. We have Chantel Marrequera, who is a Rhodes Scholar pursuing a degree in jurisprudence and law at the University of Oxford, and is a member of UN Women's Beijing +25 Youth Task Force. She also serves as the country director for Zimbabwe for the Global Peace Chain, and is a Resolution Project Fellow and an alumni of the Millennium Fellowship. And we have Asha Sheikh, who unfortunately, because of technical difficulties, will not be participating via video, but she will be joining us via audio. And Asha is a member of the Beijing +25 Youth Task Force already, and she studies political science and the Middle East at Rutgers University. She is also the 2019 Harry S. Truman Scholar from New Jersey. So let me start with you, Joanna. We are at this moment, at this cusp of talking about racial justice and gender justice and inequality in the most fundamental ways. In building back better from COVID, what is your view? How do you see justice and equality being center staged in the resilience that we want to see emerging from COVID?
Well, thank you, Loka. And I want to start saying thank you for this opportunity. And I'm really glad to be sharing a screen with you, dear colleagues and respectable leaders in not only in my region, but also at global level. I think that previous this crisis, we have already historical causes, and we have so deeply rooted discrimination and structural exclusion. And these new conjunctural crises are overwhelming the realities of Black population and indigenous population around the world. For many people, actually for too many people, denouncing racism, denouncing this systemic violence sounds an exaggeration, because in their limited understanding, it is an old issue, and it was solved with the abolition of slavery, for example, and also in Guatemala, for example, and other countries of Central America, we are not experimenting right now direct murders or massacres against Black population or indigenous population. And the remaining of genocide during the internal civil war, it makes that current experiences and situation of violence and exclusion sounds like not important in the general agenda. So that is a big issue that we are pointing on the table. Recognition and epistemic justice, inclusion in all spaces and decision-making position is still demanding. It's still a current need for all our communities. We are underrepresented in the government, in the programs, in the public policies, and in the whole development of human rights advocacy. So now we see that this pandemic crisis is putting these vulnerable communities in another fight, in another struggle in the life. We see that it is already affecting the quality of life and the capacity to resilience. It's not that we don't have it, but it is more difficult now.
Thank you, Joanna. So let me move to you, Asha. Young people have been at the forefront, not just right now in terms of the response to COVID, but overall in terms of, as we have seen in social justice movements, whether it's the climate justice movement, whether it is gun violence in the United States, whether it is issues around college fees in South Africa and everywhere else, on gender-based violence, on various issues. Young people are at the forefront. Right now, there is this impatience, there is rage, there is the need to really look at this moment and say, enough, no more. So let me ask you, as a young activist, what is your view on what should be the measures that policymakers and leaders should be taking now to center stage your vision, the vision of your generation and the leadership of your generation in building back differently and better? Over to you, Asha.
Absolutely. I think, you said it perfectly, that regardless of what issue it is, young people have been at the forefront pushing for change and saying that, we are not okay with the way that things are progressing, whether that be something like climate change, where the actions that our leaders and policymakers take today quite literally affect the shape of our lives in the future, or ongoing issues like gun violence, racial injustice, COVID. Young people are at the forefront and pushing for it within our unique youth perspective of us facing issues from the intersections of our identities with something like gun violence, where it's these kids who are in school who are facing this issue and who are organizing March for Our Lives and so on. And so I think that thinking about governments and global leadership, it's extremely critical to make space at the table for young people to partake in these conversations. During my time as a girl advocate for the Working Group on Girls, in working with the United Nations, it was critical to not only have seats at the table when it came to issues of gender equality, but also every conversation. because as a girl advocate, you know, I was 15 through 17, I suppose, when I was working with the working group on girls. So our perspectives coming from the intersection of our identities as both women and as young people, young girls, we provided a perspective that had to be considered regardless of whether there was a direct, explicit connection between the issue at the table and gender equality, for example. So I think that's the first and most important thing, is to make space at the table during every conversation, and then to make sure that, you know, we're not only having young people there for the sake of having young people there, but actually hearing us, and taking into consideration what the importance of that is, to make sure that our solutions and our paths forward are comprehensive and far-reaching.
So let me ask you a follow-up question on that. What are you going to do to make sure that you have a seat at the table? It's not going to come to you easily. It's not, you don't have a seat at the table often enough now, and you need to, for it to be resilient. What is it that you can do? What is it that you want to say, okay, that there has to be a seat at the table?
Absolutely. I think, you know, obviously going straight to the United Nations and saying, I want a seat at this table is difficult. But I think that young people are being very resilient and finding ways to express themselves and have our voices heard, regardless of what level it's at, whether that be grassroots organizations, starting organizations at school or college, or organizing marches locally. I mean, we've seen now within the Black Lives Matter movement, young people being the ones to organize protests, not only in the big cities, but even in the suburbs, even in, you know, the local areas. And so I think that it's a matter of creating space both at the literal table, whether that be the UN or government, as well as forging that space for ourselves on all levels, even if it's more of the metaphorical table of just organizing within our communities and creating and expressing our power that way.
Thank you, Asha. Let me come to you, Chantel. Chantel, you know, this issue of organizing. Now, so much of this organizing is happening online. Young people organize in different ways than people of my generation did. And so we see now the role of technology in being a mobilizer. But we also know that technology is the great divider, is the great excluder, it continues to perpetuate the big gender divide, the inequalities. As students, schools have shut down and education has gone online, we are terrified that because of lack of access of technology to so many young girls around the world, we are going to see an entire generation lose out in education. So what is your solution? What would you like to see happen?
Thank you, Lopa, for the question. Going back to, I really like the point that Asha mentioned about acknowledging the intersectionality of our identities. So before I answer your question, I'd like to emphasize the importance of being able to recognize and acknowledge the intersectionality of our struggles, but also at the same time understanding that our oppression manifests in different ways as a result of our intersectional identities. So whilst we are all women, different inequalities function as a direct manifestation of necropolitics and biopower by legitimizing, recognizing, and maintaining structural systems of exclusion and inclusion based on one's race, economic status, nationality, age, physical condition, among others. So it's really important to understand that the same solution that's going to be used for a person in the global north is not going to be the same solution that's going to work for a person in the global south, because we find all these different identities intersecting at the middle. And by then, so right now, as we see that we have this technological divide, we find that schools have closed down, children are missing out on school. many people have come up with the solutions of, oh, let's do online classes, let's take classes to the computer. But then we often forget those marginalized few in the remote places in, for example, Muturashanga in Zimbabwe, where a child doesn't even have Wi-Fi, or if they do have access to internet connection, they don't have the data bundles. So now what are we going to do for those ones at the margins? So I think the first important step is naming and acknowledging this difference in our struggles. And that would be the first step towards progress. And John Stuart Mill often says that naming this reality brings it into the necessary theoretical focus for these issues to be honestly addressed and discussed. So now that we have understood that we are all different and we're all coming from different places, how are we going to create customized solutions for those different people based on different identities? So we could talk about using, for example, radios for education. We could talk about using, I'm not sure how that would work, or maybe televisions, but then at the same time, you realize that those people in the remote places as well don't have televisions. So even now, if you wanted to send teachers, then how would that work with the whole social distancing? So that's a whole conversation, a complex conversation that would definitely take a lot of time. But I think the most important thing is naming and acknowledging this difference in our struggles, and also understanding that our oppression is going to manifest in different ways. So whilst we all face the same, like whilst we're all being oppressed as women in different ways, the oppression is going to manifest differently. So being able to understand that and acknowledging that is the most important first step.
Thank you so much, Chantel. I'm going to actually turn to you, Joanna, and ask you to actually have this conversation with Chantel on this, because this issue of naming and acknowledging struggles is going back to something that you just talked about, the fact that this issue of violence that you see and the manifestation of it is not even being named and acknowledged, or not even being considered. And the criticality of looking at the manner in which violence is affecting the capacity for resilience. And in spite of the fact that activists such as yourselves and other women and girls continue to be in the forefront in spite of this. So let me ask you, in terms of this naming and acknowledging of the struggles, what are some of the ways in which you would suggest that, let's say, the three of you as activists in different parts of the world would look at some proposals, concrete proposals that you want to see built into the COVID response that will enable this naming and acknowledging of struggles, and not just in terms of naming and acknowledging struggles, but what that means in terms of solidarity, resilience as the human community. Joanna.
Well, thank you. Actually, I was going to address the statement of the Chantal's statement about the need of incorporate intersectional approach in all our analysis and all our activities, because we have different, even within the Black population, we have different Afro-descendant identities, and we have diverse experience and knowledge shifting. So we are sustaining our networks and connecting with other ones, and actually this migration to virtual modalities is being also a big adaptation process. And it is making even more visible that we have, for example, a really big technology gaps, and we don't have enough accessibility to all what we need to continue with our struggles. But also we are making this, I don't know how to say it. I know there is a really long data existent movement of resilience in the region and globally, but we are also now incorporating new voices. We are exchanging this dialogue with young people, with Black people, with indigenous population, with women from all intersections. So this is really a big lesson of a strategic process. And also we are building another ways of knowing each other, recognizing each other, but also denouncing and demanding, claiming to the authorities and the governor institution, the international view, to be concerned about this, to be aware about all these situations of exclusion. And what we need to be, like Asha said before, it is hard to say we need a seat in these spaces, or I want a seat in these spaces, but we have to take them. And we are also building new spaces, not only the official ones, because we know for sure that the governmental structure is not enough, and it hasn't solved the long data problem existence. I would say that another proposal or another thing that we are actually doing right now is focusing in sharing strategies and making more incidents at local levels with authorities, with another sectors, including our agendas in the proposal for public policies, denouncing the lack of attention from the government and from the state institutions, and also are helping our communities focusing in some basic things like translating official information into native languages, because it is not getting to all the parts of the country, not all to the territories, denouncing and making more visible how this crisis shows that our health systems were limited before and now are collapsed. But also, we don't have enough information, statistic information about how many Black people, indigenous people is affected by this pandemic. The authorities are not showing any disaggregated or segmented information based on identities or racial division. So we have a lot of things to analyze, and not only as victims of the oppression and of the system. I mean more in the way of making public incidents and making political incidents to change the way, change the thing like the way they are.
Thank you, Joanna. You're standing in front of your head of state, head of government. You're standing there. You want to say that this is the one thing you want to see in the stimulus package that Guatemala is rolling out. This one thing. What is it going to be? To what you have just said. What one thing you want that included in the stimulus package? What would it be?
That they address the agenda of the Black population that we already presented to them. And we have all the issues of development included: health, education, work, natural resources. Everything is included in our agenda, and we presented it. So we need them to endorse it and make a real commitment with the implementation of it.
Thank you. And I have the same question for you, Asha. You have this one shot at saying, okay, here is your big ask on behalf of all those for whom you advocate. You want to see this included in the stimulus packages as a universal ask. What would it be?
Yeah, I think that an overarching ask within COVID response, not solely restricted to the stimulus packages themselves, but as to COVID response as a whole, I think my biggest ask would be prioritizing the health of the people over the economy, which, you know, we've seen, especially in the United States, where compared to other countries, we are just not dealing with COVID as successful as a rate as other countries have, because states have been pressured to open too early, too quick for the sake of the economy. And what we see is that it's marginalized groups who end up suffering the most. We see that Black people, Black Americans, have disproportionate rates of COVID, people of color. So I think that's a really significant issue and perspective to take when it comes to balancing the priorities of the economy versus the health and literal lives of people, and especially people from already marginalized groups. And thinking about the stimulus packages specifically, one big criticism amongst especially people my age, college-age students, was that college-age students, a lot of us, did not receive any stimulus money because of how we file as people who are unemployed but might be dependents on our as per our parents' tax filings and et cetera, regardless of whether we are staying at home and have free rent and food or not. So that's another area, speaking specifically to the stimulus packages, where young people are forgotten.
Thank you, Asha. And the same question to you, Chantel. The one for Zimbabwe, the one big thing that you would want to see as a young leader, as a young activist, that you believe is going to take Zimbabwe towards resilience from COVID?
I would say that, first of all, that the stimulus package be made available. That's the first thing. And if it's made available, that the money goes directly into the hands of grassroots women and youth organizations. Because right now, so not just focusing on Zimbabwe alone, but like universally, we see that a lot of youth have been stepping up as a result of this crisis. We see many youth doing so many things and taking the lead in so many innovative solutions to respond to this crisis. For example, just mentioning a few members of the Beijing Plus 25 Youth Task Force, you see people such as Anma and his organization. They developed a youth exchange project to tackle the issue of stress management during this pandemic. You see, for example, who else? Annika is providing services for young people to be taken to hospitals at night, a service which was previously unattainable due to the curfews. And you see someone like Salam and the organization, they have been hosting online courses for young people that speak Arabic globally. So you see, young people doing all these things right now, and they are underfunded, well, if they're even funded. And most of those youth organizations are operating on a zero budget. So now imagine if those youth organizations could be properly funded, imagine how much impact could be made if the world, if our governments, if our leaders started to believe more in the power of the youth. Because it's not a matter of the youth having to prove themselves that they are able to do all these many things. We have already proved ourselves. We have done all those things. Now we just need the government. Now we just need our communities to see what we have already been doing and to believe in that potential that we have already shown. And I think I would like to also emphasize the importance of passing on of the baton at this point. Because you see, the older generation, they did so many things as well. From the Beijing Declaration, we have had so many gains. But now for us to protect and preserve those hard-earned gains, we now need the older generation to now believe in us as the youth and pass on that baton and say, okay, we did what we did. Now we are going to work with you and we are going to believe in your potential and we are going to support you all the way, and we're going to rally behind you, and we're going to preserve those hard-earned gains. Because if we're not careful, we might end up going back to stage one. Then what would be all the effort would have been for nothing. So being able to work together, both generations, being able to all work together in spite of the difference in our struggles, being able to understand the importance of collective action and, in fact, organized collective action, and the importance of transnational solidarity and saying, okay, fine, we are all facing different struggles, but here we are, we're going to all come together and we're going to fight this fight together and we're going to see the results together.
Thank you, thank you. You know, three of the most, not startling, but the three of the most stark aspects of this crisis have been the shadow pandemic on gender-based violence, the enormous fragility around economic fragility around incomes, which already was there and has just been exacerbated so severely, and the fact that in spite of the fact that women form the 70% of frontline workers, they are the majority in these informal, insecure jobs. There are almost no women at the decision-making tables in shaping the response, the COVID response. So if this is going to be truly a moment of reckoning, if we really want to make this moment count, what is it that we really need to be doing so that we don't do exactly what you said, Chantel, that, okay, this is done and we are still where we were pre-COVID, saying that, you know, we have not achieved gender equality. So what is it? What would that radical way of working or that radical action be to make sure that we are truly transforming and not just carrying the status quo forward? Joanna?
Well, that is a big question. We are trying to build the responses to that. I mean, trying to make more visible or struggle into the human rights development new paradigms, justice, equality, and equity. And we continue endorsing these topics into our own internal process for strategizing our capacities to make more influence, but also the making new ways to get to the power decision making positions and to the position we can make an approval and make the social change.
Chantel.
I don't know how much of the things I said before you could hear. Sorry.
No, we could hear you. We could hear you clearly. Thank you. We can hear you clearly. Yes. Chantel, over to you.
As Joanna mentioned as well, that's a packed question. But I just want to emphasize on what Joanna was saying as well about the importance of collectively working together. Like I mentioned before, I mentioned collective organized action. So the collective, if you put collective together with organized and action, that's really powerful, because collective organized action by definition seeks to disrupt, expose injustice, and introduce new ideas and values for justice. And you realize that all changes that have occurred in history have come about as a result of mass movements. If you look at the civil rights era in America, the apartheid era in South Africa, the liberation struggle in Zimbabwe, it was all a result of mass movements that were anchored by women that pushed governments to bring about change. So now at this point in time, we might ask ourselves, okay, like, are mass movements going to be the solution at this point? Are protests going to be the solution at this point? You never know. So I just want to emphasize that no one solution is going to work. Like, no, we cannot trust in one solution, but it can all be a bunch of different solutions. Like right now, we find that a lot of people are doing different things. Like what I was mentioning, that other task force members are doing. Like people are responding differently to the crisis based on their different geographical regions, and also based on the different targeted populations that they are serving. So there's a bunch of ways that we could all adopt and say, okay, this is the one, but we cannot really point out to one solution and say, okay, this is the one that's going to work. But as long as we have collective organized action. And as long as we extricate ourselves from narrow identitarian thinking and just think, okay, I'm just going to focus on my struggle on racial justice or my struggle on this specific issue, but being able to understand and recognize the mutuality of our struggles and try to see how those struggles are connected and then work together to find different solutions to that.
Thank you, Chantel. And over to you, Asha, in terms of this comment about the solidarity of struggles and looking at what unites people across their different social justice asks and aspirations. And so if you had to have, what is the one radical idea that you have, that you want to table, that you want to be heard, that you want to be carried forward? Over to you, Asha.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely, echoing what Chantel said about collective organizing and the power in that. And I think that this is something that I've seen very personally, like in the context of being in the United States during this very reinvigorated push for Black Lives Matter, is that there are so many people from so many marginalized groups of their own, marginalized identities of their own, aside from being Black Americans, who are taking up this fight as their own, because what we, and especially we as young people, recognize is that fighting for and achieving human rights for one of us is a step forward for all of us. And I think that especially in thinking about how young people are having these conversations with people from other generations, especially other like non-Black people of color, feedback that I've gotten from young people is that it's difficult having these conversations, because speaking to older family members of color, sometimes the feedback is, well, we still face this and this, why should we worry about, this other group of people, which I think makes it that much more important to be able to say, well, human rights are just that, they're human rights, and there's something that we all need to work towards if anyone is going to achieve them. So I think that collective perspective that young people are trying to push for, and that young people are trying to specifically think about within the context of how intersectional all of our identities are. Friends of mine who are young Black activists have been speaking up greatly about how even within the Black Lives Matter movement, there are women who have been murdered. Breonna Taylor, for example, there are trans Black people who have been murdered, who are getting far less attention than Black men. And so even within movements, making sure that we are being intersectional and rising together collectively, and not letting people at certain intersections be left behind.
Thank you, Asha. So I'm going to ask all of you to unmute your mics, and I want you to say one thing to each other. You are 3 young women, activists, leaders in your communities and in your space of work. So to this point of intersectionality, to this point of, shared solidarity and shared struggle and shared work, what will you say to each other? What is it that you will turn to each other for, or that you would like to build across your different areas and spaces of work? Just one statement to each other. Joanna to Asha, Asha to Chantel, Chantel to Joanna, and so on. So just go for it. I want to hear what would you say to each other?
It could be something simple like I see you, I hear you, and I am willing to endorse the struggle with you to our frontiers, to our territories, and you are not alone, I am not alone, we can do this. We don't have to continue doing this alone.
The biggest thing I would say to both of you, to all youth activists, is thank you. This is incredibly exhausting work, especially when you add in how often looked down upon we can be as young people. So thank you for continuing to fight this fight, continuing to try to grow and be better. And again, just highlighting the importance of taking care of ourselves amidst this process, because we can't be fighting the fight if we don't have any energy left ourselves. So definitely a big, big thank you.
You are doing such amazing work, and I am so proud of all the energy and effort that you consciously put in every day to fight the people's fight. And there is great work for you to do. So I just want to tell you that we are with you. In all that you're doing, we are with you. We will not be silenced. We will not be quiet. And we are going to go to that table. We are not going to get a sit on that table, but we are going to go on the table and just take the whole table. That's what we're going to do. And as young people, we have the potential and we will not be silenced.
Thank you. You know, that was just so inspiring, and this is why it is so central that we have young people's leadership right now in terms of shaping this world as we emerge from this carnage. In the last few minutes that we have before we close, I want to give you the opportunity to say one quick thing from each of you that you would like to leave the audience with. So starting this time, let's start with you, Asha, and we will end with you, Joanna. So Asha, Chantel, Joanna, the one thing that you want to leave the audience with, who is listening to this, but also to all the fellow activists in the world, but also to the women and girls and boys and men and the people of the world. One last thing that you want to leave them with. Let's start with you, Asha, this time.
Thank you. The biggest thing that I would want to leave everyone with who's listening to this, especially the young people, especially the women and girls, is to please keep speaking up and to keep fighting and to keep speaking your mind, even if it feels like you're not being heard, even if it feels like your voice is being minimized or not listened to. Because I promise that whether we feel it or we see it immediately or not, our voices are having an impact, and our voices are so direly needed to make the changes that we want to see. So please keep speaking up and using our voices together.
For those who are listening, I just want to acknowledge the fact that yes, the pandemic has changed our lives in so many different ways. It has restructured our ways of living, but it also provides us with an opportunity and a platform to continue building a movement that is rooted in intellectual and institutional risk, collective solidarity, and an intersectional embodied practice. So yes, the pandemic has introduced all these different problems, but it's also an opportunity for us to continue building a movement that is going to stand for the longest time. And it's an opportunity for us to build and create a justice that even transcends our lifetimes, that 500 years from now, when we are dead, people will say, in 2020, we had this amazing group of people who did this, who brought about all these amazing gains for women in the world. And who will be those people that people are going to be talking about?
Joanna?
Wow. I will say that we have still a lot of work to do, and I strongly believe that we can do it. I mean, I share the opinion that we have the power to make and see the change we want to see in our realities. We don't have to wait until next generation. We want the future to start now. So we will continue doing this. We will continue engaging new struggles and new people involved on them. And yes, we are here. We are here for good. That's what I said.
Thank you so much to all of you. And indeed, yes, we are here for good. And what I heard is exactly what we are seeing at this moment in terms of the response, right? Without solidarity of thought, solidarity of action, solidarity of partnership, and what you said, local, national, global solidarity, knowledge exchange, solidarity of solutions, and this collective organized action. Yes, building back different, building back whole, building back with the leadership of people like you at its core. Without this, there is no building back better. Thank you very, very much to all of you. And it's been such a joy to share this conversation with you. Be well, stay safe, and thank you very much to everybody who's been listening in at this Women of the World event and conference. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Session. This is education, and it's education. Our third conversation as we travel across the globe on the transnational conversations that we're having on the big themes, the big 6 themes that we know that girls and women are part of, as COVID and then Black Lives Matter has made us think about society, about intersectional justice, and about the world that we'd like to create as we emerge from this extraordinary moment into something which we hope will be building back differently and better. Just so that you will all remember, the WOW Foundation is hosting this 24-hour conversation to make sure that we really can bring the voices of girls and women together to make change across the world. And if you want to support that to happen, please become part of the WOW movement. Go onto the website, become a member. It's free completely. Join us and have a newsletter. Coming up on the local channel at the moment, we're in the USA at the moment. We've got Gender Equality, Black Lives Matter and COVID-19, chaired by Marika Oglesby. And then we have the WOW Bite, Fueling the Revolution, Inspiration from Our Elders, from Alex Swan. After the session we're about to go into, we've got more of our WOW sounds, this time from Mihan, and a WOW big idea from Mahubo from Kenya. But next, we've got, as I say, education. And this is really about how do we teach our girls ambition, consent, healthy relationships, and also how do we give them proper access to subjects that they may have thought were not for them or told were not for them, science and technology, and how do we persuade families and government that education will transform girls, their communities and their worlds, but also that just as a human right, girls realizing their dreams is something which we must, as society, give them access to. And to chair this session with quite an amazing panel, I'm really thrilled that we've got Jane Caro-Wilkley, who's the award-winning Australian columnist, author and novelist, broadcaster, documentary maker, feminist and social commentator, a sort of Renaissance woman, and quite rightly, here she is, to bring her Renaissance information to this next panel. So Jane, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Jude. It's lovely to be here at this WOW Global Conference, and women and girls is very close to my heart. I've got, as Jude said, an amazing panel for you today. Our first speaker will be Chizuko Ueno, who is a feminist thinker, a sociologist and an academic from Japan. Then we will follow up with Julianne Lowe, who is the Executive Vice President of Enterprise Partnerships for Asia Pacific at MasterCard, and she's in Singapore. And then we will have a pre-recorded message from Professor Carolyn Evans, who is the Vice Chancellor and President of Griffith University. And she's from Australia, like me. I'm in Sydney, but she's obviously somewhere else. So she's doing a pre-record. She would, I imagine, normally be in Brisbane. And our final panellist will be Vanessa Haletta, founder and director of the Talitha Project, and she is in Tonga. So international we definitely are. We only have 40 minutes for this very, very big topic. So I'm going to get straight to the point and ask my first question of Chizuko. Chizuko, what new ideas are you thinking about for the education of women and girls to help with all the things that Jude was saying in her introduction about consent, about ambition, and about realising their dreams? I think that's such a lovely thing to think about.
Oh, I'm Shizuko Ueno. Thank you for introducing me. And this is a great opportunity for us all to meet you online. With this, that COVID-19 pandemic. And do you want me to just jump into the new ideas, first of all?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, but before that, let me just talk a little bit about the current situation. Well, according to the global ranking of gender gap index by the World Economic Forum, as you know, Japan is ranked at 121st among 153 countries in 2019, whereas Japan's GDP is ranked at third, next to the US and China. The Japan status of the women status of Japan is disproportionately low compared with other societies. And why is it? Actually, the Japanese girls are actually less likely to go higher than the university level than boys, which is an exception compared with other OECD countries. That is because the Japanese parents tend to advocate more educational investment on boys, but not on girls, considering that it will be in vain when they put the investment on girls. But the situation is very rapidly changing. Actually, with this very extreme low fertility, the Japan is now 1.4 something. The Japanese parents with the children have only girls, up to the 40% of the household. In this sense, they just cannot afford gender discrimination and in household. So now girls are becoming to have more opportunities in the society. So so far I have been thinking about the new ideas, how we can promote girls' education. So there are actually four. Very briefly, one, the compulsory quota for girls at universities. Because, I taught at Japan's top university, the University of Tokyo, where, only 20% of the students are girls. That because, simply because, the girls are discouraged to challenge the top university. And the second one is the screening, an entrance screening by the admission office. Actually, girls are much higher performing at their high schools. And the third one is the girls only scholarship. I mean, at this moment, University of Tokyo is offering, girls only for the housing support, which is sometimes called reverse gender discrimination. And the fourth one is, this is the most important thing, that to serve them a good role models just like you. That's all. Okay, at this moment.
Thank you very much, Shizuko. I think it is interesting to hear about the resistance to girls being able to fulfill their potential, and that still continues. I'm always interested in what drives that, what's behind that, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit when we get to our conversation. Our next speaker is Julianne Lowe. Julianne, do you want to follow on from what Shizuko was saying about the situation in Singapore? And
Yeah, sure.
Please go.
No, thank you very much, Jane and Chizuko. It's so good to hear from you. I think as women, and I've got two girls myself, right? So I think it's in this current era, it's one of the best era that I think women and girls, all of us, we are good, and that we are actually being able to have a lot of more opportunity than before. So I think to continue on the conversation, maybe before I actually jump straight into kind of like what the programs that MasterCard we are doing in Asia Pac, I give a view on the kind of the challenge following on what Chizuko has just said. I think from a business world perspective, as what she has also, she outlined from the education perspective, I think gender balance as a whole is still a challenge for every businesses throughout the world. I think women, as we are all aware, right, while we are not a minority, we represent half the human race, and and how we empower women is critical issue encompassing many areas of inclusion. While the issues have been in the headline for some time, I think the difference now, like I said earlier on, we're seeing a cultural shift where the conversation has evolved from women needing to fight to fit into a world that doesn't work for them to one where we can take it upon ourselves to create a world that is purpose-built for everyone, including women. So I think, and even for us in MasterCard, we believe gender balance is the decent thing to do. Because 85%, just think about it, all of us, we make making day-to-day buying decisions, and whether we are in the COVID situation, even more so for the family, and that's so vital for the business. So I think, we also know that if there's 50% representation in workforce, companies will automatically build better products, services, and create better technology. So that's why we are tackling the problem head on. And all over the world, not just in Singapore. And we do this by bringing partners and diverse voices together so that we can design and construct the world in a new way, one that keeps every woman in mind and involving them. Of course, having said that, I think Chizuko touched on the education. So one of the big stumbling blocks is literally getting more women, young girls, into STEM career. And as a leading company in payments, we want to do our part to be able to close that gap. So I'll pause here for now. I'm happy to talk through our goals for tech, or how do you want that forward, Jane?
Yeah. Okay, terrific. Well, we will get to a general conversation once we've heard each of you and your perspective on new ideas. Okay, so now we're moving to the pre-recorded Carolyn Evans, Professor Carolyn Evans from Griffith University.
Hello everybody, my name is Carolyn Evans. I'm the Vice-Chancellor and President here at Griffith University in Australia. In particular, I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Kumbameri Narangwal people of the Yugambeh language group, the traditional owners of this land who've been here for tens of thousands of years and with whom Griffith University tries to maintain a respectful, mutually productive and mutually educational relationship. I've been asked to speak a little bit today about education and the impact that COVID-19 is going to have on that, particularly for women and girls. I think there are some incredible challenges, but there are also some real opportunities. Let me start with the challenges. Education has been disrupted around the world. Schools have closed, universities have closed, technical and further education colleges have closed at various points. Most of us have worked really hard to get that education online, but we all know that the impact educationally has been not equal for all people based on their socioeconomic status, not equal between people in the cities and more remote areas, which can have a really big difference on whether people can access digital online tools or not, and not equal based on gender. There's a real worry that around the world, including here in Australia, a number of young people will have missed important elements of their education. For some, that won't be so difficult to catch up. Some might have done actually quite well. Kids in middle-class homes with their own bedrooms, their own computer links, good internet connection, parents who might be able to help them with homework, help them get through their schoolwork. They will probably be fine. But kids who are already in danger of falling behind might fall further behind. And of course, in many countries where a commitment to girls' education is not terribly profound already, that moment of interruption can be incredibly dangerous. Are girls ever actually going to get back to school once they've come out of school? We've found here at Griffith University, we've had to do things that we've never had to do before. So we think that we are an importantly diverse community. We value that diversity, we value that inclusivity. It's really part of how we express ourselves to the world. But that means we have a lot more students who've come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, a lot more mature-age students, perhaps women who have children at home, and those children had to be homeschooled at the same time as those women were trying to educate themselves. Lots more students who didn't have internet connection, didn't have a computer, sometimes didn't have a safe place to study. We usually give away about $300,000 in bursaries to students in need. This year already we've given away over $3 million. We have another $2 million pegged for next trimester. And our senior executive group, including myself, were so concerned that we wouldn't have enough money to support our students in need that we put in 20% of our pay for the last 6 months of the year to go towards those student bursaries. And I'm still worried that we're going to have to try and find more in these difficult financial times. For the first time, we've had to start running food banks for our students, providing meals. Our computing staff, creative and wonderful people that they are, said, well, look, we've got all of these computers we're not using because the campus is shut down. Why don't we just loan them out to students who haven't got computers of their own at home and trust that they'll bring them back, which I have no concerns about at all. So we've had to do a lot more just to help keep students on track, just to help make sure that they're fed, that they're sheltered, that they have an internet connection and they have a computer that allows them to access online study. But we are terribly concerned about the unequal impact that this virus has had, even here at a university like Griffith, in a reasonably privileged country where we're putting a lot of time and effort into helping those students. The impact globally, I think, will really be quite catastrophic potentially if we don't pay great attention to those who miss out on education traditionally. And of course, that is girls and women in so many countries. Now, having said all of that, I am also by nature an optimist. So I think that there are some really good things that have potentially come out of what we've learned here. We just did a really large staff survey to see how people were faring during these times. And there's all sorts of anxieties and difficulties and people struggling emotionally and people struggling financially. And I wouldn't want to downplay any of that. But one thing that came through very clearly was for a lot of staff, the opportunity to work from home was actually a positive. And I think we're seeing this in many workplaces. And we particularly got strong feedback from parents with young kids and, to be honest, often particularly from mothers with young kids. They found their work-life balance was much easier to achieve when they could work, maybe not every day, but at least some days at home. It made the school drop-offs and pick-ups easier. They weren't losing a lot of time in peak hour traffic. And so we're going to be reinventing ourselves. We are not just going to come back to campus as we've always been. For too long, I think many of our managers have said, oh, no, you can't work from home. It's not possible. It's not achievable. You won't be able to do as much work. Well, we've shown now that it is. And I think this has great potential for women who are working in the higher education sector to be able to continue their careers and to have a better work-life balance, particularly while they're bringing up young kids, and for the increasing number of men who are in a position of wanting to do that as well. So I hope we're going to be changing around our work practices to try and make that greater possibility. Finally, one of the things that I've found really quite encouraging here in Australia, and I know it hasn't been the same in all parts of the world, is that possibly for the first time during a crisis of this kind, we've seen a recognition that this is also a social issue as well as a set of medical issues. And so the government, as well as not-for-profit organisations and community organisations and others, including university researchers here at Griffith, have stepped up to highlight some of the things you might not have always thought about in terms of pandemics and lockdowns. One of them has been around mental health, an issue for men and women, though often experienced differently, but also domestic violence. And for one of the first times, I think, in Australia, we put that really high up as a priority, including at both state and federal government level. At Griffith, we've been working on issues of domestic violence for a long time. We have first-rate researchers here, and those researchers work in a very engaged manner. They do some wonderful theoretical work, but they also work very closely with community organisations, with women who've experienced domestic violence, with public policy makers, and with training. We have a program called our Mates Program, which has proved to be one of the most effective programs in helping to empower and encourage others who might be bystanders, who might be worried and think that there are domestic violence issues going on, but not sure what to do about it. It helps them to work through that situation. So one of the things that Griffith University has come out to our communities and said is that we are absolutely doing some of the biomedical research. We've got some work on vaccines. We've got some work on treatments, and that's really important. But one of the things that we can really add value around is the social dimension of this crisis. How can we help those whose vulnerability has been exacerbated by what's going on? But also, how can we learn the lessons from this so that we can do better in the future? How can we not just deal with the mental health problems that have come from lockdowns, but how can we use that then as a basis for trying to have better approaches to mental health more generally? The same with domestic violence, the same with access to services for people, particularly from lower socioeconomic neighbourhoods. So we've seen all sorts of groups, from government, philanthropic foundations to community organisations, and I hope to universities like Griffith stepping up to say, despite the fact that things are really challenging, we can take the opportunities here and really try and recreate the society so that at the other end we are not just replicating the same patterns of disadvantage, the same patterns of exclusion, but that we try and create a society that has learnt some of the lessons from this really difficult year. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about what Griffith is doing and higher education generally is doing. I wish all of you wonderful women across the world, and of course the men who are also watching this, a very good day, and I hope that this is a really successful opportunity to engage with the ideas and the experiences of people from around our different regions and from around the globe. Thank you.
Pardon me, that was Carolyn Evans from Griffith University. Bit of a theme of exclusion starting to emerge, I think, from what everyone's saying. Our next and final speaker is the very patient Vanessa Haleta, who is joining us from Tonga. Hi, Vanessa. What are your thoughts on what's going on with the education of women and girls at the moment?
Hello, Jane. Hello, lovely ladies around the world. Well, I was given a question how to form informal education of girls and women change our island of Tonga and make us famous. So,
I can't hear her very well.
Jane?
Yeah. I'm having trouble hearing you. Is everyone else having trouble?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Muffled. It's muffled.
Keep going, Vanessa.
Well, right now, the Talitha program, hear me? Well, right now, the Talitha project, we are running informal programs, formal programs to informal education right now, all over Tonga, life skills program, because we don't have any COVID-19 case right now. We're doing all we can to educate young women and girls issues like teenage pregnancy, gender equality, and what have you. All sorts of programs that we do. Got back from the two outer islands of Tonga, which is Vava'u Island and Ha'apai. We have educated and empowered 132 women and girls, and 110 of them and girls. So we are handling now with the resources and the great partnerships with the Ministry of Health and EA and Australian government to run program now before we have any COVID-19 case, before any more lockdown. Did you hear that, Jane?
I think I got most of it. Yes, thank you. You've been running informal education programs, particularly in outer islands of Tonga with women and girls, about sex education and teenage pregnancy and a lot of those issues. And at the moment, Tonga is in the very fortunate position of having no COVID-19 cases, which congratulations to you for managing that. Well, it's very interesting to me listening to you all speak about really quite different situations of women and girls' education and different levels of where they're at. I mean, in Australia, for example, Australian women are among the best educated women in the world. We're up around number 1 for education participation, but we languish down around 44th for workplace participation and achievement. So one of the things I'm always want to say to people is education is incredibly important. You can't get anywhere without it. But even when you get it, there's a lot of barriers that are not overcome simply by getting good marks at school or even winning prizes at university. And I'm interested in what you all think is my own view is that our battle is one where we are trying to get half the human race to take the other half of the human race seriously. And I'm wondering what you think about that, because it's until we get men to recognise that women have something to offer, we keep making incremental gains rather than full partnership. Who wants to take a go at run at that? Anyone? Julianne, you want to start on that one?
All right, I'll start. I think you're absolutely spot on. I think the hygiene, the basic foundation, is making sure that the girls all over the world has the basic foundation of education. I think the second step is how do we see them through that journey? Whether it's mentorship in the workplace, within the family, I think that's very important. And I think girls, I've always said this before, girls, boys, right? It's the key thing. It's not about competency. It's that confidence and that support and the inspiration that they receive that they are able to carry on. So I've got 2 girls myself, right? And they see mommy working and they see how we actually are able to can we have it all, take it all in? I think one of the key things is being able to demonstrate to them that we need each other on that journey and even staying on the job. Yes, you're absolutely right on. I mean, Australia shows 40% staying in the workforce as they climb up the ladder. Women in management, senior position, the numbers are even lesser. So the question is around how do we get everybody on board? And I like to think the men, is very important in this entire journey. When we start with education, getting them through the education ladder, how do we support all women in the career? That it is extremely important. So husbands, fathers, not just in the corporate world, everybody plays an important role.
Yeah. Vanessa, in Tonga, do you...
Yeah.
Oh, Shizuko, do you want to say something? You go first and
Is it
I'll
okay?
go back to Vanessa.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I can witness the change of Japanese young girls. As far as I know no girls who admit boys are naturally superior to them. And it's actually a part of the product of the mother's resentment. No. It's actually belong to my computer. Do you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's a part of the product of the mother's resentment. So it's actually, the product of the, mother generation. So I tell the Japanese women of the mother generation that that's your achievement to raise this kind of gender equals girls, but the problem, the biggest problem in Japan is that the social system, the patriarchal system, both in family and in workplaces, are not ready to accept them. The social system is very slow to change. They still, based on the confidence of the past memory of the economic growth. So, and actually, this disproportionately low rank of Japanese women's status compared with the GDP is the outcome of this gap. So this gap, actually result in the mismatch of boys and girls. Girls are more likely to change quickly than boys, and this mismatch between boys and girls, and tends to end up, with the decreasing marriage rate and increasing divorce rate. So that actually,
Yeah.
what you see, the extreme low fertility in Japan. So if we take the fertility as a sign of the hope among the young generation of the reproductive age, they don't seem to be optimistic about the future of our society. So that's why we Japanese feminists keep warning our society we have to change.
Oh, good on you, Chizuko. Patriarchy, I think, is the barrier for everyone, really, isn't it? Vanessa, I was going to ask you, in Tonga, what do you think? Do you think, first of all, girls are starting to value themselves and take themselves seriously? Because I often think that's the first battle. And then are Tongan men beginning to take the dreams and the ambitions and the talents of Tongan women and girls seriously?
Can you ask that again, please, Jane?
Yes, sure. Sorry, it was a bit of a long-winded question. Good point. I often think, are Tongan girls and women beginning to take themselves seriously? Because that's the first hurdle. And then are Tongan men taking the dreams of women seriously as well? Or are, like in Australia, you're still having that battle?
I think in Australia, it's like with us in Tonga, we have a very education system here is okay. We have a very high number of women in the formal sector. The women are taking over the education system in right up to high school and tertiary. The gap that I see in women is the empathy. They have the intellect, but they don't have the skills of acquiring empathy, self-determination, and also critical thinking. And that's why we provide all our programs, informal programs through the Talida project to bridge the gap of formal education through the class curriculum, also merge with our empowerment programs to complete that puzzle. And I believe only through the two, informal education and formal education, bring them together, will women and girls will reach their full potential in life.
So you are trying to close the gap, the false gap, really, between the head and the heart.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's something that women, all of you actually, whoever wants to take this, that that's something that women and girls find is off-putting in some areas of education, that it becomes extremely intellectual? And is that the resistance, do you think, amongst some women and girls to STEM, which is perhaps seen as lacking heart and soul and the human element. Who wants
Maybe
to take
I
it?
will touch
Chizuko?
on, yeah.
Okay.
Go,
Yeah.
Julianne. Who's,
Yeah. At this moment,
how about Julianne first? Oh, Chizuko,
Okay.
you go.
Yeah. Okay. May I start? Yeah.
Yes,
At
go,
this moment,
Chizuko.
equal participation or gender balance in all the field of the society is now a state policy. No one can object. And so even a very, male-dominant scientific community would agree this state policy. But the problem is, it doesn't go along well with the gender studies. So they just assume women can do the same thing. Women can make the better performance. So they encourage women to get in their own field to show the better performance. And in some economic society, so the discourse of the persuasion to the employers is to make more profit by employing girls. So in this sense, there's no objection, in terms of, the women's equal participation, but the system doesn't change. It does not encourage women to get in. There's a gap, huge gap.
Yeah. Which is why I believe, I think in the corporate, I thought maybe I'll just jump in here, which is why I think Chizuko is a good point. The system may not change, but I think corporate also has a responsibility to make. And that's why within MasterCard, we have even continued, with our signature even education program, right? Girls for Tech. I think at the end of the day, the girls who are in school, they need to see, what is corporate doing? Are the girls working there? How can they get inspiration? So the role of our Girls for Tech is to inspire more girls to actually pursue a STEM career. And at the bottom line, when they see employees, women, corporate, ladies and men, and then serving as mentors, they are actually getting inspired. So today we actually run this in 14 languages across 29 countries, and we have already reached 1 million girls. And our employees, it's actually an employee volunteer-driven program. And about 4,600 of our employees actually serve as mentors. And I've seen some of these programs myself across Asia Pacific, Australia, China, New Zealand, India, and we run this in multiple programs. At the end of the day, I think that's going to be important for them to not just see this in the classroom setting, but more importantly, what's happening out there in the world? What's the inspiration? So I like to think if we can inspire them to see and celebrate the success of women who has been out there, who has done it, they get a little bit, more confidence and inspiration to want to actually pursue that. So I thought I'll share that a little bit.
That's great, but it leads me to a question that often buzzes around in my head when I hear about inspiration and being successful. I don't think we'll really have equality until women are allowed to fail and make mistakes and not always be inspirational. We shouldn't simply say that it is only exceptional women who can get ahead, because there's an awful lot of bloody mediocre men out there with very big jobs. And my mum used to always say, won't be full equality till there are as many mediocre women in power as there are mediocre men. And I think that it can be a bit intimidating to think you have to be inspirational all the time. I'm not remotely inspirational, terribly ordinary. I'm proud of it. And I'm really interested in Vanessa's take on what girls in Tonga look to the future for. What are their ambitions?
Okay, thank you. By talking to the in the last 3 weeks when we were in the outer island, a lot of them have big dreams and they want to be engineers, they want to be they want to be teachers, they want to be whatever they want to be, but the big thing is the encouragement and the support that it's missing from their lives, because in the classroom at home they're not being empowered to go after their vision, and at school they're not being empowered by the team. You can be whatever you want to be, my dear. You can of atmosphere for encourage their potentials to come out, to cultivate their leadership potentials, to speak their mind, their, express, express their ideas. So when we come and we put them in this room and we make it as informal as possible, Jane, and say, throw out what is in your head, what's in your hand, and then so they come and they cry and they said, I never felt free, I never felt liberated, in my life. So it's about that. It's all about fear, and at home it can be, it can be a haven as well as hell, because we tell them to throw out other places in the community that you feel safe and unsafe, and they throw at home and school and church. At home we can, we can feel safe as a lot of feel safe at all. So there's nowhere. So they don't feel safe at school. They don't feel safe in the community, at church, and at home. So where can they feel safe? With all these girls. And so, yeah, stop there.
I think that's a really important point to make, because everything I've read about learning says it only takes place when you feel safe. That's when you can actually absorb information and take it in. And if we have a society which makes women and girls disproportionately feel unsafe, then their ability to learn is limited by that and that alone. Shizuko, do you feel that Japanese girls feel unsafe? I think Australian girls do. Probably not in exactly the same way as others, but of being criticised, of being laughed at, mocked. And of course, domestic violence rates here are horrendous, like they are everywhere else. Shizuko, is this an issue in Japan?
Yeah, well, actually, I see the young girls, who are very much vocal and never be silent. And I was inspired by Vanessa, talking about the sense of safety. I mean, Japan is known as a very safe society with very little criminal rate. But at this moment, girls are starting to be vocal about the undesirable sexual experiences they received. So they never stop, being silent. And so now there's a kind of an uprising wave of new activism. And girls are standing with flowers to protest against the sexual violence. And also, there's an increasing number of domestic violence. Actually, the American men are very much well known to be violent in the family, and so compared with them, Japanese men are boasted of being very much, gentle, but which is not the case. So, and this is actually the increasing number of reported cases by victimized women. That means they would never endure. So this sense of safety is very much important, and so they are becoming vocalize. Japan is not as safe as we had thought.
Yes. This is very interesting, this idea that women nationally are getting to a place where they can speak that were not allowed to be spoken of previously. Julian, obviously MasterCard is doing its programs which are able to encourage, and I love the literal meaning of the word courage, encourage, to pass on courage. And that's obviously partly what you're trying to do. But do you get this sense about how important it is for women and girls to feel safe?
Well, absolutely. I think that's very important as well. Regardless, I think we believe decency at the core of everything that we do. And I think that's going to be very important as it relates to, safety in terms of how you feel, what you say, how you're being perceived, how you're being received. I think the safety component of it are very important.
Mm-hmm. And how there's always And Vanessa, I'd love your take on this. I often think that when women feel unsafe, whether it's actually physically unsafe or to express their opinion or to make a joke or to tell the truth about their own lives, there's often a shame attached, and the women absorb the shame of not feeling safe. Is that your experience in Tonga too?
Oh yes, the stigma, the social norms. That is one of our biggest challenges, is changing the mindset of this, because they grow up very patriarchal society, and so they're being always suppressed as second class. What I said before, there's like fostering, foster their potentials and telling them that they're beautiful, and so that they don't have to go and hear it from men and boys, to make their worth. So also the stigma of talking about the issue of sex, men's cycle. Last week we were talking to 48 girls aged 10 to 18 years old in Hawaii Island, and myself and their head of nurse on that island. But I was talking empowerment and puberty and talking about menstrual cycle, and you can see their faces so shy of talking about period. They almost fell over their chair. So,
may I add one thing?
Yes, Shizuko, go right ahead.
Yeah, let me add one thing. In the age of internet, that there's a harsh bashing against, feminist discourses, and in the social networking media, in Twitters and so Facebook and so forth, and it's becoming a very serious issue. Just recently, a woman talent died. Killed herself, murdered herself. Due to the severe criticism and also the bashing against her. So especially, whenever you say something on the gender issues and sexual harassment and domestic violence and others, immediately you would receive very negative responses to some unknown people. So this is becoming a very serious issue in China. In Korea as well as in Japan. It's becoming a very hard and difficult issue, and we have to protect them.
Yeah, safety online is another issue indeed for women and girls.
Just one more thing. That's because I'm just running a web community called Women's Action Network. I'd like all of you to visit us at our site. This is because we want to keep the safe website for the women's speeches. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Excuse me? Yeah, we need a safe space. Yeah, we need a safe space in the web society.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I'm aware, though, as chair, that we are now down to 1 minute of our time. And so I probably have to bring this fascinating discussion to an end. I'm really interested that we ended up talking about such a big issue of safety, feeling of safety, physical, emotional, intellectual, online, in real life, and what a bedrock issue that is for women and girls when it comes to being able to absorb and to learn and to have ambitions and dreams. And I want to thank you all sincerely for being part of this discussion. It's been fascinating. Chizuko, Vanessa, Julianne, and of course Carolyn earlier in recording. It's been fantastic. It is also now my job to thank the captioners and the BSL interpreters who have been making this session accessible, which is fantastic of them. And also, I need to say that up next are wow sounds and wow big ideas from amazing women just like these from all over the world. Thank you for being part of the discussion and for participating. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for tuning in to WOW Women of the World's Global Festival. My name is Mei Han. I'm a musician, ethnomusicologist, and director of the Center for Chinese Music and Culture at the Middle Tennessee State University in the US. The instrument I play is named zheng, spelled Z-H-E-N-G. This is a Chinese long zither with a history of over 2,000 years. Musical instruments are often assigned a specific gender role. The zheng is commonly considered a female instrument, despite the fact that men also play it. As a musician, I try to define new roles for myself and also for my instruments. I have an all-women ensemble that tours around the world called Red Chamber. Red Chamber also has a mentorship program to support younger musicians, especially female musicians. Thank you again for tuning into WOW Women of the World's Global Festival.
Hola, saludos desde Guatemala. Mi nombre es Rebecca Lane y quiero darles la bienvenida a Wow Women of the World Festival. Y quiero contarles que yo hago música, rap, soy activista también de la cultura hip hop y muchas de mis canciones hablan sobre la situación de las mujeres en Guatemala y Centroamérica. La primera canción que les voy a compartir se llama Ni Una Menos. Este es un movimiento feminista que nació en América Latina que está exigiendo hacia el mundo entero que no queremos más feminicidios y no queremos más violencia hacia las mujeres. Ajá. Yeah. Quisiera tener cosas dulces que escribir, pero tengo que decidir y me decido por la rabia. 5 mujeres hoy han sido asesinadas y a la hora por lo menos 20 mujeres violadas. Eso que solo es un día en Guatemala, multiplícalo y sabrás por qué estamos enojadas. No voy a andar con pinzas para quien no entienda que esto es una emergencia y estamos preparadas. No soy pacifista, no me exijan cosas que no ofrezco. No pedí un pedestal ni lo merezco. Soy como las otras, hartas de andar con miedo, agresiva porque es la forma en que me defiendo. No tengo privilegio que proteja este cuerpo en la calle. Creen que soy un blanco perfecto, pero soy negra como mi bandera y valiente en nombre mío y en el de todas mis bisabuelas. La curandera que murió de tantos golpes porque el hombre que la amaba realmente la odiaba. La otra que fue abandonada con un hijo y cuando se enfermó tuvo que mandarle un hospicio. Esto va por mí porque a los 15 años me atravesó la cara un golpe desde su mano. Porque ningún humano se hizo presente el día que un delincuente me dejó el pezón marcado. Esto va por la niña de 9 años obligada a un embarazo porque la violó su hermano. Una niña sin derechos porque el clero considera que el aborto es peor que lo que le han hecho. Me remito a los hechos, no voy a explicarle con dibujos a ningún macho de esos que creen que con su intelectualidad nos van a venir a educar sentados en sus privilegios. No tengo privilegio que proteja este cuerpo en la calle, creen que soy un blanco perfecto, pero soy negra como mi bandera y valiente en nombre mío y en el de todas mis bisabuelas. Contanos bien, en las calles somos miles, desde México hasta Chile y en el planeta entero. En pie de lucha porque vivas nos queremos, no tenemos miedo, no queremos a ni una menos. Díganme loca, histérica y exagerada, pero hoy canto nombre mío y el de todas mis hermanas. No nos acusen de violentas, esto es autodefensa. Estamos en resistencia, ya no somos indefensas. No. Pero soy negra como mi bandera y valiente en nombre mío y en el de todas mis bisabuelas. Y esta siguiente canción que les voy a compartir se llama Siempre Viva y es una canción dedicada para todas nosotras porque muchas veces cuando expresamos nuestra forma de pensar, nuestra forma de hablar, nuestra forma de vestir, nuestra forma de amar, ¿verdad? Somos atacadas muy fuertes y esta es una canción para darnos ánimo y para mandar a la mierda todos esos comentarios que nos hacen sobre nuestro cuerpo, nuestras ideas, nuestra vida y para estar siempre vivas como mala hierba.
Siempre viva como mala hierba, siempre viva como mala hierba, siempre viva como mala hierba.
¿Quién dijo que era fácil ser mujer? Desde pequeñita me hicieron creer que era bonita y si no lo era, entonces ya nadie me iba a querer. Si era redonda era por glotona, si hablaba mucho era por chismosa, si no estaba orando estaba pecando y la Virgen María que cuando creciera me iba a casar y que cuidara mucho mi virginidad, que en vez de fumar y tomar aprendiera a limpiar bien la casa y también cocinar. Nada de tatuajes ni perforaciones, nada de bailar y enseñar cómo ser feliz con tantas prohibiciones. Mando a la mierda todos sus sermones. Hago lo que quiero porque puedo, porque soy así. Me dicen mala hierba porque nunca me dejé morir y yo siempre viva, siempre viva, siempre viva, na 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 na, y siempre viva, siempre viva, siempre viva, En redes sociales me dicen marrana, me dicen peluda, me dicen lesbiana, me dicen fea, me dicen atea y yo siempre viva, pues soy mala hierba. Me tiran veneno, me quieren cortar. Me tiran veneno, me quieren matar y yo siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na, 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 na. Y siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na, 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 na. Sé lo que soy, sé que puedo ser peor. El experimento que mal le salió, pero sus palabras no van a ofender, pues soy un orgullo de mala mujer. Me tiran veneno, me quieren cortar. Me tiran veneno, me quieren matar y yo siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na, 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 na. Y siempre viva. Siempre viva. Siempre viva. Na, 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 na. Siempre viva, siempre viva, como mala hierba. Muchas gracias, mi nombre es Rebeca Lane y saludos desde Guatemala.
Hello everyone, I'm going to introduce myself today using two names. I'm a woman and I'm also Mhubo Idle. If you forget the second name, feel free to call me my first name. I live in the northern part of Kenya, Garissa, and I'm happy living here because people are friendly and also the environment is good to live in. At Girl Concern, a girl-led and a girl-centered organization is where I work as a co-founder and also the director. It's encouraging seeing how girls are coming together to form and start their own initiatives and how we are constantly being given platforms for our voices to be heard in the midst of all the chaos caused by the COVID-19. We should not be afraid giving girls as young as 10 years old. The COVID-19 has taught us a lot, especially those of us working in the humanitarian sector. The people that you are trying to assist, they know what they want. And girls are no different. Girls know what they want. My favorite moment working with girls has been sitting down and listening to them and understanding their needs from them. Being flexible in our intervention has been a good thing for us. Girl leadership to me means freedom. Freedom in the sense that girls get a chance to rewrite and reshape their story once more. If this chance is taken away from them, it's like taking oxygen away from them and leaving them to suffocate in a world full of gender inequalities. Girl leadership in my community, the pastoralist Somali community, is vital because girls are constantly marginalized. They are not given equal opportunities to boys in education, in work, in leadership position, and in many other sectors. And sad enough, this is also true in many parts of the world. It's sad hearing the rise of gender-based violence during the COVID-19. Professor Magoha, our Minister of Education, was stating how girls are getting pregnant because schools have been closed, and the chances of them returning back to school is very few compared to boys. In Tana River and town nearby Garissa, girls were actually digging holes because they lack basic necessities of sanitary towels during their menstruation. That's why I'm a firm believer of girl leadership, because if you give girls the chance to lead, they're going to defend themselves, they're going to uplift themselves and their peers as well. So I'm going to leave you with these few words. Find her, support her, but please, most importantly, allow her to lead.
Grounds for Hope by Rebecca Solnit. Your opponents would love you to believe that it's hopeless, that you have no power, that there's no reason to act, that you can't win. Hope is a gift you don't have to surrender, a power you don't have to throw away. And though hope can be an act of defiance, defiance isn't reason enough to hope. But there are good reasons. It's important to say what hope is not. It is not the belief that everything was, is, or will be fine. The evidence is all around us of tremendous suffering and tremendous destruction. The hope I'm interested in is about broad perspectives with specific possibilities, ones that invite or demand we act. It's not a sunny, everything is getting better narrative, though it may be counter to the everything is getting worse narrative. You could call it an account of complexities and uncertainties with openings. Critical thinking without hope is cynicism, but hope without critical thinking is naivete. The Bulgarian writer Maria Popova once remarked. And Patrisse Cullors, one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, early on described the movement's mission as to provide hope and inspiration for collective action, to build collective power, to achieve collective transformation, rooted in grief and rage, but pointed towards vision and dreams. It's a statement that acknowledges that grief and hope can coexist. Hope locates itself in the premises that we don't know what will happen, and that in the spaciousness of uncertainty, you recognize that you may be able to influence the outcomes. You alone, or you in concert with a few dozen or several million others. Hope is an embrace of the unknown and the unknowable, an alternative to the certainty of both optimists and pessimists. Optimists think it will be fine without our involvement. Pessimists take the opposite position. Both excuse themselves from acting. It's the belief that what we do matters, even though how and when it may matter, who and what it may impact, are not things we can know beforehand. We may not, in fact, know them afterwards either, but they matter all the same, and history is full of people whose influence was most powerful after they were gone. The sleeping giant is one name for the public. When it wakes, we all wake up. We are no longer the public, we are civil society. The superpower whose non-violent means are sometimes for a shining moment more powerful than violence, more powerful than regimes or armies. We write history with our feet and with our presence and with our collective voice and vision. And yet, and of course, everything in the mainstream media suggests that popular resistance is ridiculous, pointless, or criminal, unless it is far away, was long ago, or ideally both. These are forces that prefer the giant remain asleep. Together, we are very powerful, and we have a seldom told, seldom remembered history of victories and transformations that can give us confidence that yes, we can change the world because we have many times before. You row forward looking back and telling this history as part of helping people navigate towards the future. We need a litany, a rosary, a sutra, a mantra, a war chant of our victories. The past is set in daylight, and it can become a torch we can carry into the night that is our future.
So that was Gillian Anderson reading from Rebecca Saltnitz's book, Hope in the Dark. And I hope you agree with me that it's the most beautiful set of thoughts about how hope needs to be built on things that aren't naive. But nevertheless, we have to have hope. We deserve hope. And hope travels us through to new spaces. And certainly from WOW Global's perspective, we are traveling through to new spaces. It's definitely a new territory, a new landscape, a new language even of solidarity that's emerging around the world. It's exciting, it's profound, but it needs to be sustained. So everybody who's been on this journey with us so far, I think we're about 16 hours into the WOW 24 marathon, hearing from women and girls and men all over the world who want gender justice to be at the core of change. We're seeing how we can build back better, build back differently, and what are the obstacles, but also what are the new ideas and the new plans. Can I just say thank you to everybody who's donated to us. We're a small charity. We've made this free so that anybody can access it without any barrier whatsoever, provided they can get to a digital space and have access to that, which of course is not everybody by any means. But please donate if you want us to carry on these kinds of conversations. And we're wanting in the autumn to do a 24-hour global Day of the Girl in October, Day of the Girl. So join us to help us do that. Become part of the WOW movement, sign up for the newsletter. Just stay busy by being part of what WOW is doing and joining any other activists around the world that you could be committed to. Follow us on Twitter, obviously. And we have a second channel, the local channel, which is now moving to Australia and the Pacific. Don't worry if you're missing what's on that one, because it'll all be on the WOW website for you to dip in and out of on an ongoing basis after this. Also, if you've been on for a while, you will have heard the WOW Sounds, and that's a whole set of commissioned music that we've had from women right around the world. Mihan was one of the great singers that you'll have heard. And then, of course, we heard the big ideas from the girls Mahubo from Kenya and then Rebecca Lane from Guatemala. So it's really a very, very global affair. And this next session is no different. This session, Justice Seekers, brings together a group of people who have been committed to looking at what justice needs to be like, how to reframe it to make sure that we really do have justice equity. And can we make justice work for women and girls? It wasn't constructed to be on their side. It wasn't constructed to make it fair for them. Almost the opposite, if not very much so. But what can we do to make sure that justice can really work for a gender equity world? And so I can now welcome to the chair now Lynn Idris, who's Senior Lecturer in Gender Studies in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Lynn, I'm a huge admirer of everything you've done, everything you write about, all the connections you've made, and thank you so much for being part of WOW Global.
Thank you so much, Jude. This is such an exciting moment, as you said. I'm so deeply honored to be part of this amazing, amazing program with amazing women and girls and men who are here for justice, gender justice. So selamat pagi from Malaysia. Good morning from Malaysia. We're 9 a.m. here. I'm Nusa Selina Idris, or Lynn, and I'll be chairing this third panel on justice in this amazing lineup of WOW events. If you've been following, this is the third in the series of justice. Here we are bringing together justice seekers from across the world who are reimagining, reshaping, and reinventing our structures to achieve gender equality. So here with me today are Zaina Anwar, the founding member and executive director of Musawa, and she's based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We have Gary Barker, who is the founder and CEO of Promundo USA, and he's calling in from Texas today. And we have Kylie Quince, Associate Professor of Law at the Auckland University of Technology in New Zealand. Welcome to all the panelists. It's such an honor to be here with you today. Before we start our conversation, let me just introduce each of our speakers in a little bit more detail. Our first guest, Zaina Anwar,
co-founded two groundbreaking women's rights organizations that engage with Islam from a rights perspective to promote the rights of women living in Muslim contexts. She is a founding member and the executive director of Musawa, a global movement for equality and justice in the Muslim family. And she is also the founding member and a former executive director of Sisters in Islam, a Malaysian NGO championing women's rights within an Islamic framework. Zaina is a prolific writer, speaker, and activist of women's rights, and she is a recipient of many international awards, including the latest United Nations Malaysia Award 2019 for her work to advance human rights. And of course, she's a personal hero of mine. Our second speaker is Gary Barker. Gary is CEO and founder of Promundo, an NGO that started in Brazil, but now has 5 global offices. And he has worked 22 years in more than 40 countries to engage men and boys in achieving gender equality and ending violence against women and girls. He's co-founder of NanCare and Men Engage Network, a global campaign to promote men's involvement as equitable, non-violent caregiver. Gary leads Images, the International Men and Gender Equality Survey, the largest ever survey of men's attitude and behaviors relating to gender equality and violence. He is co-author of the 2015, 2017, and 2019 State of the World's Fathers. He is also an Ashoka Fellow and received the Voices of Solidarity Award from Vital Voices for his work to engage men for gender equality. Welcome, Gary. And our third speaker is Kylie Quince. Kylie is of the Ngapuhi, Ngatiporo, and Ngatika Hungungu tribes of the indigenous Maori of New Zealand. She is an associate professor of law at Auckland University of Technology and specializes in teaching and research relating to Maori and criminal justice, including youth offending, imprisonment, and Maori female offending. Prior to entering academia in 1998, Kylie practiced criminal and family law. She is a national award-winning teacher and is regularly called upon as experts by courts, government agencies, NGOs, and media in relation to Maori legal issues. So welcome everyone to this session. I'm very excited, very honored to be here. I was just telling Jude I could just sit here and smile, and there'll be, I'm sure, a very exciting conversation happening among the three of you because you've done so much amazing, brilliant work. So maybe I'll start first with Zaina. Zaina, you co-founded Musawa in 2009 and celebrated its 10th anniversary last year. Belated congratulations. And Musawa is truly a unique global movement. You're working towards women's rights within an Islamic framework, drawing from Islamic jurisprudence, human rights framework, and also lived realities. It's such important work. It's such important work as there are many women globally living within Muslim context. And I understand Musawa works with partners in over 40 countries around the world. Now, last month, Musawa launched a campaign for justice in Muslim family laws. Now, please tell us a bit more about this campaign. Why this moment in time?
Thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you, Jude. Great to be here. Well, you'll never find the right time to do what is difficult, what is controversial, what is challenging. You just have to take the bull by the horns and create your own space, your own voice, your own authority to speak out on what is right, what is just. Take action to bring the change you want to see. Nobody's going to hand it to you on a silver platter. And sometimes the stars are aligned and you reach a tipping point and change happens. But we all know that the struggle is long. But for us right now, actually, we think the time is right. Yeah, I mean, we've been planning for this campaign for 1 year, but the COVID-19 pandemic, the Black Lives Movement have all, dredged up long suppressed, unaddressed, inadequately addressed global problems of inequality on the basis of class, race, and gender. And the killing of George Floyd has ignited this global debate on racism against Blacks, the people of color, discrimination against ethnic minorities. And as the world undergoes major political, economic, and public health upheavals, I think profound rethinking is now taking place to find solutions to these gross inequalities of today. And this must necessarily include the urgency to address the centuries-old discrimination against women. Women will not be left out of this conversation. Women will not wait anymore, and not least Muslim women who are, until today, governed and policed by a legal framework that regards man as the provider and protector and the woman as the obedient, subservient wife and caregiver. And this privilege and authority in the legal framework given to men is reflected in discriminatory provisions in the Muslim family laws on issues such as age of marriage, polygamy, right to divorce, custody and guardianship of children, inheritance, the whole slew. So it is not a surprise then that we find in so many Muslim countries, including high and middle income countries, that many of these Muslim countries are at the bottom of various gender equality surveys, whether it's the World Bank, World Economic Forum Gender Gap Survey, the World Bank Women Law and Business Survey. At the bottom 5 countries, at least 20 to 21 of them are Muslim majority countries. And cross-country global research using these data also shows that without equality in the private sphere of the family, there can be no equality for women in the public sphere. And it identified family law reform as the most critical area of legal framework that needs to change to accelerate gender equality for women. And for the past 1 year, Musawa has been preparing resources for this campaign. We have prepared Muslim family law tables for 33 countries, analyzing the areas of discrimination and also good practices. We develop a positive development table to show that actually in many Muslim countries, change is taking place to recognize equality and non-discrimination. If it's possible in one country on the basis of Islam, why isn't it possible in another Muslim country? And we're developing policy briefs to make the case for reform, for easy use by activists and policymakers. And we're building this movement for reform, and we hope that, all of those who are listening to this program who are interested to really join us to be a part of this movement building work that we're doing.
Zainab, this can't be an easy task as you're working in conservative Muslim context, being Muslim women, challenging Islamic authorities. What are the challenges and how do you deal with them?
The challenges are huge, of course. I mean, I've been in this work for 30 years, first with Sisters in Islam and then at the global level with Musawa, and those men in authority, patriarchal, misogynistic men have not changed. The world is changing and they're still buried, in their male supremacy ideology. As feminists, as women's rights activists, we're seen as people with no authority and certainly no right to speak on Islam. Our demands for reform, for equality and justice are labeled as anti-God, anti-Sharia, anti-Islam by powerful men, state and non-state actors, who are terrified. Actually, it's not about Islam. It's about their power, privilege, and authority. They don't want change because today women are asserting themselves and asserting their power and asserting demands for change. And the work I've been doing, first with Sisters in Islam some 30 years ago and now with Musawa, is really critical to the Muslim world today in dealing with the real challenges we face in the 21st century, not least in ending the ways Islam is used and abused to justify discrimination against women. So how do we do this? First, we're breaking the stranglehold and hegemony that governments, religious authorities, and Islamist non-state actors have, and the claim, over the issue of power and authority in Islam. Who has the right to speak out on Islam? And the position that we take is that if we as women are affected by laws, policies, and practices made in the name of Islam, we have the right to speak out. That experience of living within Muslim context give us the authority and the right to speak out, to make our voice heard and taken into consideration in the process of lawmaking. Second, we believe knowledge is power. When you decide to enter the public space and argue for the possibility and necessity of equality and justice in Islam, you will be attacked. That's a guarantee. And then, as I'm speaking right now, our advocates in the Maldives, in Palestine, are facing these attacks, online trolls demonizing them and attacking them for speaking on Islam. And so, but what Musawa has built is this rich body of knowledge now to argue for the possibility and necessity of equality and justice in the Muslim legal framework, in law, in practice, in policy making. It is possible. What needs to take place is the political will. We need to build the political will. So that's why, third, we are also doing movement building work. Change is not going to happen on a silver platter. It's not going to happen tomorrow. We're dealing with 1,400 years, of patriarchal, laws, practices in the name of Islam. So our campaign for justice and Muslim family laws bring together activists, scholars. You can't do this work without scholars, and policymakers living and working on the rights of women in Muslim contexts in Asia, Africa, and the Arab world. We're building a collective force for change. We're organizing a global network to galvanize support and build momentum towards the urgency of reform of discriminatory Muslim family laws. But of course, it's not just Muslim family laws. All family laws based on custom, on tradition, on religion discriminate against women. So we're also initiating a global campaign for equality in family law that is across all regions, religions, culture, and tradition. So we're looking at customary African laws, in Africa. We're looking at Christian-based family laws as well in the Arab world, and we're looking at other laws, whether it's Hindu laws, Jewish laws, family laws, that discriminate against women. And we really hope to bring everyone together with advocates that we are now organizing. We're building this coalition in Africa, in Latin America, in the Arab world, and with UN Women's support as well, coming together at this very exciting moment to really build the global voice and the global momentum for change. And it's really, for us, it's actually a really exciting time, to create this new normal, to build back better, as everyone is saying, in the midst of all this crisis. These can no longer go unaddressed, We need to speak out and challenge and build a global momentum and global movement for change.
Thank you, Zaina. What you're saying, there's no better time but now. We just can't wait for change to happen, and we need to speak out. We need to empower ourselves with knowledge, and Musawa has been a bastion of information for people who like to learn more. And also, we need to do it together as a form of collective action. Thank you so much, Zaina. I'll come back to you a bit later to find out more about some of these strategies. I'd like to go next to Gary. We're talking about, changing norms, changing how men and women relate to each other. And, you have been working on this large scale survey called Images that you've implemented across several countries and regions, really. And the data coming out from these surveys are really important because we really do need to understand men's behavior and attitude towards gender equality to be able to change norms, right? There's no more disputing that we do need to get men on board to achieve gender equality. And please tell us more how you built upon this work, and what are the more recent campaigns and projects that you are engaged in now?
Mm-hmm. Thanks. And, I think we're able to have this conversation about where men are and how to engage men in gender equality because of the important advances of feminism and what women's rights leaders have done around the world to say this isn't okay. And I think that led to the question that we wanted to ask with Images, and have used it as a starting point in many countries to say, where are men in gender equality? How can we unsettle them? How can we get them unstuck on these issues? And how can we engage men as allies? Of course, dismantling patriarchy requires men looking at their privilege, questioning it, and being willing to give it up. But at the same time, we need to figure out how we engage men as allies in the work to see what we gain out of a world that lives more equally, sees women as full humans, sees our own full humanity as men. So Images finds both the gaps where we need to get, And it also finds where men are already on board with us. So what are some of the key findings and how have we used those? One may be sort of obvious, but as we look at the drivers of men's use of violence against women, particularly as female partners, but other forms as well, it may seem obvious to affirm, but I think it is worth repeating to say men learn this violence growing up. Boys who witness, men who report that they witness violence growing up in the home are 2.5 to 3 times more likely to use it as adult men. Other forms of violence, neglect, abuse by other men or witnessing it are often the drivers of individual men's use of violence. That doesn't ever allow an individual man to have an excuse for his use of violence, but it does allow us to understand where the roots of it come from and to believe in a restorative justice process and to believe that prevention is possible if we bring early to boys and girls models of gender equality, not of violence. Another issue we see is that young men, men with more education, urban-based men in most of the world are slowly getting on board gender equality when we asked about it in the abstract. When we ask, what will you give up? Are you willing to live with quotas? Are you willing, whether in universities or business or government positions, lots of men say, whoa, slow down. Sure, I'm in favor of it, but don't actually ask me to have to give anything up. That tells us a lot of what we have to do to engage men to say, this will hurt some, but there's something that you will win. And that takes us to the other point, which is that men who believe in more equitable ideas, healthier ideas of what it means to be men are happier, they're healthier, they report better relationships. Women, not surprisingly, who report that their male partners believe and act in gender equitable ways are happier with their male partners, including in their intimate lives. Not really very surprising. We also are able to show that how men experience multiple layers of power in our own lives, low-income men, men who are out of work, men from different ethnic groups who are sidelined by majority groups in their countries, to look at power and how it plays out in men's lives as well. And that allows us to kind of engage men in a conversation that says, you need to be an ally in this. You also win by embracing a version of masculinity that is good for you in addition to being better for the world. A big piece of our work, and in addition to doing lots of work around violence prevention, is engaging men in caregiving and care work. 80% of the world's men will be or are biological fathers. All men have some connection to someone they should be caring for or are caring for. And we find that that often offers a positive way in. Many men already view, even if their roles are often as domineering and disciplinarians, many men view their relationships with their children as among the most important relationships in their lives. Some men who are violent or abusive toward a partner are supportive of their children. And we know these things work in complex ways, but we do see the importance. One, because the care work divide. Women, we know globally, carry out 3.3 times the amount of daily care of homes and of others and of us and of children. That inequality is budged very little in the last years, even as women are in the workplace more and in education sectors more. The huge 20% on average gap in women's pay compared to men, women's limited participation in public life is in large part because of that divide of who does the care work. And so when we created the Men Care campaign about 7 years ago, the idea was to say no country in the world has achieved equality in care work. The Scandinavians have gotten closer, the Canadians a little bit so, New Zealand not too far off, but it's still, there's no country in the world that we found that even has a goal that men would do half of the hands-on care work of children and others. So our kind of lofty idea, and we still get sort of snickers of, oh, men will never, get on board and do all the care work. And we say, well, let's figure out if we can try. Parental leave policies that make a difference. Engaging men in parent training courses that we're doing in many parts of the world, engaging boys at even younger ages to pass messages at school and in TV. We just did a big study with the Gina Davis Institute of what boys see on the most watched TV shows by boys. Not surprisingly, they don't see many men doing hands-on care work. In fact, they see men going it alone, using more violence, not caring for themselves, and not caring for others. We called that study, If He Can See It, He Can Be It. Can we nudge Hollywood that gets so many programs out to the world to show men being hands-on caregivers, learning how to do it, and doing it side by side with female partners where that makes sense, of course. So I think what we're trying to do is not only call men out, but really to find creative ways that we can build on popular culture, build this into education, build it into the health sector, build it into the corporate sector when they're willing to be allies, and many are, to say we can change ideas about manhood. We can call men out when they cause harm, and we must do that, but we can also call men in to ways that say we can be allies in this work, we must be allies in this work, not decentering the voices of women and girls, but adding our voices to it. We are in a few countries having some success. In Rwanda, we're working with the Ministry of Health to scale up a national parent training program, 16 sessions. 8 of them are for fathers alone, men alone. We recruit via prenatal visits. 8 of the sessions are together with women. And that came out of the images research in Rwanda of the barriers and the limited advancing of engaging men as allies for women in care work, of supporting women to enter the workplace and to be equal in terms of economic and employment, and the very resistant rates of violence against women that have not come down nearly as fast as Rwanda and many countries would like. Men who participate in the course are doing more hands-on work. In a randomized controlled trial survey that we did, there's about half the rates of violence compared to groups of couples that didn't participate. Men are participating more as allies in women's reproductive health needs. They're also using less violence against their children. Those were all outcomes reported by women. I think it's important to say that women are reporting this when their partners participated in the activities. In Brazil, in spite of all the challenges there, we've worked on designing a men's prenatal health visit, so that a way to engage men in the health sector to take care of his own health. Obviously, the woman decides if she wants him there, but using that as a way, and then to roll that out across about half of Brazil's 5,000 plus municipalities, getting the primary healthcare sector to look at men as allies in maternal and child health, but also to get men in the door to begin talking about reproductive health and rights for their partner and to look at their own health issues. In Colombia, we've been in conversations with Familias en Acción, their national cash transfer program, and in Brazil with a similar national cash transfer program, to say, how do we engage men as allies in a women-focused cash transfer program that shows benefits, but its gender equality benefits are not as strong as they could be because we haven't made gender equality as central as it could be, including and particularly engaging men to do their portion of the care work, and using the program as well to screen for violence when men use violence against a partner when she's got suddenly access to more resources than she had before. So those are the kinds of ways that we're trying to take it into national policy. In addition to try to change the water and air around men so that from younger ages we get that we're not accepting anything less than a gender equal world. And this is not against men, it's something that we as men benefit from as well. We just launched last week the Global Boyhood Initiative, where we're looking at engaging boys ages 4 to 13, engaging teachers, parents, coaches, media content creators, and others to promote these norms with boys starting even earlier, using games, children's books, media content creators, materials, hands-on materials for parents, teachers, and coaches, so that we don't start with this when men are in our 50s and beyond, but that we make this part of how you grow up, so that we have later on, we hope that because of this kind of push, have a generation or less, we would hope, and men will sort of go, well, yeah, that's obvious. Of course I'm an ally for gender equality. Of course I'm a pro-feminist man. That's what we hope comes from the end of all this. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gary. And it's what you and others have pointed out. Once men realize that gender equality also benefits them, there's no turning back. But it is a question of trying to get to that tipping point for men to give up privilege and power. But you've sort of outlined some very interesting work, what's happening in different parts of the world, addressing at different levels from education at a young age to parenthood. Thank you so much. Let me go to the next presenter just to keep time. Kylie, it's really great to meet you virtually. The discourse on prison reform actually has been something that the public has become more aware of in recent years. And throughout this, the last I don't know, 12 hours or so. As well on the WOW activities, there's been a lot of conversation around prison reform. And you have been working on research relating to Maori and criminal justice, including imprisonment, in particular, Maori women and youth offenders. Now, in New Zealand, which I found very compelling, you are not just using the language of reform, but you are talking about decolonizing the existing justice system. What would the decolonization of the justice system look like there?
Yeah, great question. So kia ora tātou, welcome and greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. So really quickly to start by saying that obviously as Māori people, we are the Indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. We constitute about 15% of the population. So we're quite a visible, large minority. We're not physically or geographically separate like some other Indigenous peoples are. For example, in Turtle Island, we are integrated throughout the country. We're also a very young population, so 50% aged under 25. So 15% of the population, but 50% of the prison population. I mean, nearly 2/3 to 3/4 of all children in state care removed from families are Māori. So we're at the sharp end of all sort of negative health indicators or indicators of health and well-being, whether it's around justice, education, you name it. We're at the poor end of that. So prison, of course, so the reason for saying that is to say that starting with prison is starting at the wrong end of the problem, of course. So decolonisation is to think much more structurally about, the systems that bring people to the hard end of the justice system, which is, of course, imprisonment. So, and to think about that, we need to think about the project of colonisation, which is an ongoing project, which is, the collective intergenerational trauma of being displaced in your own territory, to have your language, your culture. You talked about, reimagining norms, and it's to think about your norms being disrupted or actively and violently suppressed by the British as colonisers. So, and obviously I'm a lawyer, I work in criminal justice, and we view, of course, law as colonisation's enforcer. Laws define families, as you've mentioned already. Laws define what offences are and what our responses to offences might be. Laws define notions of property. So a decolonisation agenda is something that disrupts those norms and tells us there are different ways of thinking, being and doing. There are different ways of organising yourself as a society. There are different ways of thinking about social harm and wrongdoing and what we can do about them, ways that don't involve prisons. We didn't have prisons as a Māori society and culture. So decolonisation agenda is big in the sense that it starts with education of children. And so one of the things that we've found very helpful, I suppose, in recent weeks or the last couple of months, with the impetus provided by the Black Lives Matter movement, has been this idea of it's not enough to be not racist. You need to be anti-racist. And being anti-racist in our community means to actually, describe what those other norms might be, how might you do this differently in a decarceration agenda, for example. And for women and children, it's also particularly important to think about, drivers of crime that involve thinking about welfare. 3/4 of all Māori children are born to a solo mother. So we're thinking about fatherlessness. We're thinking about families that typically involve a mother and her children, who have much lower levels of income, who live in a constant state of uncertainty and precarity around the way that they live. And all of those things are drivers of crime. So overhauling the welfare system is particularly important, thinking about how we arrange our families and support women and children, and how they might also be able to transition safely into new relationships with men. Our welfare system is incredibly punitive to women who attempt to repartner in ways that aren't financially supportive of them. So many, many women, Māori women in our country, are imprisoned, the overwhelming majority of them for non-violent offences, many of them for welfare fraud, many of them for property-related offending. So thinking about different ways that we can respond to that doesn't involve removing mothers from their children. Once mothers are incarcerated, of course, they're placed into state care, and that is an ongoing source of trauma. So what we've been doing about that is obviously re-educating decision makers, so judges and lawyers, about how to make better informed trauma decision making. Thinking about alternatives to prison, so working with state agencies in terms of how they might do things differently. Moving some of our court-based processes to being restorative processes in our tribal communities. So a huge number of things. So we've had 25 years of essentially what I would call culturally sensitive decision making or service delivery, which means that there was in the 1980s and 90s, there was a big push to diversify the workforce of corrections, of the police, of lawmakers and judges. That's not enough, because the structural ways of thinking and being and doing that they operated under were still the same. They were still Eurocentric views of the nuclear family, of patriarchal types of family, of the ideas of certain types of parenting, for example, and the role of your extended family. So we need to unpack and address all of those things if we're going to decolonize our justice system. Requires decolonizing the way that we think about families, decolonizing welfare. So thinking and the way we've done that, I think we're quite a generous people, and I think the time has come for us to be sort of open and really focused on partnership with the state. A couple of other than the Black Lives Matter movement, of course, you'll all be aware of the horrific murder of 51 men, women and children in Christchurch last year. And that really caused New Zealanders to hold a mirror up to ourselves under the tagline, "This is not us." And many, many Māori and migrant communities had to say, well, actually it is us. You've lived under this really founding colonial mythology of New Zealand being a place of a community of equality and classlessness. And actually for generations, it has been a place where huge inequality and racism and discrimination has been perpetuated on us as Indigenous peoples. And within that Indigenous community, huge forms of lateral violence by our own men. And as you've spoken about already, this idea of, our men are the most, emasculated men in our community, and the only demographic who have less power and privilege than them are Māori women and children. And so they take out that frustration and their position in our public life, in the private lives that they and the violence that they perpetuate on our own women and children. That needs to be brought out into the open, and we've started those conversations.
Kindly, I'd like to ask this question, but I want to invite the other speakers also to weigh in on this. You mentioned the Black Lives Matter movement and how it's related to what's happening, or the kind of momentum that you're also building on to the great work that's happening in the US. So how do we build upon each other's work? Like, how do we link and build and create this momentum from work that's happening in different parts of the world? Maybe Kylie, you can start there, and then we can go to Zaina and Gary.
I think the benefit of this is that, one, you've mentioned young people already, and young people are sort of naturally globally focused and outward focused. So they're already looking to what's happening elsewhere. And I think that we allow them to bring that lens to what is happening in our own communities. That's happened a lot already. We already have a history of looking to allyship. So as Māori, we've built upon the American Indian movement, the Black Panther movement in the past. So those are relationships that we have existing. And I think we just sort of need to think about them in the modern context. So, and allowing young people to take some leadership in that space.
That's great. Zaina, you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I think this is such a critical moment, and it's so important to look at these injustices and inequalities together. And I think the Black Lives Matter movement is already creating this energy of all peoples who are discriminated against, giving them courage actually to speak out. Now is the time. And, governments, corporations, and of course us in civil society, in academia are rethinking, what is a better world? What is the new normal we want to create? That these injustices just are sustainable and cannot go on. It cannot be business as usual. So I think, governments, those in authority, the patriarchs in authority, they don't want change because they're scared of change, right? Because it's their power and their privilege that's going to be challenged. So it's up to us. For me, it's so important that we in civil society really join hands and strengthen each other and really make our voices heard. And many people tell me, oh, I'm too scared. I don't know anything about Islam. How can I speak out and challenge the ways Islam is used and abused against women? Speak from your experience. Your lived reality should give you authority and the courage to speak out. And if you can't speak out in the public space, in your family, your friends, your circle of friends, start the conversation now. Speak out and get new ideas out there in small circle, then grow into wider circles so that new conversations can take place. And we need to build that critical mass. And in the end, make it politically costly. If there's no cost to political leaders, they're not going to change. And that political cost can only come with mass mobilization, with a critical mass of, governments, corporates scared when they know there's a movement out there, against them. So I think it's just so important that we speak up, we take action. If you can't do big, do at your dinner table with friends and family. It's so important.
Thank you, Zainab. Gary, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, our work from the beginning was born with this idea that, of course, we have to connect up and learn from each other. We've been our Brazil office has been historically doing activism on the issue of police violence against African Brazilian young men. Brazil's population is about 40% African descent. Its slave history in some ways similar to the US, but it was an even bigger importer of the African forced diaspora. And its police are even more violent in some ways than US police. About 1,800 suspects were killed in custody by police only in the city of Rio de Janeiro last year. The vast majority of those young men of African descent. We've been doing some advocacy about that and trying to promote conversations as well that connect, of course, to the advocacy and the activism and protests that are happening in the US. Our work to engage men as involved fathers is more than 50 plus countries. And we exchange ideas. Some of the materials that we've developed in Latin America being used now in Morocco and in Lebanon and training groups in Palestine as well, of how do we engage men as allies in ending violence against women, but also engaging them as equitable, nonviolent caregivers. And I absolutely agree with Kylie that youth activism is a huge part of this. Our approach is to engage young men to question masculinity and harmful ideas about manhood. We've put in a set of activities and activism called Manhood 2.0 that came originally out of Latin America, Program H and for Homens and Hombres in Latin America, of young men, a curriculum developed together with young men and now used in about 35 countries, empowering young men in other settings. Some of our work in post-conflict and trauma, we're bringing some approaches that come from DRC and implementing those in Pittsburgh in communities that have been affected, mostly African-American communities, affected by years of both police violence, a lack of appropriate social services, a lot of the legal system challenges that Kylie and injustices that Kylie highlighted in New Zealand certainly hold in that setting as well. And where about 50% of young people have witnessed or know someone who has died as a result of homicide. Those, as painful as that is to talk about, there's some fantastic approaches of doing community healing that we've brought from sub-Saharan Africa or from parts of Latin America to the US, for example. So I think, there is a huge amount that we can learn from each other, in addition to acknowledging how much our approaches have to be very much rooted in local, misogyny is creative and patriarchy is creative in the way that it reshapes itself in local harmful ways. And so we also believe that our approaches have to be very grounded, even as we can learn from other settings.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, what all of you are speaking to reminded me of a quote that one of the speakers earlier, or last night, I guess, on one of the WOW panels that described this moment. We're in this moment of, there's a lot of upheaval, but it's also a moment of vulnerability and open-heartedness, which I really like that term. And, what you are all speaking to, that this is a moment to build on each other's work, to build bridges and move towards collective action. So I thank all of you very much for the courageous work that you are doing in your respective fields. And, for those who are listening in, who are interested to take action, this is the moment. You can find out more information from all the speakers on their websites, on the pages. And, this is the moment where you can take action in so many different levels. So thank you again to Dinah, Gary, and Kylie for being here and having this conversation today.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you to the WOW.
My name is Mahsa Wahdat. I am singer and musician from Iran. For me, singing is the act of freedom, and my voice is my home. It's a place that I have no fear to reveal my emotional intensity, my secrets, my hope, my joy, and my sorrow. I'm happy and honored to be part of online Women of the World Festival. I'm going to sing 2 songs. One is Coat of Dreams and Silk from the album A Deeper Tone of Longing. The poem is by Mohammad Ibrahim Jafari, a contemporary poet and painter from Iran. And the next song is Dialogue with the Beloved from the album Traces of an Old Vineyard. The poem is by Hafiz from 700 years ago. پرستو به اوج آسمونند افقها سایه روشن گرم خونند نمیدونی که مرغان خیالت به طاق سینم با درد چونم دل شب بود و من خوابیده بودم شدم بیدار خوابت دیده بودم کلافی بودم از ابریشم عشق که با مهرت به هم تابیده بودم گفتم غم تو دارم گفتا غمت سراید، گفتم که ماه من شو، گفتا اگر براید، گفتم که بر خیالت راه نظر ببندم، گفتم که بر خیالت راه نظر ببندم، گفتا که شب روست و از راه دیگر آید، گفتا که شب روست و از راه دیگر آید، گفتم که بوی زلفت گمراهی عالمم کرد، گفتم که بوی زلفت گمراهی عالمم کرد، گفتا اگر بدانی هم اوت رهبر آید، گفتم که نوش لعلت ما را به آرزو کشت، گفتم که نوش لعلت ما را به آرزو کشت، گفتا تو بندگی کن کو بنده پرور آید، گفتا تو بندگی کن کو بنده پرور آید، گفتم غم تو دارم، گفتم غم تو دارم، گفتا غمت سراید، گفتم که ماه من شو، گفتم که ماه من شو، گفتم که ماه من شو، گفتا اگر براید.
こんにちは。私は岩手県陸前高田市の菅原美希子と申します。私は東日本大震災で実の母、姉、親友、友達、知人、たくさんの人と自宅をあの日3月11日に奪われてしまいました。地震の後、家族のでいろいろ指示をして恩人のお母さんが入院している県立高田病院へ駆けつけ、数人を屋上に誘導し、屋上から大津波が町を飲み込むのを見て唖然として声も出ませんでした。まるで映画みたい。でも現実、とんでもないことが起きてしまったと思っていました。誰かが明るいうちに使えるものを屋上に上げようと言ったので、まだ海水が膝下ぐらいのところを4階に降りてポータブルトイレを3つ男の人に持って行ってもらい、私はトイレのセッティングのために使うものを探して持って行ってトイレのセッティングをして使ってもらいました。これが活動の始まりです。余震が何度もあったので、大丈夫、大丈夫と先生と掛け合いをしながらみんなを励まし、明け方まで12日明るくなってご遺体の収容を看護婦さんへ促し、ヘリコプターへ一般の人を誘導したりして夕方避難所へ。13日息子が行方不明だったので、 車も津波でなくなり、歩いて探し回り不明。14日夕方まで探して不明。避難所へ戻ると消防団の人に息子が隣の市の病院に入院していると聞かされ、ほっと一息。夜病院に行くと息子は津波に飲み込まれ、全身打撲と肺炎で入院していました。体のどこも切断されていないで生きてくれたことをありがたく感謝です。なぜなら津波で亡くなった方の多くは窒息死と切断だったのです。15日朝から避難所での活動開始。1000人以上の人たち。揉め事が起こらないようにするには私は何をすべきか考え、一人で作業していると、一人また2人3人と手伝ってくれるのです。その人たちへそこを任せ、私は別の作業をすると、また別の人たちが手伝ってくれるのです。一人では限界があります。でもやることだらけ。その中で優先順位を的確に素早くしていると、協力者が現れて助けてくれるのだと思いました。夜中避難所に救急車が来て、おばあちゃんが心筋梗塞で搬送。私が付き添いで行きました。16日朝歩いて戻る。一睡もしないで活動。17日避難所の空気がどんよりと重くなり、これではみんなが病気になってしまうと思い、大声でジョークを言って笑わせたり、子どもたちを集めてゲームをしたりもしました。社協の方、赤十字の方から、こんな大勢の人数でこんなに統制取れている避難所は初めてですとびっくりされました。それは被災者が100人ぐらい協力してくれたからです。3ヶ月が過ぎた頃、私はヘトヘトでした。毎日避難所のこと、被災者のフォローに加え、ボランティアの仕事の準備をしなければなりません。ボランティアさんは交代で来ますが、菅原は一人です。ボランティアは被災者の求めることをしてくれればよいのですが、提案したり自分たちでできることなら良いのですが、私にどんどん負担が、お返しを言われたこともあります。4ヶ月過ぎ、体調を悪くして3日間避難所を離れたことがあります。戻ると女性が駆け寄ってきて、泣きながら菅原さんが心配でいなくて不安でどうしようかと思ったと言われたので、私は元気でいなければ不安にさせてしまうのだと奮起して頑張りました。5ヶ月過ぎて仮設住宅に移り、お風呂にいつでも入れる、自分で料理を作って食べれる幸せでした。仮設の人たち35人ぐらいと楽しく暮らしていた10月頃、みんなの家の建設の話で建築家の人たちが来て、2012年11月18日にオープン、被災者が集う家だったので本当にありがたいと思っていましたが、ビエンナーレで世界一の建物になったため、被災者が集う家ではなく、世界各国日本全県から見学者であふれ、2年間無収入で説明や接待をしていました。2年間は寄付があったので維持管理費は大丈夫でしたが、その後2年半は自費です。人はブランドが好きらしく、世界一のみんなの家を管理している菅原とコラボして名を上げようとする人の多いこと、何度もお断りしても目的があるのでしつこいこと、その度に私は心を病んでしまいましたが、私を理解して支えてくれている人のためにも壊れてなんかいられないと頑張れました。人は嫉妬をしたり妬んだりする人がいます。その人の言うことを気にしていたのでは何もできません。私はそんな人は心が貧しい、かわいそうな人だと気にしないようにしています。でも気分が悪いです。今回の新型コロナで女性の首相の国は感染者が少ない。女性は判断が 決断が早いのです。多くの男性は決断がなかなかできない。しかし男性女性ではなく人として協力し合えればより良い社会になると思います。学歴のない一般人の私がこのような世界で活躍している方々の会へ参加などとんでもないと思いお断りしようと思いましたが、世界の皆様に助けていただいたことへのお礼を申し上げたく参加させていただきました。本当にありがとうございます。純粋に人を助けたいと思う気持ちが強ければ一般人でもできるのです。一人の人でも理解して支えてくれる人がいれば頑張れるのです。みんながみんなボランティア活動しなくて良いのです。ただ人が頑張っているのをどうか邪魔はしないでください。皆様の活動で多くの人が幸せを感じられますように、すべての人の心の痛みが和らげられますように心から願っています。今日は本当にありがとうございました。